Could you, thank you. I didn't even have to say settle down. Thank you very much. We're going to call this meeting to order and confirm that we do have a quorum. I would also like you to know that Commissioner Herr is joining us by Zoom in our hybrid system that we have now for both citizens as well as Commissioner. And I believe you're going to attend the afternoon by Zoom also, correct, Andrea? Yes, thank you very much. The Board of County Commission meeting is being held in person, as you can see. This meeting may be viewed in the chambers or on SGTV, on YouTube, and by registering to participate in the Zoom webinar. Residents can provide public comment in person or by registering to speak on the Seminole County website and the Board of County Commissioners webpage. There you will find a link to register for the webinar entitled Meeting/Webinar Registration and Helpful Hints. If you are unable to join via computer/online, interested parties should call 407-665-0808 for additional information on how to participate via telephone. We will take public comment on each item as it appears on the agenda. In order to recognize to speak, if you are using a computer or iPad, you will need to use the raise hand feature, excuse me, or if calling on phone, you will need to press *9. If you attend the meeting in person, you will be required to wear a mask and social distance. If you do not have a mask, one will be provided for you. Also, please silence all cell phones and other electronic devices, as I am right now with you. The first item on the agenda will be the prayer, followed by the invocation, or followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation will be done by Pastor Eric Allen of the Contact Church of Sanford. So could everybody please stand for the invocation? Whoa.
Let's pray.
Eric, you're going to need to pray a little bit better for me today.
Father in heaven, Lord, it is my prayer today that the very fact of this invocation is more than mere formality, but rather a recognition of the reality of your divine providence in the affairs of men. And Lord, I pray that as we are fraught with trouble and trials on every hand in this day and time, that my prayer for the men and women who sit upon this dais is that they be able to conduct themselves in honesty and integrity, and abandoning all self-interest, seek only the true benefit of the citizens of Seminole County. Lord, we ask for your blessings upon this county and upon the United States of America, the greatest nation on the face of your green earth. For it's in Jesus' precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. And now I would like, if the Historic Commission members would please come up to the front. I see that many of them are in the audience. And lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
If you'll join me, I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Aaron, thank you very much for the prayer, and good luck with your new location on 16th Street in Sanford, correct? Thank you. Okay. As always, through this last year, we will start this meeting with a update on our emergency management with our Chief Administrator, Alan Harris. Alan?
Thank you, Chairman. Alan Harris, Chief Administrator for the Office of Emergency Management. Wanted to go over a couple things first, and then I have brought a couple guests today to speak to each of you at your request from last meeting. The Office of Emergency Management has done its best to try to be transparent and provide good communication, data, and information to the commissioners, as well as the cities and all of our support agencies. Each day at 8 o'clock, our incident management team meets to discuss the day's activities. At 8:30, an incident action plan is sent to each of your offices, as well as each city and each support agency, with each an individually itemized action plan for the day. So everything that we will be doing during the day, from testing to vaccines, to how we will collect information and data, and how we will provide that to each of you all. At 9 o'clock, we conduct an Emergency Operations Center briefing. I know many of you all participate in that each and every day. That briefing is for Emergency Operations Center staff, each of our municipalities, agency leads, department heads, and we provide the statistical update for the day. Any changes in positivity, any changes in monitoring statuses, any changes in fatalities, any changes in the testing that we would be doing for our community, any changes with vaccinations, and a forecast of the vaccination for that day, as well as up to 48 hours in the future. At 4 o'clock, roughly, we present a situational report that is emailed to each of your offices, as well as each agency, each municipality, and all of our partnering organizations. This approximately 10-page document provides updates on all the statistics from the county. Included in that document is a White House report specific to Seminole County. The White House report for the state of Florida, we learned about that report in October of 2020. At the request of Commissioner Lockhart, we adjusted that White House report with all the metrics that the White House used for each and every state, and we now do it for Seminole County specifically. So embedded in the situation report, is this White House metrics report, which gives step-by-step itemized, color-coded metrics on the situational assessment of Seminole County. And that has been included in our situation report each and every day since October 27, 2020. And then every 2 weeks I come here before you all to present information as well, data. So I hope that we have been transparent with providing information, and we certainly try to continue to do that. Our executive orders. On March 29th, we issued a social distancing and limited occupancy executive order. The chairman was part of that decision-making process. On April 4th, we adjusted that order, increasing occupancy levels and rescinding some of the requirements that we had placed. On October 30th of 2020, we again did that. And unfortunately, on May 25th, during Memorial Day, we began to see a spike. And on June 29th, at the direction and the suggestions of our subject matter experts, which are medical doctors, chief medical officers, chief nursing officers from our 4 acute care hospitals, as well as our senior epidemiologist with the Florida Department of Health, our director of the Florida Department of Health, CDC guidance, and the medical director of Seminole County. on June 29th, we issued the social distancing facial mask and coverings executive order, which is still in place today. This was done because of medical advice. I'm not a medical doctor. I look to subject matter experts, which I'm going to bring forward today, to help us make decisions in emergency management, to help guide how we move forward. So today, I have brought for you all to hear a few medical doctors. I'm going to ask Clint Patterson if he can help me. First, I'm going to introduce Dr. Sean Benoit, Chief Medical Officer of Central Florida Regional Hospital, Hospital Corporation of America, and Oviedo Hospital. Dr. Benoit, are you on?
I am. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So I'm just going to give a report on how the state of how things are happening with our institutions and here in the county. If you take a look at our numbers, it's very similar to what we see in the U.S. We had a spike in cases within our hospital as well as within the county in July. We were certainly monitoring this since last March. And we had a decrease in that and then a spike again, much larger than we've seen in the December timeframe. Those that numbers have come down, but they have not come down to the degree that we had expected. In fact, what we're seeing now in the last couple of weeks is sort of a plateau in the number of patients that we're seeing within our hospitals. Our numbers are not nearly where they were back in May or even back in October. So we certainly had those peaks, but those numbers have plateaued. And so we're still seeing a steady stream of patients who are COVID positive, of patients who are on our ventilators. So our team is working very hard. It's certainly been a very long time for them. This past year, we are doing all we can to support them as our people certainly have COVID fatigue, but we know that we can't relax on any of those restrictions right now because those numbers remain elevated. In our institution, we remain at 100% in terms of universal masking to protect our employees as well as our patients, even people in offices, and it's a recommendation we make as well. We're very, very happy to see the vaccine rollout. It's something that many of us were anticipating for some time and were personally involved in. And so we're happy to see that trend continue, and we look forward to a time when this pandemic is much more controlled than it is now.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Benoit. I'd like to also...
Alan, would Dr. Benoit, take any questions? If any of the
Yes, please,
commissioners-
please.
Any commissioner have any questions of Dr. Benoit?
I do.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Alan, I do want to thank you for coming and restating what it is that you do every 2 weeks. And Dr. Benoit, I do have two specific questions for you, but before I ask them, I'd just like to say, I want to make sure that there isn't some misconception that I somehow believe that this incredible team has not been doing their job or that you have not been communicating to us. What I attempted to communicate at our last meeting is that this board is the policy-setting board that gives direction to the county manager, who you work for, right? And that we have not had the opportunity to discuss it. And I think what was a little surprising to me was that in the dialogue that the county manager and I had during that meeting, a comment was made, we didn't know you had all these questions. We didn't know we weren't providing you with the information that you wanted. And so prior to that date, on 6 different occasions, I asked to have conversations about metrics, benchmarks, goalposts. July 14th, September 8th, September 22nd, October 27th, November 10th, and December 8th. And actually, at the September 8th meeting, the board unanimously gave direction to have a work session with us so that we could have discussion and ask questions and dialogue that has nothing to do with your presentations, which are always wonderful, and I read your reports. But in order for us to have a better handle on the communication with our community and the direction we're heading in, that's what I was asking for. So I just wanted to make sure I was able to clarify that. Dr. Benoit, you said two different things in your comments, and I just want to make sure I follow up on them, because you said that that the cases right now are not what you wanted to see, and that there's been a plateau. And so I'm assuming that you have in your mind what it is you wanted to see. So I understand from what everyone is saying is that right now is not the time to roll back any additional mitigation. I've heard that loud and clear. That's not what I'm asking for. What I'm asking is, what is it you want to see?
What we had after December and early January was a steady decrease. So the numbers were going down. I'll just throw some numbers out: 40, 30, 25. So the numbers were going down, and then they stopped. So we were.
What are those numbers? 40, 30, 25. What is that?
I apologize. So those are just the number of patients who are hospitalized.
Okay.
So, and it varies between different systems. You'll hear from different hospitals, their numbers are different as well. And so we look at all of our hospitals, inpatients, look at what's happening in the ICU, how many patients we have, the infections. And so it's not so much a number we were looking at, we were looking more as the trend. Is it going in that direction? And it was for a while, but then we've seen, and this pretty much mirrors what's happening in the U.S. as well, it's kind of leveled off, and in some cases have increased. Some days we've kind of bounced back. So that's what I meant when I was looking at the numbers. While I don't have an exact number, we were in a steady stream, but that has kind of plateaued. Honestly, I'm hoping that we get back down to a steady lower number of patients again. So we keep an eye on that, as you would know, expect every single day.
Okay. And so you also use the phrase, I want to see it more controlled. Can you define for me what more controlled looks like to you?
I would say still a decrease in our numbers. So certainly we would see the numbers of patients going down, a number of people that we get into the institution less, that we see much less people coming in. We've had lower numbers before. We've had lower numbers in May. We've had in October prior to this. I believe we can get there. So I don't mean to suggest that it's an uncontrolled with people shaking their hands. We certainly have a team that's dedicated to the care of our patients, but certainly we still believe that these efforts, like you mentioned before, we're still doing the mitigation efforts in order to make sure we do have a great handle on this.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Not this time.
Thank you. Continue, Alan. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
And thank you, Dr. Benoit.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Dr.
it very
Benoit.
much.
I'd like to ask Bridget Zamora, from Chief Nursing Officer from South Seminole Hospital, Orlando Health, to come up. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners, Donna Walsh, Dr. Todd Husty, Alan Harris, and all of our partners at Seminole County for the leadership you've demonstrated throughout this public health crisis, and for the opportunity to work together as a team to address the health and safety of our community. My name is Bridget Zamora. I serve as the Chief Nursing Officer at South Seminole Hospital in Longwood. We are currently experiencing a downward trend in the number of COVID-19 cases and ICU admissions. Like my colleagues here today, we remain concerned about the spread of the virus, particularly following spring break travel, where we saw so many young people who are still not vaccinated gathering in large groups. There's still a lot to be learned about this virus and the role its variants play in the vaccination and immunity that it offers ultimately. The pandemic is a very fluid situation. Until the vaccine is more widely available and a large number of people are vaccinated, wearing masks will continue to be the best tool we have in preventing the spread of COVID-19 in our community. Once the mask mandate was implemented last year, Seminole County saw a decrease in the number of cases. Our numbers have remained low in Seminole County because we are doing the work in the community to keep them low. So we encourage everyone to continue to wear masks, social distance as much as possible, and to get vaccinated when you have the opportunity. Throughout this crisis, we've stayed in constant communication with Seminole County and will continue to do so as the pandemic evolves, to address safe, incremental, and informed steps to move forward. As a trusted healthcare provider, we're proud to be part of this conversation where critical decisions are being made. Thank you for letting us have the opportunity to participate in the conversation.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions from the commission? Commissioner Lockhart.
It's good to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Yeah. You talk about having a large number vaccinated, and I watched the governor's press conference last week, and he went down and identified which counties have how much percent of certain age groups vaccinated. Can you kind of give me an idea of what you're looking for in terms of success and what a large number of vaccinated would equate to?
So it's really hard to give you a specific number. We really look to, our partners with the CDC and elsewhere, our medical partners, to really determine what that looks like and what that should be. I wish I could give you a solid number, but I don't really have a number in mind to say we're safe to pull the masks off because we're vaccinated.
Yeah, and again, I'm not saying that we are pulling the mask. I'm not asking, I feel like I need to keep saying this over and over again. I am not asking to have the mask order rescinded today. I am asking for us to set some criteria so that we know what it is that we're looking at when we talk to our community about what that may look like for us in the future. I have a real concern, and I shared this with Mr. Molsberger last week, that we are in a situation in our community right now where people are starting to see those vaccinations increase, and they're seeing treatments improve, and they're getting excited, and we should have hope right now.
Absolutely.
But if we don't develop a step-down plan for our community, they're going to create one for themselves, and that could put us in a much more tedious situation moving forward. So I'm hoping that we as a community and as leaders in this community can try to glean as much information as we can so that we can set some criteria so that we give people some hope to look forward to. If it is 50% of our community vaccinated, and I'm not saying it is, but if it is, then that might help encourage some folks to go get vaccinated. Right now, we're using a lot of sticks, and we've given our community no carrots. And that's what I'm hoping we can eventually get to if we can start to really dig in and share some data and talk about what those criteria might be. So I'm not screaming about removing the masks. I'm saying let's take a measured approach and really dig in and determine, as the policy setting body of this community and this board, what it is that we're looking for. So that's why I'm really looking for some information, and I appreciate you being willing to share it.
No, absolutely. I think really the trends in the community of the illnesses plus vaccinations is really, a place that we should look towards trying to figure out collectively together what that looks like for our community.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is that a conversation that the hospitals would like to lead? Is that a conversation because you said you look to other people for that data, or should we get those folks around the table?
Absolutely. I think that our community hospitals, our community leaders in terms of infectious disease, our health department, I think that's a collective conversation that we all need to be having together to figure out what is the best for our community, what is the best for Seminole County. So many of the things that we've decided upon have worked really well for us. Our rates have stayed low. Mm-hmm. So, and we look forward to being part of that conversation.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bridget.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else? Commissioner Zimpower.
Yes. Thank you very much for being here.
My pleasure.
Picked up on something you said. I want to make sure that I'm not missing something. When I was the chair during the pandemic, are you telling me that we're no longer having conversation with community partners?
We are. We
'Cause it sounds like
absolutely
you were saying you were looking forward to sitting down with the community partners, but unless something has changed, those community partners are at the phone calls and teleconferences and so forth that I was involved with.
You are absolutely right. Absolutely. What I'm just saying is that if we're looking to set specific metrics, then I think that's a conversation that needs to continue with all of those partners to have input into that.
Sure. So on that note and I'm not a doctor by any stretch, please, although I did stay at a Holiday Inn this weekend. But with that said, look, none of us up here are medical doctors. I don't think we are or profess to be. What I will tell you is I trust our community and our healthcare partners, our EOC, to make those decisions. I get an update, I get a briefing every day, and on those teleconferences, I'm sure and I hope that Commissioner Constantine is involved with those, and there is very spirited dialogue and discussion. And look, I think we all want to know where the end of the tunnel's at and the light at the end of the tunnel. But what I think I'm going to hear and what I observed in that year was there's a light at the end of the tunnel. We just don't know how long it is. I mean, this is an in-flux situation.
Absolutely.
I mean, I forwarded to my fellow board members earlier this week an article that of all the region, in the Central Florida region, guess who's done the best in the pandemic with deaths and infection? Seminole County. Seminole County has outperformed the entire Central Florida region. Now, I can't tell you exactly why. I mean, the facts speak for themselves, but I would tell you my interaction with the public is because the public is respectful of each other when they're in public. And I know there are certain people that don't like a mask. I confronted about 50 of them out here when we had the mask mandate in front of the county services building. Here's the deal. Our mask mandate has no enforcement, has no penalties, and even if we rolled it back, guess what? The retail operators are going to insist, just like shoes and shirts and everything else, you put them on. So although I understand people are waning and looking for that fantastic light at the end of the tunnel and that, you know, some carrot to hold in front of them, I think to do so is irresponsible, and I think it is giving false hope. And quite frankly, although we are the body who makes decisions, our policy speaks to who makes the decisions on those issues. And that gentleman is right here. And he is the man who has the final say with the input from the community. Now, if we, as a board, want to change that, then that's a policy decision we have to make. But at the end of the day, I want to be able to trust non-politicians to make health decisions for my constituents. So thank you.
My pleasure.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. A lot of the questions that might be going to you are really to Alan. So, you know, we were trying to put, none of us were trying to put you on the spot.
No, it's no problem at all.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, and thank you for the service that you do. Seriously, Alan, we're going to put you
I see,
you back on the hot spot.
Thank you. I see Dr. Sinclair and Tim Cook, I think, up on the screen from Advent Health. I don't know which one of you all want to go. Tim's going to wave, so Tim can go first. Oh, no, he's pointing the other. Dr. Sinclair, how are you today?
Good, thank you. Can you hear me, Alan, and everyone else?
Yes, doctor.
Yes, good, good. Thank you for this opportunity. At Advent Health Altamont, not unlike at our sister facilities here, we too have plateaued in terms of our numbers. However, we haven't seen, and those numbers are hospitalizations, we haven't seen a real decline in several weeks. If we look at the latest surge back in the fall, our inpatient staff beds, 1 in 3 had COVID positive patients. Today we are at approximately 1 in 8. When you ask about numbers, I would say less than 1 in 8. Our ICU staff beds at the time of the peak back in the fall, 2 out of 3 of our ICU beds had COVID positive patients. Typically 50% of those were intubated and required assistance with breathing. We're now at 1 out of 5 of those beds. So I would say if we're looking forward, it would be less than 1 out of 5 of our ICU beds filled with COVID positive patients. We have a COVID unit that has approximately 30 patients in it right now, 25 to 30 patients. That's an entire unit. And I would say looking forward, we would anticipate to perhaps even, if not have a need for a COVID unit, to see much less numbers in terms of the stress that imposes on our staff, as well as the impact that it has on the care that we provide to maintain that cohort. units. So from a hospital standpoint, even though we haven't seen a decline in weeks, we have plateaued at a stage where we continue to have waves of admissions, 2 to 4 admissions a day, 9 to 12 or so during the peak. And I would say, again, looking forward, if we were talking about when things are more controlled, it would certainly be less than 2 or daily admissions in terms of COVID-positive patients. The variants and the impacts of traveling are real, even as we know that fewer than 1% of our COVID cases are actually sequenced to know whether or not that they are caused by any of the 3 predominant variants that are now circulating. And unfortunately, here in Florida, we lead the nation in terms of the number of corona variants that are circulating. So we remain cautious in the hospital setting, and I would say that is what under the underpinning of our continual focus on the national strategy, which really is, as we've already mentioned, reducing transmission, ensuring that we adhere to the mask requirement as well as social distancing, and that we continue to address and combat the misinformation and the hesitancy that there is about vaccinations, even as more and more of our citizens, 20% here in the state of Florida, received at least the first of 2 doses. As we see those numbers increase, we also keep our eye on the number of new cases here in Seminole County from 60 to 100 a day, as well as our positivity rate, which has ticked up in the last 7 days if you look at the average. So I think when we're looking directionally at mechanisms or thinking about when we start making changes, it would be to look at our volume within the hospital, the impact that it's having on our teams. It would include our positivity rate, aiming for that less than 5% to suggest that there's some degree of control. The numbers of new cases on a daily basis, certainly 60 to 100 is too high, but I agree with comments that were made earlier. Perhaps this medical community can give updates, every 30 days as the vaccination rates increase to this committee, so that we are making the right decisions and so that we're taking into account all of the various factors. There isn't one. Herd immunity is important, but I think all of the factors, hospital-based as well as community, need to be taken into account as we make the right decisions.
Thank you, Dr. Sinclair. Are there any questions of Dr. Sinclair?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Delory.
I don't have a question for Dr. Sinclair. I have a question for Alan, and maybe he can direct it. And I do appreciate Dr. Sinclair as well as everyone else that's spoken. I would concur and agree with Commissioner Zimbauer. I think it's important that we rely on the medical field to make these types of decisions. They have the expertise and the experience. Those are 2 separate issues there, expertise and experience, to make the right decisions and leave politics out of it. And I think we are heading in the right direction. I think we are heading in the right path and doing the right thing with total transparency. I get information on a daily basis, Alan, so from your staff as well as other people, so thank you for that. And I think the briefings help quite a bit that we get, as well as the emails. One thing that's been concerning me, and I just want to make sure we're moving down the right path, but I want to make sure that we're prepared for the different types of variants that are out there, to make sure that people understand what that is and how it could affect us and what we're trying to do to make sure that we are protecting the community as a whole. Because it's not just COVID-19, it's all the different things that the virus is doing as well, as it changes and becomes almost a different virus. And I'm not a medical person, but I'm hoping that we'll have that type of discussion sometime during this update.
Yes, I'm actually going to ask Dr. Husty in a few moments to talk specifically on that.
Okay.
That is
I'll wait.
I deal with all hazards, so it's much easier when a hurricane passes to know the hurricane has passed, obviously, or the flood has decreased and we can get rid of the sandbags, or the wildfire is put out and there's just some hot spots left. The wildfire doesn't mutate. The hurricane doesn't come back in a different form, and that is exactly, you're spot on with that.
Yeah, because, we all watch the news, and we all see that other parts of not just the country, but the world, is that they're going into sometimes the third lockdown.
Yeah, in Europe, they're changing and we're looking over there. We're looking at reports now from the emergency management offices over there to learn from those folks that are now dealing with a different type of variant and having to do different types of mitigation activities. I did want to go to Tim Cook, though, and if there's no other questions for Dr. Sinclair, because I know they're all busy, and I want to let these doctors get back to and nurses to get back to their normal life. Commissioner Herr had a raised hand.
Commissioner?
I have a question for the medical professionals, and please don't read anything into this, but I think one of the things that we don't know that would be helpful to know is if we're seeing any infection post-vaccine. And I do want to echo the idea that what we're trying to accomplish with the dialogue is just a better understanding community-wide of what we're looking at and what we're measuring, not a relaxation of any of the efforts that have got us to this good position today. And I'll also weigh in and say that the underlying health of the community has a lot to do with the impact of COVID on the community, and we are blessed with one of the better standards in underlying health of the community, and that's a lifelong situation, not necessarily related to the pandemic. So I'm not so quick to jump and take credit for that. That has to do with how many people are insured and how many people seek regular treatment, and all of that, social determinants of health. All of that plays into where we are as a county. And so we've benefited from the good work that you all in the medical profession have done and that our citizens have done in terms of taking care of themselves. But one of the mysteries to me is there infection post-vaccine? And if there is, we need to let people know that that happens, and we need to do it in a way that we make sure that people are still getting vaccinated. And then I think that the work around what the variants are doing in this time and space, right, because it changes every day, is important as well. We just need to be the conduit of information.
Should I answer?
Go ahead. Dr. Milwaukee.
Yes, good morning. So the vaccines, both the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines, are 95% or so effective. So we do expect some people to still get infections following vaccinations. We have not seen them. But the reason we feel so good about that is because the flu vaccine, I don't think many people know, is 50 to 60% effective. So when we hear something that's 85 to 95%, we get excited. We do believe that herd immunity will happen somewhere between 75 to 80% of the community vaccinated, and that's a time when we expect that things will change a little bit. I think to your point, once people are vaccinated and you have more of them, they'll be able to gather together. But we certainly hope that that's the trend that will continue going forward. So yes, we do expect some people will be. All the trials had some people who it was not 100% that were protected completely with the vaccines. We haven't seen it again, but we feel 95% is a fantastic number.
I'm sorry, further?
Follow-up.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Dr. Benoit, I heard you say that you were thinking that 75 to 80% of the community being vaccinated would get us to what we would refer to as herd immunity. Does that, do you take into account any of the folks in the community who already have antibodies because they had COVID in that number? How does that number play into your thought process, or does it not at all?
We don't yet know if people who have been infected have the antibody response that would give you the protection that we would see, because it's still too early. So when the CDC and other officials talk about herd immunity, they're typically referring to people who have received the immunizations, the shots. And in fact, they're still recommending people who have been infected with COVID-19, that those patients still go ahead and become vaccinated and receive the immunizations.
Right.
Because we still don't know. I think if we have this conversation next year, we would learn so much more than now. So I look forward to that. But right now, even people who have been infected, we're still recommending they go ahead and receive the vaccination because we're not sure of the strength of the antibody response.
Okay, thank you.
Can I speak to that also? Thank you all. The question, Commissioner Herr, was about infection post-vaccination. We haven't really seen that. We're worried about the variants. Could they not be affected by the vaccination? Yes, that could come up, Commissioner DeLaury. But infection post-infection does happen. So it makes it, that moving target thing again, is that the people who have been infected, it's quite possible they can get infected again. And then you've got all those people that didn't know they were infected. So to Dr. Benoit's point is that because those numbers are so hard to predict, you kind of lean on the numbers of vaccinated. And that's still a moving target, partly because of variants, and partly because we don't know exactly how that immunity lasts. And so a couple different moving targets.
Understood.
Dr. Husty, I just want to make sure that everybody knows who's speaking and everything
I'm
like
sorry.
that. It's okay. That was Dr. Husty.
Can I just add to Commissioner Herr's question?
Dr. Sinclair, go right ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. Some of our vaccine hesitancy work, we really underscore this point that the data with the vaccines, the vaccine efficacy really speaks to moderate and severe disease. So the 95% efficacy for the Moderna vaccine or the Pfizer vaccine, or as we now have Johnson & Johnson in the U.S., 72% vaccine effectiveness efficacy, really is for moderate and severe disease. So the likelihood is that if you are to be infected after the vaccination, that it is a mild infection. And really, the goal with herd immunity is so that this coronavirus is no different than any of the other coronaviruses that cause the common cold. The goal is to really be at a state where it's a mild infection. These vaccines have been shown to reduce hospitalization and mortality by 100%. So even if the infection does occur, the likelihood is from the studies that it would be mild and not, again, inundate our hospitals or lead to economic impacts that would be exploding.
All right. Yes, Commissioner Herr.
That was an awesome point, Doctor, and that's just the type of information that we're looking for, because we're not thinking about that when we talk about 95% infection rate, and I'm going to admit my fault. I know that fact, and I don't talk about that when I talk about the vaccinations. And so this kind of dialogue is super helpful because I think it helps us when we get asked every day. I mean, I can't pick out lettuce at Publix without getting asked this question. We need to have that talk reel to be as effective as it can possibly be to support what you all are already doing. So thank you. That was a great point.
Alan, why don't you continue?
Yeah, I'd like to go ahead and ask Tim Cook, Administrator for Advent Health Hospital.
Good morning, everybody. I don't have really much to add. I would want to just suggest one thing, though, that maybe in the dialogue we do need to identify or recognize that the CDC has actually kind of begun to implement a step-down plan, if you will. In fact, as an encouragement and an incentive to get people vaccinated, the CDC has indicated that if you are in a room with everybody's vaccinated, you can take off your mask. So I think it really is creating a direction that as we continue to publicly mitigate, as all the physicians have said, we will see more and more milestones that would suggest we're getting closer and closer. And and stepping down before we, have a specific number that we're all going for that will take care of everything. But I think we probably ought to talk about the fact that we do have somewhat of a step-down plan in place right now from the CDC, which might be just helpful for people to understand and recognize. But I do appreciate the dialogue. I think this is great. I appreciate everybody's interest around it. And we are making great progress, and the team at Seminole County has been phenomenal. So we thank them all for their work.
Thank you, Tim. I appreciate that. I'd like to call Kevin Baker, a senior epidemiologist with the Florida Department of Health, up now to give us an update of what is occurring in the county.
Good morning. I'm just waiting for my PowerPoint. Yes, that's me. Oh, thank you. Oh, I'm so glad you got this. Okay. All right, so good morning. Thank you all for having me here today. Again, my name is Kevin Baker. I'm the Epidemiology Program Manager. I'm lead epidemiologist for the Florida Department of Health here in Seminole County. So I want to talk with you a little bit just about the data. I know you're all very familiar, but just a quick overview and talking about masks, because I know that is the major point of today. So as you can see here, I think everyone's pretty familiar with peak 1 in July, peak 2 in January, and we have been seeing that great steady decrease in cases per 100,000 population. However, as was mentioned earlier, we had been seeing plateaued activity over the course of the last few weeks at least. But what we've noticed here in the last week or two, that when we were having all of our days were below 100 new cases per day. Now, just in the last 2 weeks, we are seeing more and more days of over 100 cases per day. So again, that's not necessarily some set in stone metric, but it is something that we have noticed that we had been below steadily less than 100 cases per day, and now we are starting to see that shift. And so as an epidemiologist, someone that's been working this from day one and seeing how those plateaus tend to trend, while we don't know 100% which way that's going to go, there is definitely, our attention is staying very close to those numbers to see if we do continue to see an increase in cases. And so this, again, as was mentioned earlier, we are seeing an increase in positivity rates for testing. We had been roughly in the 6%, and now we're starting to get into the 7s. So we are, again, in the last week or two, starting to see that upward shift. And then looking at our hospitalizations and deaths, we thankfully have not had so many deaths reported yet in the month of March, which is fantastic. However, the death data does lag behind a little bit as those deaths do get certified by a medical examiner and things of that nature. So you can kind of see there's a little gap of nothing, which looks fantastic, but just know that, we are basically pending that data to confirm for the month of March how many deaths we do actually have. But again, you can see the general trend has been decreasing, which we expect at this point, especially given the vaccine that has been out now for the last few months. And again, that's that last 30-day mark for you. Okay, so long-term care facility data. Again, everything's following a lot of what we're used to seeing. So we have a couple peaks, but generally we're working our way down. But with our deaths, almost half of those deaths that we have seen in Seminole County have been among residents in long-term care facilities. So I wanted to talk specifically about this indicator, I guess is the best way for it, that the CDC has put out that identifies low, moderate, substantial, and high transmission. So I just want to throw out a few different dates of note, or weeks of note, if you will, regarding what our weekly case rate was. So you'll see 0 to 9, 10 to 49, 50 to 99, and over 100 cases per 100,000 per week that were identified, or those are the thresholds. So in the very beginning, we're looking at just almost a year ago, the week of March 29th, we were at moderate, and that was in the very beginning. So we were never really in that low transmission for long. I mean, we had our first case in the middle of March. So you're talking by the end of that week, we were already we were already starting to pick up cases. And it's never been the same since then. As you can see, in June, when we started seeing our increases, we reached a 215.76 cases per 100,000 per week. Then in January, which has been our greatest peak, it was over 370 cases. And then you'll see that, again, we're decreasing, which is great. In March, on the week of March 7th, we were at 123. But now, again, in March, week of March 14th, which is last week, we are seeing an increase in that number again. So I just want to kind of reiterate that, you know, the reason that we are still so focused on the mitigation efforts and not so much as to when that measure is that mitigation measure is going to be removed is because we're still in emergency mode here. And it's really hard to start talking about that when we are still in what is a state of emergency for this county, for the state, and the world in general. So I want to just give you an understanding that we're still very much in high transmission in this county. So then just to throw out some of those numbers along the trend of our weekly case counts, you can see that where those fall. And then as mentioned earlier, with the social distancing and facial covering executive order, we did see a significant drop in cases. We get questions a lot about why did we see another increase? Well, we do know people have been gathering. People were not wearing masks necessarily. We know there are people that are following those measures and those that are not. And, you know, that's why this is not something that we are, you know, enforcing people to do, but we're trying to use the best evidence that we have to be able to say that this is what we need to do for right now, because right now we are having high transmission in this county, so we need to keep enacting the measures that we have in place. So now I want to kind of go a little bit about case versus vaccine trends so we can see where we're headed. So again, you'll see at the beginning of January when we peaked with our case counts that we have seen that downward trend. And as we're and that's an inverse relationship, which we would expect. As we see increases in vaccinations, we do see a decrease in cases. And I think as of this morning, we had just over 140,000 doses administered in Seminole County, with just we're starting to approach 90,000 vaccinated.
Can I ask you a quick follow-up to that?
Sure.
Of those 140,000, how many are in the 65 and older category? Do you know?
Off the top of my head, I don't have the exact percentage, but I know that we have done at least, I think, like 15 to 20%, but it may be more than that. I have to double check the numbers.
I was really jealous of those other counties that the governor was rattling off those high rates of vaccine being over 70% in some counties in that 65 and older group.
I think Donna may have the actual
Donna
number.
and/or Alan Harris has those numbers, yes.
You know, I'm a little competitive. I want to know where we are in the ranking.
Because I think it's higher
We
than
watch
that.
those measures every day, Commissioner. So in Seminole County, we have vaccinated over 48,000 of our 65-plus population, and that population makes up 77,793 total. So that's 62% that we're at. The state has now, since the governor's executive order, has opened up the age groups, made it more available to those 50 and older. In our 50 to 54-year-old age group, we have vaccinated 17%, 55 to 59, 18%, 60 to 64, 35%. So we're monitoring those numbers daily and working very closely with the county, of course, Alan and his team, to make sure that we continue to provide vaccine to everyone who is interested in receiving.
If you could shoot that to us, that'd be awesome.
Absolutely.
Keep us updated.
And Donna, just overall, with 90,000 fully vaccinated, we're now close to 20% or...
Well, actually,
40.
Kevin and I had this conversation yesterday. So if you look at our adult population, our pediatric population is just under 100,000. Our total population here in Seminole County is 486,795, according to the last census projections. And so our adult population is around 388,656. So taking that into account, we have vaccinated about 23% of our adult population.
Thank you. Commissioner Zimbauer, I see you have a question.
Just for clarification, this might be a question for anybody at the EOC. That percentage and that number of vaccinations, I've seen and heard that before. Is that not in our sit reps? And I thought it was.
Yes,
So the information you're already putting out to
Not
us
by age group.
has that information.
No, we'll add the age group, that's
The
fine.
age group
That's
is not
easy.
in there.
And the
we'll do that
morning
today.
calls,
Thank you.
I was on a morning call, I think last week at your briefing at 9 a.m. every morning, and there was numbers very similar to that published about how many of our elderly people age 65 and over, because that was the target group, that's who all was getting it.
Yeah,
So
we
I wanna
break
make
it down
sure-
into 65 and older and then total, but
Right.
we don't break it into the individual groups, but we can easily do that in the
Yeah.
zero.
That question just jogged my memory that we had that percentage out there, and I just wanted to make sure we were still getting that.
Yeah, and I guess we didn't do it really because we were kind of focusing on the 65
Sure,
and older, because
right.
that was the priority group
Of
at the
course.
time, so,
Right.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yep, and I'll get back to the actual vaccine report data in just a second, so thank you, Donna, for saving me there.
Thank you.
All right, so with the variant cases, and we know that's the big topic with our cases because we are still studying exactly what the impact of those variant cases are going to be on our population. So some things to know is that we do have 16 variant cases of the B117 strain, which is the UK variant, in Seminole County residents. But just in the state of Florida as a whole, all three of the major strains that have been talked about, which are UK, South Africa, and Brazil, have all been found in the state. So another thing to note is that 16 out of 470-something thousand, that doesn't seem like a lot, but we do want to make sure that it's understood that not all specimens that test positive are undergo molecular testing for whole genome sequencing. So that we're not going to necessarily have everybody that's variant, we're not going to necessarily know that number. And then on top of that, it's not a quick test, so we're looking at weeks before we get a result on any type of molecular testing. So the same thing kind of applies with COVID variants as it has with the wild type virus. The best way to control them are to keep wearing our masks, wash our hands, physical distancing, and getting vaccinated now that we have that opportunity. So here's the vaccine numbers, and you'll be able to see that breakdown here of the number of people that have been vaccinated and the percents by age, by race, ethnicity, and gender. But as I mentioned earlier, we're at over 140,000 doses administered. And then in terms of people vaccinated, we have over 90,000 now. With first dose was 36,000, and that's specifically for those that are getting a 2-dose regimen. And then that number that had the full series completed, which is either the 1-dose Johnson & Johnson or the 2-dose Moderna or Pfizer vaccine, that is, my eyes are not great, 54,000. So we're definitely moving in the right direction. Donna kind of alluded to some of this information earlier, but 19% of Seminole County residents have received at least 1 dose of vaccine. And as was mentioned earlier, we're at almost a quarter of our adult residents that have been vaccinated with at least 1 dose. So now I want to talk a little bit about masks. I know this has, again, been a point that we want to really harp on, so I want to make sure that the latest evidence is out there for us to make decisions as a team. So with mask use, we know that in counties that have mask mandates there and where it's being enforced, there was a decrease, in cases and deaths. And I'll show some data to highlight that in a moment. And then areas where they had allowed on-site dining, they did see increases in case activity. So again, when we're close together, when we're not wearing masks, we know this is opportunity for disease transmission, which can then lead to increased risk for complications and deaths. So in the study that was done looking at data from March to December, I want to focus on the second column for the case growth rates. You'll see that basically before a mask mandate was put into place, they were seeing an increase in cases. But then when they talked about after, then the days after, you could see that the case growth was steadily decreasing. Same thing on the death growth rates. After we had the mask mandate in place in various parts of the United States, they started seeing decreases in deaths. And then you can see that those decreases are followed by a p-value of less than 0.01. So for my not statistics majors in the room, that is a very, very statistically significant finding. Another report that came out from CDC was on Kansas showing what had happened when they had their state mask mandate before and after. So before the mask mandate that they had implemented in July of last year, both those in mandated and non-mandated counties had been naturally seeing an increase in cases. And then after July 3rd, when those that had followed the mask mandate, they did start seeing that decrease, while those that did not saw the increase. So one of the last things I wanted just to leave you with is the updated CDC K through 12 school guidance. So the state Florida Department of Health is still reviewing this in terms of what is going to be in place. But as was mentioned earlier, CDC is working to make adjustments to guidelines to ensure that, again, we feel like we're moving somewhere, that we're not stuck in the same place. So one thing that they have recommended is that for elementary schools that are in the low or moderate transmission, that they can go down to physical distancing of 3 feet between students. And then those that are in the substantial or high transmission levels, that they have to stay at least 3 feet apart, and then cohorting should be recommended if it's possible. Same thing goes with middle and high schools for low and moderate, and then for substantial and high, again, they want to have the 3 feet and the social distancing. But on the point of sports, that's been a major point of contention because we have seen a large number of outbreaks occurring in school sports. So they do actually push for the standard social distancing recommendations, so that way we can try to prevent outbreaks from occurring from within those sports teams. So just as a very quick wrap up, we're still on a very much high transmission zone right now. And again, because we don't know where this plateau is moving, if we're going to continue to move up, we have to stay strong in kind of where we're at right now. So the case activity has decreased, and we just don't know to the extent how the variant is going to make us continue to see another potential increase or surge in case activity. So vaccines are being administered as quickly as possible. So again, as I think everyone has said, we're continuing to follow and recommend what CDC recommends, which is wearing face masks, physical distancing, wash your hands as often as possible to make sure we can stop the spread. That's all I got. Thank you.
That's all you got? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah.
Mr. Harris, any questions? Mr.
I gotta say,
Harris.
we are very blessed to have Kevin. I was very excited when he came over from Pinellas County. Just an incredibly smart person and a great partner in this response to COVID. So bad for Pinellas County, good for Seminole County. I'd like to turn it over now to Dr. Husty, Medical Director for Seminole County.
Thanks. Thank you all very much. Sorry, I barged in earlier. Kevin, didn't you were here like a week before all this happened?
Yeah, just about.
Yeah. Trial by fire. And it's been great. Thank you.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah, yeah, you too. That's right. Metrics and how are we doing? Commissioner Zembauer, the report that we're doing so well in this county does not surprise most of us. Right. I mean, when you look around, you see what people are doing. It's really the community. It's really the citizens. I mean, they're the ones. We talk a lot. We suggest things. All the whole medical community. We've all gotten together. But it's really the community members themselves that are really pulling this together. I know it's tiring. It's just horribly tiring. On the other hand, the metrics that you've heard today are really not a surprise. We've been watching them. They're reported daily, and they're all interrelated. You know, early on in this, we were looking at just the number of cases. And the number of cases kind of lies to you depending on how many people are getting tested. What is the positivity rate? Well, that depends on who's getting tested. The scared, the concerned, and when they get tested a lot, the positivity rate goes down. You know, when a lot of sick people are around, it goes up. So that one metric doesn't tell you what's going on. The metric of how many people we found out today doesn't tell you that. So we decided, well, we ought to look at hospitalizations. So we added that metric. what we've done since then is we've added all the metrics. So on that report, on the White House metrics report that is put out every day by Alan and the gang, you can see where we are. And we've got some green in there. Got a lot of yellow, orange and red. And it's just too darn early. Almost said the other word. It's early. What is the end point? And the end point, which I've talked to a lot of people since our meeting 2 weeks ago, and I think in medical professionals all over, and everybody says herd immunity. And I would totally agree. I mean, that is the end point. When are we at that point? The problem is trying to see, it's a target, right? But it's a target sort of like they use in the Navy. They float it out in the ocean, and sometimes it's obscured by clouds and mist and fog. And that's really what we have right now. It's a floating, bouncing target that's hard to see. We're getting closer. We're learning more and more and more about the disease. The CDC is working on helping us figure out what that target is. What percentage of people with antibodies currently is the number? Nobody knows. Nobody can tell you that for sure. That's a problem. And then you throw in the variants, which the real point about the variants is before they take hold, we should get as many people vaccinated as possible. End of story. It's the only discussion we can have about it right now, because the variants could get more variable. We don't want to see that. So we need shots in arms. We need vaccines in the public, and lots of them. I have been floating an idea that would require you, the commissioners, to participate financially, and that is when we reach some metrics like are already published, and we're getting into the yellow-green range more, which, by the way, it's all interrelated. When you see some come down, they're all going to start coming down. If you see some go up, they're all going to go up. We need to see them coming down, which we will, with mass social distancing and vaccinations. But when we see it come down into the yellow-green range, I think we should go out and ask for volunteers to get tested for antibodies. Not just yes or no antibodies, but how much. They're called antibody titers. It's how much antibodies do these individuals have. And do this through fire department personnel, law enforcement, school personnel, county employees. Ask for them to come forward and get tested. It's going to cost some money. It's going to cost a fair amount of money. But we could actually come up with, here's how much antibody we have in the community right now. We could do that. We can make that a sample large enough to be able to have some faith in it. Then we have to correlate that with, is that enough or not? But at least it gets us started. At least it defines where are we today, which right now we don't know. Any questions?
Commissioner Zimbauer.
So Dr. Husty, on that thought of testing for antibody, is that just another step in testing that could be done on the tests that are already being drawn? Is that like an extra lab type? Or is it a whole different thing?
It's a whole different thing.
Okay.
So there is a way to do finger stick. It requires blood. Got to draw blood on this one, unfortunately. So we know we can do it from venous blood, regular needle stick. But there's one out there that I just found out about that is finger stick. And if it's accurate, and if it can do the titers, how much antibody? I mean, if you've got a little tiny bit and I've got a lot, we're not the same. So we're trying to find, we can determine what a good level of titers is, and then we determine how many people have it. This will include people that have been vaccinated. It'll include people that have had known disease, and where are they now? Because that changes. It will include people who've had no idea they ever had it, and then people who don't have any antibodies at all. It's It costs some bucks.
Is in any other community or any country or anybody doing that?
So it's interesting. I applaud my brothers and sisters in emergency medicine because they're very involved in emergency management. We know people like Alan and hang with them. And it makes us think through, what can we do? What can we do more? And there are, in West Palm area, they're doing, in others, South Florida, they're doing studies like this. So they're trying to find out. They're finding interesting things about the antibodies already. Like if you're over 80, you don't get much. If you're over 90, you get almost none. So maybe they're not ready to report those results, but those people probably need a third dose, so that they can get their antibodies. They get some, just not enough. Anyway, so yeah, there are communities, and a lot of it is led by emergency operations and emergency physicians. Actually, EMS physicians, most of them. Kind of interesting. You just kind of got thrown into it,
Thank you.
Question.
Any other questions, Commissioner?
So I want to make sure that we're continually going back and checking what our original goal was. And if it's changed, then we need to talk about that too. Because our original goal, when the county manager came to us, I'm sure she called each of us individually, and we started talking about the mask mandate and whether or not that was something that, the board frankly had the stomach for. And as much as I know some say that we're not the ones that get to make that decision, I don't know, I'll have to ask the county attorney about that. But the goal was to not overwhelm the hospital system, because it was so critical for us to make sure there's such an important part of our infrastructure. That was the goal. We can't overwhelm the hospital system. Obviously, secondary and tertiary goals, not wanting people to die, would be a really important goal. But the main one, in terms of the willingness and to implement a government mandate on individuals, was for the hospital system. And now, it feels like we're changing that, and the conversation's moved. And if you read the governor's My Word column in the Wall Street Journal, I can understand where he's coming from. We started out with a goal in mind, and now we're talking about we want to, zero transmission or low transmission, and people are going to get this, and it is very sad, but most of them who get it will not darken the doors of the hospital, and that's good. And the treatments are improving, and that even lessens the number of people that would have to go into a hospital for treatment, and that's fantastic. So if, from my perspective, and Commissioner Zembauer hit the nail on the head, our mandate has no teeth. It has no penalty for not following it. We really are relying on the good nature and the wisdom and the camaraderie of our community right now to follow this. It's because they're willing to do it, not because we've mandated it, I assure you. So I want to pivot and say if the goal was to not overwhelm the hospital system, and we still want that to be our goal, and if we recognize that a government mandate, at least from the perspective of a less government, more personal responsibility philosophy, if we recognize that the mandate really isn't truly a mandate, it's a please would you mind cooperating as a community together, then I think it's important that we continue to have this kind of good conversation, that our community members who are graciously participating in this with us, so that they can feel like they know that their continued participation is important, and that there are more things that they can do to help us get to that goalpost, wherever that may be. If it's giving plasma because you've already had COVID to help with that treatment, that's something that people can do. If it's getting the vaccine, we need those vaccine rates to increase, certainly. So I think we're all kind of saying the same thing. We're saying it differently, and I have a little different idea about how to involve and communicate with the community, maybe. But it is critical for me to know whether or not we've changed the goal. Is the goal now zero because I heard somebody say, and I don't remember now who was speaking, well, we've got to get to herd immunity before things get back to normal. I'm not sure I agree with that statement. So I want to know if that is the goal now. Has it changed?
My goal was never to, I'm not to be argumentative, Commissioner Lockhart, but my primary goal was never just about hospitals. It was always about transmission of disease. That's all. I mean, I was being asked to do mass work way back when. CDC and WHO had said no.
Right.
And I'm sitting there going, they're crazy.
Right.
I mean, I said it openly to the news, and I think they're crazy. Of course mass work. Ask anybody in the healthcare system, they know mass work to decrease or stop the transmission of disease. Mm-hmm. That's always been my goal, decrease or stop the transmission of disease. So when you look at the metrics that are posted, you can go, we're still in high transmission. I mean, we're so far from a point where we've decreased to some reasonable extent the transmission of this disease. Discussion is just discussion, because we can't stop doing what we're doing. And quite frankly, we need to put our foot even harder on the brake and say, no, we've got to even do better. I think that there is no teeth in the mask mandate other than, I think that once we did the mask mandate, all of the retail stores followed suit. Some of them were already doing it. Like, I think Costco was already doing it. Other people went, we're going to do it too. Mm-hmm. And so there's pressure for businesses to do the right thing. There's pressure for all of us as good citizens to do the right thing. And you can't discount what the good citizens are doing at all. But I think part of it is because we said, this is so important, we have a mandate. And anything less than that makes it less important.
Okay. Commissioner Delord.
Thank you. Dr. Husty, you made a comment that I'd like for you to go back and discuss a little bit more, and that was regarding the individual's production of antibodies. And I think I heard you say that the older population, even if they get the vaccine, produces less antibodies. I think that's what I heard you say.
That is correct.
Okay. So wouldn't it be more advantageous then for the older population, if that is the case, for us to continue with the mask because of that?
We don't know, do we? I mean, I can't sit here and tell you I know everything about COVID, because if anybody tries to, they're just lying, because not anybody knows everything about COVID. We don't, the study that they're doing, they were a little surprised at how little the 80 to 90-year-olds, how little antibodies they were producing. And then the 90s and up were producing almost none. By the way, people on immunosuppression therapy, like prednisone, chronic prednisone use, anti-inflammatory, they also made very little. So they're finding some stuff out about who makes antibodies and who doesn't. Yeah, those people are unprotected right now. And of course, we should be trying to protect them. There's a whole nother side to this, which is most of our reservoir is in the 15 to 55 age range. They don't get as sick. Granted, they don't get as sick as higher age ranges. But it's the reservoir, and when you look, Kevin would probably back me up, is so how come we have high transmission? Because it's still in the community. There's a reservoir of virus in this community being transmitted around, and it seeps out of the reservoir and gets into the age groups that are more vulnerable. It gets into people who are vulnerable. So yeah, we need to stop this thing. And we're doing a pretty good job. We're doing a very decent job at it. It's certainly not time to let up, or even, it's not there. It's too early. We've got a ways to go. It's a light at the end of the tunnel. And it's not that far down the road. Not with vaccines going the way they're going. We've got a really good shot at this. So there's a lot of hope. But We certainly aren't there today.
Alan, I'm not interrupting Dr. Husty, but is there any other, okay, I'm sorry. Commissioner Zimbauer has a question.
This might just be a general question for all that have spoken this morning. For Kevin, Alan, Dr. Husty, Donna Walsh. The data that was given in the slide show that Kevin gave earlier, is that readily available? That type of information is on the website or accessible to the public that would want to understand that, is that correct? And
There's data on ours. We also have the dashboard, which has some of the graphics. And if you go to the Florida Department of Health, you can Google, that's now a verb.
Right.
Yeah, right. Florida Department of Health COVID, and go down about halfway down the page. There's line lists, dashboards. You can go down to get each individual fatality by age as well. So there's a lot of data on there. You can pretty much get whatever you want.
So none of this is obscure information that's not available
This has been the most
to the public
transparent
intake. Is that
disaster,
correct?
yeah. Oh, no, you're absolutely correct.
And is EOC posting information on a daily basis through our Facebook, through our Twitter accounts, and all the other things that we're doing that continues to help the public understand that there are websites they can go find stuff, and here's a link you can click on? I mean, I've seen that. We're still doing that, correct?
We are. We post a dashboard every other day. We were doing it every day, and we also understand that there's COVID fatigue. So we, as a public information unit, got together, we strategized and determined, based on some also suggestions from mental health experts, that we needed to decrease that a little bit. So we went every other day. Because people still want the information. In fact, when we went to every other day, half the people were like, great, and then half the people, where's my data? I want it every day. So we try to be as transparent as possible. I'll thank you, even though because you helped create the dashboard.
No,
So
understood.
I appreciate that.
No, but I don't want to make, I want to make sure that there's a clear understanding, because we've heard about transparency, we've heard about public information. Is there anything that's been discussed this morning at all that is being kept from the general public?
No, sir.
There's nothing hidden away in a little corner? There's nothing in some obscure website that nobody in their right mind could ever find?
No, sir.
So everything that has been discussed today is somehow accessible to the public?
Yes, sir.
And if they can't find it, are your staff helping them find it if they were to call in on the customer line?
Thousands of calls a day to our citizens information line. Yes, we help every single person.
Okay. And likewise, in your morning COVID briefings at 9 a.m., and my apologies, sometimes I get a few minutes late, but you always have, hey, is there any questions? Is there any questions or comments?
Yes, sir.
And there has been some inquiries. Some days there is none. So that's accessible to all of us as elected officials.
Yes, sir.
And those others throughout the county and cities and so forth. All right, I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing something that the Department of Health had given, or something that was somehow not available to the general public.
No, sir, all of it's available.
Okay, great, thank you.
If I could, do we have any other questions that might be directed to Dr. Sinclair or Dr. Benoit? If not, I want them to get back to work. Okay?
We do too.
Please. Guys, I thank you very much. I thank you.
I have one last question. Why is it so cold in here?
And Doctor, I have asked that question for 8 years, and we've tried to warm it up a little bit. If you're cold down there, check your temperature. Okay, listen, do we have any, Alan, do we have anything else right now? Is there any other questions?
I just want one
Okay,
statement.
one more question by Dr. Delory.
Far from it. Alan, I just want to make one statement. As you know, you have all our support. I think that's great. But Dr. Husty made a comment about antibody testing voluntary at the appropriate time. I would definitely entertain that at the appropriate time.
Thank you, sir. Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you, Alan, Dr. Husty, Donna, Kevin, everyone that was here. I saw that the nurse has just left. And for those of you that have been waiting around, I hope you appreciate the fact that this is important. This is the number one thing that we have to be involved with, all of us, because we're all in this together. And I appreciate the fact that you have waited around. I do have one individual that wishes to speak on this, so I don't want anybody but I did want to just thank you all for your patience, and I appreciate very much. There is a Kelly, and Kelly, I know it begins with an S, but I can't read the rest of your writing, so please could you come up? Who wants to speak about this?
Thank you. The last name is Shilson, just so for clarification.
Thank you very
No
much.
C. I appreciate all of the medical professionals that have been here today. And I have been at meeting after meeting, and I've heard medical professional after medical professional. But what I haven't heard is professionals in other areas that this mask mandate affects everybody. So we went from 15 days to stop the spread to a year of personal freedoms. And like Commissioner Lockhart said, the goalpost keeps changing. I'm frustrated that some of the appear on this board about not having an end game. I'm only hearing 2 out of 5 that want this to end at some point. I'm not hearing where the other ones are until no one is being affected. That's not the way life works. It's not to say that people aren't going to get sick. We want to reduce the death rate. My daughter had it, and she is fine. Most of the younger group is. And from what I can hear, and I'm going off script, about 1/3 of the adults have been vaccinated. The children in our community are not nearly as affected. So at what point do we stop this? Sorry. Now, I do believe is the time to have the talk about where the end game is. I get that the medical professionals would like us to be in masks forever, and just for our protection. But we're not including the mental health professionals, opioid, economic. That's where the commissioners, I feel, need to stand up and take that part in as well. Health professionals would always want to protect us. I get that. And I think many people do, but that's not where this started, and that's not where we agreed to be at this point. We're talking about more lockdowns in Seminole County, and our governor is talking about opening us up. He had a roundtable with medical professionals, and they were talking about the harm masks are doing to our community. And I'm talking mental health as well. So I would urge Seminole County to lead in this area and not follow our other counties around us, and talk about an end game. And I'm not saying tomorrow, but the conversation should be started. That's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Zimbalist.
To that point, I want to make sure our experts are here. Are you still including the mental health experts in your conferences, teleconferences and conversations with the hospitals and so forth. That's
Yes.
still
Yes, sir.
ongoing?
Yes, sir.
Alan has been very thorough,
Understood.
as well as in the region,
Right.
when we have those meetings every other week.
Right.
They've been very thorough to include the mental health experts also.
Right, just wanted to make sure.
And I just wanted to say that I don't think any of us want to keep masks on forever.
Amen. No,
The
I'll
first
go on
one.
record and say you can't get rid of it soon enough, but the reality is, I mean, here's the reality, folks. If you got rid of the mask mandate tomorrow, guess what? Out in the public, it's not going to look much different than it does right now. And you're going to have people going to stores, and the stores are going to say, you know what? No mask, no service, you're not coming in. They have a duty to protect their employees on the retail frontage as well as their own consumers. I can't speak for all of you, but I would venture to say I probably do more traveling than most of my counterparts up here, that I've been in states that have no mandates. I've been in counties that don't have mandates, and I'm telling you, people across this country are wearing masks. Are there people not wearing them? Absolutely. They're not wearing them right here in this county. That is a decision that people have made. But I think at the end of the day, none of us want to continue wearing masks. But I heard about another lockdown from the constituent that just spoke. Are y'all talking about another lockdown that I'm not aware of?
I think it's important to note that Seminole County has never
Had a lockdown.
had an executive order to lock down any businesses whatsoever.
Ever.
That was a state of Florida
Correct.
executive order, not Seminole County, and never has that topic come up.
That's right.
So
Exactly.
I think where that may be coming from is the comment that was made that we are looking to Europe and what they are doing there. And I think that is where that came from.
For
So-
testing and antibodies and that type of medical vaccinations, we look to them for after-action reports related to that.
Okay, because when you made the comment, I looked in the audience and I saw the expression on some faces, and no one here is interested in going where Europe is.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
Never, let me repeat again, never has Seminole County issued an executive order closing, locking down, limiting business operations. They've always been able to stay open. We've never done that. The state of Florida did, but we did not.
And if everybody looks at the little box in the Orlando Sentinel every day, to reiterate what Commissioner Zimbauer has indicated, those counties with similar population have had greater amounts of, unfortunately, deaths and cases than we have. And I'm not suggesting, as I believe Commissioner Zimbauer said, that we're doing anything better or special. I think our citizens are taking this seriously. And if you look around to this county and other areas that, from time to time, that I'm going to around the state of Florida, it's our citizens that are taking this seriously, and they're the ones that are masking up. They're the ones that, as well as our businesses. But I'm looking at your numbers that you put out just this morning at 9 a.m. for today, and we're up another 98 cases today.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Just want to make sure that I'm clear. When I talked about the variant and I talked about the other lockdowns, I was not insinuating that we should do a lockdown. What I was saying was that we should learn from the variant that's out there, that's understanding what to do and not to do about that. There was no way, shape, or form that I was insinuating that we should do another lockdown. We should learn from other people's situations.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you again, Alan, Donna, Kevin, Dr. Husky, everybody. We've been an hour and a half. But we've had folks here that are on proclamations. We also have a COVID relief update. What my intent is to go through that, and before we get into the consent agenda, that we will take a 10-minute break at that time. So first, let's go. Nicole, County Manager, report on COVID relief.
Thank you. I am trying to share my screen with you. And here we go. This should be fairly quick. I just wanted to give you an update today on the one COVID relief program that we have in effect right now, and that's the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. This slide just gives you a reminder of what the criteria is. This is a program that is strictly limited to rental assistance, not mortgage assistance, and it is an income qualifying program. So folks have to be at 80% of the AMI to qualify for assistance under this program. These are our metrics to date. We have 1,800 plus applications in draft. 991 of them are considered complete. 69 are under review. We've gone through 436 and returned them for additional information. 291 are awaiting final approval. We've denied 116, approved 42. 22 waiting that have been approved but not dispersed, and 45 have been dispersed. And thus far, we've provided $500,000 in assistance. The average award is $7,700. That's it on the emergency rental. I'll be happy to answer any questions. I do want to talk to you a little bit this morning about the American Rescue Plan as well. So any questions about the emergency rental?
Any questions on the
program?
emergency rental? Go right ahead into
Okay.
the...
All right. So the other item that I wanted to I have actually two more items that I want to discuss with you this morning. One is the American Rescue Plan. We've talked about this a little bit. This is the federal assistance program that was recently approved in Congress. Seminole County is slated to receive $92 million under this program. We will receive, the funds will be split up into two tranches. The first tranche we expect to receive in May. I'm going to go back because this slide talks about the items that we can use these funds for. It is very broad: respond to public health emergency, reduction in revenue, and then oddly enough, there's a separate category for investments in water, sewer, or broadband that doesn't appear to have any relation to COVID. It doesn't appear that you have to connect those, although broadband clearly would be connected to a COVID response. The commentary that we've read on this indicates that those projects you would not have to have a nexus with COVID, but other expenditures would require that. So we talked a little bit last week about potential projects, and so I put together a chart for you, kind of putting together some different categories because I'm hoping to get some feedback from the board today as we continue to try to refine the spending plan. To get an idea of where you would like us to try and direct this first $46 million in funding that we're going to get in the coming months. So I've split it up into different categories, somewhat similar to what we saw on the CARES Act. The first category is direct assistance, which would include things like mortgage assistance, continued rental assistance, small business assistance as we did under CARES, and then also food and other essentials assistance, things like utility bills, et cetera. The mortgage assistance, I know is something that has been a concern of this board and a request. I will tell you that under the rescue plan, the state is getting homeowner assistance dollars. We're not sure how those might flow down to us, but there is going to be an opportunity. My expectation is they will, similar to what they did with some of the CARES Act money, funnel some of that mortgage assistance money through maybe the SHIP program or other programs that they've got. So we don't know what might be available to us through the state allocation of homeowner assistance funds. But I'd like to keep this on the radar because while the emergency rental assistance is certainly helping those who are renters, I know that folks are still struggling with mortgage payments. So the same is true with respect to the state on rental assistance. They are also getting a separate bucket of money for rental assistance through the American Rescue Act. So we may have more money directed to local governments through the state for rental assistance as well. And as we learn more on that, we'll keep you posted. The next category is governmental partner and nonprofit assistance. Under the CARES Act, you'll recall, we received all of the money for the county. The school system has gotten some separate funding under other programs. It doesn't appear that they're getting any funding under the American Rescue Plan, or not any substantial funding. The cities in the county are getting direct funding this time as opposed to under the CARES Act, but some of our other governmental partners, such as the airport or other agencies, are not receiving funding. So this may be something that you want to consider. There may be some public safety projects or costs that may come under this plan that you may want to consider under this plan. The next category is community benefit projects. These would be primarily capital projects because we do have a spending time limit on this. The funds do need to be expended, both the first and second tranche, by the end of December in 2024. So you could do some programmatic projects, but they would be limited. You would have a limited time to fund them through these dollars. But there are some potential capital projects, recreational amenities, certainly COVID-related, community centers or service facilities, places where we could do vaccines or other public health activities, broadband expansion, water and sewer projects. I noted that that's a separate category, public safety facilities, and then technology enhancements for remote service delivery and communication. We did a lot of technology fixes and made some changes in our service delivery during COVID so we could keep continuity of service by using technology, and I think there may be some other opportunities moving forward on that. The next category is special economic and recovery initiatives. These are economic development initiatives or tourism incentive programs, things that would help with the economic recovery in the community. And then the final category is COVID-19 response and mitigation measures. These are costs to the county related to the response to COVID-19, as well as needs that we may have with respect to continuity of service, some of the similar expenditures that we had under the CARES Act. So I tried to split this up so you could maybe take it in bites, and we could maybe allocate percentages based on the feedback that I received from you for priorities. If you have some things you want to talk about today, that's great. We can get them on the radar. We'll meet with you also individually. I'd like to bring a more specific sort of allocation with some specifics at least to the meeting on April 13th. So any feedback we can get from you today and one-on-one feedback we can get between now and then would be really helpful.
Well, County Manager, I look forward to the meeting on the 13th, but I also look forward to the individual meetings. I think all of us have interest in this. Now, you're saying the money is not coming until May, is that correct?
Correct.
The first portion of it.
The first portion.
The other thing I think that we, at the mayors and managers meeting last Tuesday, I believe that you're going to bring to that. Okay.
I'm glad you brought that up. But we did talk about this program at the mayors and managers meeting with respect to direct assistance. We ran the direct assistance programs under the CARES Act because we were the entity that received the money. In this case, the cities will be receiving their own buckets of money. So we talked with the mayors and managers last week about an attempt to maybe coordinate efforts for direct assistance so we don't have 8 different individual assistance programs or 8 different business assistance programs to try to make sure or try to see if there was an opportunity for us to have one countywide program that we were all kind of singing from the same sheet of music so that we don't cause confusion or potential double dipping or other issues that can occur if you've got multiple assistance programs. So thank you for bringing that up, Chairman.
And they seem to be very receptive to that idea.
Do we know how much the cities are getting?
I can get you that list. We do know.
Thank you.
The only city that's getting funding directly is Sanford. The other cities, their funds will pass through the state. Sanford is an entitlement city under CDBG, which is why they get their monies directly, but the other cities will. They'll get, it appears that the money just goes, it just passes through the state. I don't know that there's anything they need to do to get the funds, but we can get you the list of what the allocations are for the cities.
Thank you. The only other thing that I would ask is, you're talking about eligible uses. The bucket, all of these are included in the same bucket. You're not, like the infrastructure investments in water, sewer, broadband, that is not separate funding that potentially, that's all within the 92 million, correct?
Correct. I just broke it out so it might be easier for you to consider kind of different categories.
Just wanted everyone to understand
These are just completely
that.
made up categories too, so.
Commissioner Zimbauer, then Commissioner Lockhart.
And you're asking for just some direction? Is that what I heard you say?
If you have some ideas and you want to share them now, we'll
I think
we'll
what
get
you
them
have
down.
on there, I think a couple of them are good. I personally would like to see us look at some senior centers, senior community centers, of which we have pretty much none. And broadband, I think, is a good one. I know my district struggles in the rural area of having any capability to the internet in some cases. But I think those are all areas, I'm sure each one of us has areas in our own district that may have struggles or needs and so forth. At the end of the day, I would also like us to really look at, do we really need all this money? And whether it should go back. And what are the options if we send it back?
We can send it to the state.
Yeah, we can't send it back. We can send it.
And the state
So
spends it?
if we don't use it, whatever we don't use, we can transfer to the state.
And just go ahead, Commissioner Lockhart.
Well, along the lines of sending it back, I mean, back would be to the taxpayers, because it's their money. So rather than sending it back to the federal government for them to spend in some way that may or may not be appropriate for our citizens, if we're getting to that conversation, I would be supportive of giving Seminole County citizens some of their money back directly to them. I do think there are some good plans on here. Certainly we've talked about this recently. We've got some lands that we might want to purchase. There are some community centers that certainly we have on the radar. I would love to see us be able to wrap up some items like that with these funds, with the rational nexus to use them for that. We know we're going to, we had our budget review with Mr. Jacks 2 weeks ago, and so we know that while things look okay now, we are going to have some challenges in a few years. So I would hesitate to put too many things in place that require ongoing commitment of funds. That's something that I have in the back of my mind. But I think an argument could be made for all of these items, for sure.
Yeah, and I think that on the 13th, we'll do a longer look. The thing that I think is, and we should, I don't think that we want to, set it now, although I think we all would agree that what we did in the previous CARES Act was something that was immediately hit to all of our citizens in a very positive way, and I think that that's something that we should look at. But also, we were looking at the shovel-ready projects, some of which we're talking right now with our Congresswoman. But quite frankly, we also set priorities. One of those priorities, as we talked about, was how, there's going to be opportunities in water and sewer, and there it is already. So that's another, thing that, for me, that I think that those are types of things that we need to look at. I think Commissioner Delory and then our attorney. Commissioner Delory.
Thank you. I think these are all very valid. Giving the money back is always an option, or to the citizens. Definitely would entertain that. I think the broadband, which the district provide, is just as important, because there are some communities, and I'd like to work with our cities to do that. But also want to talk about tourism, because of the issue with tourism is that we got to try to bring it back as soon as possible. Sports tourism is a big thing that this county has been looking at, and as we move forward, that is being eroded away by other communities, because we had such a great niche that it's now become, we focused on a driver's market, and that's now being eroded by other counties across the state. I'd like to have some ideas from you all on how to make sure that we can bring back our tourism market quicker, because if we do that, that actually helps our economy as a whole, not just the hotels, but the restaurants and the convenience stores. It's a big trickle-down effect. I don't know if that's additional soccer fields, but that's up to, I'd like to see what staff brings back to us. But to me, I want to make sure that wherever we spend that money, it's not just, it's important to have it as a one-time spend, but we are getting the biggest bang for the buck to bring this community back quicker, as well as economically bring this community back.
So, County Manager, you heard pretty much everything on this list. we'd like to spend it on.
How's that for priority?
Commissioner, but we'll be talking individually, but Commissioner Herr, I'm sorry, because I can't see you, so did you want to say something too?
Yes.
Good.
I think thank you, Chairman. I think the one thing on here, this looks like a really comprehensive list, but I would suggest that we start thinking about improving the health and well-being of the members of our community in some meaningful way, and this seems like a good opportunity to do that. We can at least start that discussion and program. If you asked me with short notice to give you where I think the priorities are, broadband expansion certainly changes the life of a child in today's day and age of education, and so I think that's important. And then I think we got to create good jobs. I think we are sitting in the catbird seat in terms of how well the state has done with regard to the response. I think there are businesses out there that are sick of where they are and want to relocate. And I think we need to be at the forefront of inviting them to Seminole County. So that's a huge priority.
The health and welfare of our individual citizens was another of our priorities that we discussed, new priorities that we discussed at our retreat. So I just wanted to shout that out also. Okay.
And today was by no means a speak now or forever hold your peace day. And it is a very comprehensive list, and it really was to start kind of getting your brains thinking about priorities. We will get with you individually to try to develop a draft list to talk about on the 13th that we can refine a little bit further. But I appreciate the feedback and look forward to talking with each of you. I know some of you have already shared some great ideas. So.
And County Manager, outside of the issues that we've already addressed in the previous CARES Act, maybe in some of these others that we've discussed today, if you have specific numbers or programs and their cost, that would be helpful as we look at this priorities. We all can say we want to expand broadband, but we really don't know what that would entail. I know of certain areas in Commissioner Zimbauer's area and potentially Commissioner Delorey's area that need a little bit of help in that, but we really don't have a specific number or a specific program. So that might be helpful for all of us as we look at these various potential opportunities as to know what the cost would be and the value added as we go forth. Yes, Commissioner.
On the broadband discussion, so on the DEO website, they have their broadband initiative. They have a page for it, and there's a very interesting map that you can zoom into specific counties to see where there are gaps. And having looked at it recently, I can tell you that there are gaps all over our county in every single corner and pocket. So while, love our rural peeps, but it would help many, many people throughout the county.
The Florida Association of Counties also has a very, very informative map of where they are the service is not as well, and some of it be surprising. Some of it's downtown Orlando.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Delorey.
I just want to make sure that, and I support helping the digital divide. That's not my issue. I want to make sure we do that. But I want to make sure that we're not causing another issue because of service district areas by providers. So I'd want to make sure that county attorney or whoever can do this from the county attorney's perspective, because of service districts, and we all know how the PSC works, I want to make sure that we are not causing another legal issue.
Well, actually, I read the entire act a couple times, not just the section involving local governments, and it's staggering, the amount of money that will be spent on things that you just shake your head on that have nothing to do with COVID. Broadband is a safe one because it's specifically mentioned in the bill.
Okay.
I can tell you that my office, we're checking every day on the guidance that's being issued by the White House and the Treasury on what all of this means. And, we're trying to take a very broad interpretation of it. But, my job is to make sure that we're not doing something that's going to cause a problem down the road or have auditors knocking on the door long after I'm gone.
I mean, just like utilities, utility service, just like utilities, which you have service districts, one utility cannot go into another service district, and I just want to make sure that we're not breaking that.
There's going to be a great deal of work involved in all of this.
Just want to make sure.
Right.
Okay. With that, why don't we move on to the other, we have some people that have been very patient here today.
Chairman, I have one more
Oh, I'm
quick
sorry.
thing, if I could, while we're
I thought
talking,
you
while
had-
we're talking about COVID relief. I just wanted to, I sent the commissioners an email that I think all of you actually also received directly from Congresswoman Murphy's office regarding some potential community projects. Congress is going to be considering a funding bill for community projects. We're not exactly sure how it's going to work. But the Congresswoman did reach out to us and other jurisdictions in her district asking us if we were interested in submitting projects. We can submit 2. She can submit 10 to request funding. So we think it'll be somewhat competitive because there are a lot of jurisdictions in her district. These are sub-million-dollar projects, and they need to be projects that we can get up and running pretty quickly. We did share with you a list of shovel-ready projects recently under the sales tax program. Most of those are significantly bigger projects than sub-million-dollar projects. We started thinking about projects that would have a strong community impact as well as projects that would frankly get the Congresswoman's attention and be attractive to her enough that she would be willing to submit them. So I sent you a list of potential projects yesterday, and I apologize for the short time frame, but we heard from her office last week, and we need to get our submissions in by April 1st. So, and this is the only opportunity I have to talk to all of you at the same time about this before that date. So we sent you, I think, 5 projects yesterday, and the top 2 projects, the number 1 is the Play for All Playgrounds at Rolling Hills, and that's the inclusive playground for children that may have disabilities. That is a project that is not funded. The Parks Foundation has been trying to raise money for it. We would submit a request for $1 million on that project. And then the second project that we're recommending that we advance is the Little Wekiva Restoration Project, which, of course, you're all familiar with some of the issues that are going on out there. This would remove some of the sediment and the invasive species, and it would reduce flooding and improve the water quality. That's a project we've applied for an appropriation from the state on that. As you're aware, that's one of our funding priorities. It's a $1.7 million project, and we would request $1 million for that. So those are the 2 that we think are probably the best candidates. That being said, we're still working with our federal lobbyists to make sure that they meet the criteria. There's not a lot of really clear criteria on this. So we've given you some fallback projects. A couple of them relate to Rolling Hills and some of the improvements that we're trying to do at that park. And then we do have 2 shovel-ready intersection projects that we think meet the criteria, and they are within that price range. One is at the Lake Mary Boulevard at Country Club, and then 434 and Sand Lake Road. So those would be the Rolling Hills projects, and those 2 intersection projects we would recommend kind of keeping on there as fallback projects. And then we may reach out to you individually if something else comes up as we continue to work. But I wanted to just get the thumbs up on what our recommended course of action is right now, and let you know that if anything changes, we'll reach out to each of you individually.
And I think the date is, yes, I think the date is April 1st.
I think staff has a good plan.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, too. I think those 2 are eye-catching, things that the Congresswoman herself has indicated that she is supportive of. So I think that those 2, and then, as you said, keeping the fallback. So I would support those being sent to the Congresswoman's office.
Concur.
Do you need a motion or just consensus?
I don't need a motion, no, I do.
I think there's.
You have a consensus.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, okay.
Appreciate it.
I was looking at Commissioner Hur, just to make sure. Thank you, Commissioner Hur. All right, let's move on. Thank you very much for your report. I don't want to cut you short. Anything else?
That's it. That's
Okay,
all for this morning. I might have a few more.
We had talked about, I can hardly see over there, so we're over this thing. So I sometimes miss if there's anything else. Okay, we're on proclamations, awards, and presentations. And again, all of you, thank you very much for your patience. I hope that this has been informative for you. We may want to talk about putting these ahead of the two reports and then let people stay in later meetings if we're going to have them as long, because we have done this for 2 hours for these first two reports. But doesn't mean that we aren't very appreciative of everything and everybody that's here today. So I have two presentations, proclamations. The first one is on the March Veteran of the Month, and it's for Machinist Technician Third Class Petty Officer Troy Deppen. Thank you for your service, and I believe that Commissioner Lockhart will read that presentation.
Commissioners, I'd like to move the following proclamation of the Seminole County Board of County Commissioners recognizing United States Coast Guard Machinery Technician Third Class Petty Officer Troy F. Deppen for his outstanding service to the United States and Seminole County. Whereas the brave men and women of our Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force, Coast Guard, and Space Force demonstrate a resolute spirit and unmatched selflessness, reminding us there are few things more American than giving of ourselves to make a difference in the lives of others. And whereas throughout our country's history, generations of service members have answered the call to leave their families, their jobs, and put their futures and even their lives on the line to valiantly defend our nation and its inalienable rights. And whereas, for many service members, the sacrifice has ended in permanent injury or death, yet their spirit remains in the continued preservation of our freedoms and the promise of liberty. And whereas there are more than 30,000 living veterans in Seminole County who served our nation in times of peace and war, by their service, they kept America strong. And whereas Machinery Technician Third Class Troy Deppen, a third-generation resident of Sanford, Florida, served in the Coast Guard from March 1995 to March 1999, where he served as a machinery technician, boarding officer, and EMT on board the United States Coast Guard cutter Buttonwood. He was also assigned as a fireman to carry out duties of maintaining the ship's propulsion, stand watches, and assist in small boat operations. He was tasked with maintaining navigational aids along the California West Coast and ensuring the safe navigation of thousands of ships. And whereas Machinery Technician Third Class Troy Deppen transferred to a Coast Guard station in Fort Myers Beach, Florida, where he was responsible for maintaining small boats, dewatering systems, and search and rescue equipment. He worked in conjunction with the Florida Marine Patrol, U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, all while assisting the Drug Enforcement Agency and counter-drug operations in South Florida. And whereas Machinery Technician Third Class Troy Deppen became a firefighter in March 2000 and was promoted to engineer in 2006, where he served in numerous firehouses throughout Central Florida for 21 years. He has assisted countless people during times of emergency and still continues to serve our community today. Now therefore be it proclaimed that we, the Board of County Commissioners of Seminole County, Florida, express our gratitude, admiration, and respect for Machinery Technician Third Class Troy Deppen for his outstanding service to the United States Coast Guard and the residents of Seminole County. Be it further proclaimed that this proclamation be presented to Machinery Technician Third Class Troy Deppen, along with our sincere congratulations and recognition as Seminole County's Veteran of the Month. Adopted this 23rd day of March, 2021.
Second.
Motion and second, discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Congratulations. We're going to join you down there, sir.
Get that mask on.
Yeah, I'm getting that mask off. Like I said, I'm the only one with all the shots. Congratulations.
Can we get Commissioner Hur's head without the mask?
We'll have to get a little rolling stand.
Yeah.
All right. Ready? In 3, 2, 1.
Come on up. Come on, we want you to have a picture with us. She makes you look a lot better. Okay.
We're not public speakers either.
I just want to say thank you guys for recognizing me, and it means a lot. I'll try to keep my speech underneath 25, 30 minutes here. Just 3 things I wouldn't change in my life would definitely be serving our country and continuing to serve in the fire department now for 21 years. And then hopefully one day serving as a future husband to my beautiful fiance, Haley. And just to continue this, the last thing I want to say is thank you for Rusty's outstanding service, what he does for all the veterans. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sounded like it was a proposal, but you're already engaged, right? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, and the item number 2, we have a recognition of a resolution recognizing the continued contributions throughout the many years of Cecil Tucker. And I know his family is here today, and Commissioner Zimbauer, it's your honor to read the proclamation.
Yes, it is, and thank you, and thank many of the people from the Historical Commission being here today and being patient while we work our way into this. Fellow Commissioners, I move the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners recognizing the contributions of Cecil Tucker II. Whereas Cecil Tucker has a long history with the 4-H program and the IFAS extension and is an advocate for Florida agricultural and agriculture science, beginning in the 1940s and encompassing over 75 years of agricultural education, historic preservation, and activism. And whereas Cecil Tucker graduated from the University of Florida in 1953 with a master's in agricultural science, animal husbandry, and nutrition, then serving as an assistant agricultural agent in Marion County. And whereas in 1956, Seminole County hired Mr. Tucker as our agricultural extension agent. He was 24 years old and became the youngest county extension agent in the history of the state of Florida. Whereas Mr. Tucker served as a county extension agent for 13 years, during which he oversaw building refurbishment in the county courthouse, stockade, and county home for conversion into office spaces used by multiple departments over many decades. Whereas in addition to his regular duties as the county extension agent, Cecil Tucker was responsible for turning a profit in the county-owned citrus groves, overseeing the agricultural experiment station, planting over 30,000 pine trees and reforestation measures, eliminating the devastating screwworm pest in Seminole County cattle, enacting new signage measures for agricultural vehicle safety, and distributing civil defense information at the height of the Cold War. Whereas in 1972, Mr. Tucker opened his own feed and farm supply store and ran it successfully for 30 years until it was purchased and is still run by the Hortzmeyers in Sanford. Whereas Mr. Tucker was instrumental in founding and transitioning the Museum of Seminole County History into the repurposed county home building from 1980 until its opening on November 11, 1983, and ensuring its survival through the decades of both growth and hardship. Many materials from his family home, general store, and his collections are on display in the museum for the sake of continuing his legacy of preservation and education. And whereas Cecil Tucker was inducted into the IFAS Hall of Fame on August 2, 2017, for his extensive service to the state of Florida in preserving and advancing agricultural science. And whereas Cecil Tucker served for decades on the board of directors of Seminole County Historical Society in support of their mission to preserve and present the history of the county to the public. Mr. Tucker was active in the Florida Cattlemen's Association, which his father helped found, and remained a key figure in helping preserve the state's oldest documented industry, its history, and its unique Florida cracker breed of cattle for future generations to appreciate. Whereas Cecil Tucker actively served on the Historical Commission of Seminole County from 1983 until his passing on October 19, 2020. Now therefore be it resolved that the Seminole County Board of County Commissioners does hereby recognize Cecil Tucker II for his many contributions to Seminole County, adopted this 23rd day of March 2021.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Would the Tucker family please come down and join us at the front? Yes. Who would like to take this? Would the Historical Society like to come down also? Don, would you like to come down? Because I know that you've been instrumental in this, getting the picture.
Why don't y'all come on down here?
You learned the pledge. What's one more?
We'll find a spot. Come on, some people over here. Thank you. Mr. Tucker, please.
I'll make it short for the benefit of everyone here today. On behalf of the Tucker family, I'd like to thank the Seminole County Board of County Commissioners for recognizing our father in his lifelong quest to manifest and extol the history of Seminole County. We thank you.
Thank you
Thank you,
very
sir.
much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 7-minute break till 10 till. How's that sound? to Florida law, the public has the right to be heard on all propositions except when the Board of County Commissioners is acting in a ministerial or in emergency matters or conducting a meeting exempt from Section 286.011. Florida statutes. Public comment time on propositions shall be 3 minutes for individuals and 6 minutes for group representatives. The right to be heard during quasi-judicial hearings is governed by Florida law. The public will provide the opportunity to be heard on a non-agenda matters at the end of the meeting. Proper decorum will be observed. If a member of the public would like to make a comment and are attending the meeting in person, you will be called on first. If using a computer, iPad, or other electronic devices, click on the raise hand feature and you will be called on next. Lastly, if you have called in on a telephone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. You will be called in the order you have raised your hand. County Manager, do you have any changes in the consent agenda?
Yes, sir. One addition to the consent agenda, item number 31, which is a BAR related to the due diligence for the Deer Run project.
And for those of you that are in the audience, I've already received some calls this morning and texts from the Deer Run area. This is not anything more than you putting the general fund, changing the general fund to put $138,000 from reserves into the Deer Run property study, which we discussed at the last meeting, so everybody is aware of that. With that, consent item 3 through 20 and 31. Is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on any of the items consent 3 through 20 and 31, virtual or in person? I see no one in person. Clint, do we have anybody virtual?
No, sir.
Clint, you're wide awake today, I see. Right on there. Good guy. Thank you, Clint. All right.
Still early in the day.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner, yes.
Move to approve item number 3 through 20, including 31.
Second.
Motion and seconded. Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay. Now, that was quick.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve. Nope, it's already included. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Let me get to that, please. We're now going to go to item 20. Let me see. We had 21, Clerk's Office, Grant Malloy. Anybody wish to speak on that?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve.
Second.
Motion and approval for consent item 21. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, passes unanimously. We're going to go a little out of order just for a second.
Mr. Chairman, we can't hear Commissioner Herr. I think.
Commissioner Herr, I'm sorry.
I saw her thumb, but I don't know if she wanted to say.
No, she was just agreeing.
Okay.
I'm just voting, we're good.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that, I'm watching her thumb very closely.
As long as that thumb don't change to a different finger.
Yeah, if the thumb goes like this, then I'm stopping. Okay.
Commissioner Sembauer said you should be worried about another finger.
Yeah, okay. Did you hear that, Commissioner Herr? Our county manager said I should be worried about another finger. That's
But I was only repeating what Commissioner Sembauer said.
That's what I was saying.
Okay, now we're going to switch a little bit, if we can, with a little bit of levity here. We're going to go to the Wekiva Island Winter Wonderland, number 23, the special events permit, and another individual citizen that has been waiting for a while, so I think we're going to start here. And Ms. Robinson?
Yes, give me 1 second.
No problem.
I didn't realize we were going out of order. Oh. Good morning.
Good
Mary
morning.
Robinson with the Planning and Development Division. Item 23 on your agenda is a request for a special event permit for the Wekiva Island Winter Wonderland, located at 1014 Miami Springs Drive. The special event is scheduled for Friday, December 3rd through Sunday, December 26th. The proposed hours are 8 a.m. through 9 p.m., Sunday through Thursday. That's an additional 2 hours past the regular closing time of 7 p.m. And on Fridays and Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. Estimated attendance is 395 guests at any given time. excuse me one second.
And that's no addition to the normal?
That's in keeping with the PD development order. It's it's not in excess of that. The activities that will include amplified sound are live music on December 4th, an outdoor movie on December 5th, Grinch and Elf characters on December 11th, live music again on December 11th, and December 18th is the VIP party. And the hours of operation are stated in the event permit for those activities. All of these activities are primarily on Saturday. There is one day, December 5th. The outdoor movie is a Sunday. Residents of the adjoining neighboring subdivision, Sweetwater Springs, submitted an email request to add a condition of approval that the event must comply with the county's noise ordinance, which is section 30.1302. I have spoken with Ms. Weinog earlier, and she does not support that request. The special event permit also includes a variety of entertainment, which is shown on attachment 1. It also includes findings and conditions of approval. Staff is recommending that the Board of County Commissioners approve the special event for the Wekiva Island Winter Wonderland special event. The applicant is here, Mary Sue Weinog, to answer any questions, as I am available to answer any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Ms. Weinog, do you have anything to add to that? You are still, let me just ask the question for the record, if you could, please. You are still maintaining the requirement of the development order that we did, that the, any noise is directed towards the river?
Correct.
Okay. Everybody recall that in the development order? Okay. Is there any other questions of, and Mary, could you please give your name and address for the record? I'm sorry.
Mary Sue Weinog, 3453 Peace Valley Way, Longwood, Florida, 32779.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner.
The last couple of years are running together, so forgive me. Didn't we do a permit at one time that covered all of your special events for the year, and that was last year? And,
yes.
And are we going back now to doing it individually?
I couldn't get everything in time for all the events.
Okay. So we should anticipate seeing other events coming forward in, okay, got it.
Well, they did have already the paint out, and this is the other big event that they normally do during the course of
Yes,
the
we're
year.
entitled to 4 a year, and I prefer to come up once instead of get beat up for 3 or 4 times.
Well, that's what I thought I remembered, and so I didn't know if you'd changed course on that concept or not. It's just a timing issue.
Yeah.
Got
That's
it.
why not,
Okay.
nobody's trying to beat you up.
Not you guys.
Perception is reality.
Also in that letter, there was a misconception that the 18th was a Sunday, but it was a Saturday.
Correct.
So, okay, I just wanted to make sure that we all recognize that, and Ms. Robinson did point that out in that. I did not hear any individual concerns after the paint out. I don't think, has anybody else heard anything? And also, I've heard nothing but positive when it came to the speed cushions by the citizens out there. So I just wanted to point that out, that this is all within the context of everything. Yes?
And to that point, I think speed cushions, I've heard several of the local residents say they believe that is working, and they're thankful. Also, I did have the opportunity to attend during the paint out. The music that was being played there was not loud at all.
Well, I did not hear anything, and if it was, I would have heard something, I'm sure. So with that, do we have anybody? It is in my district, but I believe that there is a consent here, so do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Move to approve the special event permit for the Wekiva Island Winter Wonderland 2021, subject to staff recommendations, conditions of approval as submitted here today.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, can we hear from the public?
I don't believe that there's any here, but yes, I will. Is there any public here to speak? Clint, is there anybody in the virtual?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else? Anything else? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Herr, I did see the thumbs up, correct? That's 5-0. Okay, good.
She had 2 thumbs up.
2 thumbs up. Okay, we're going to go back to number 22. Number 22 is the 2021 interlocal agreement for public school facility planning and school concurrency, and it'll be presented by Mary Moskowitz.
I figured you didn't have enough Marys going forward, so.
By the way, Mary, I've heard nothing but wonderful things about your representation for us at the Oversight Committee with links, so I just want to personally thank you for doing that for us. I know you and Tim are both have been there in the past, as well as I have, but I greatly appreciate it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, too. So for the record, Mary Moskowitz, Planning and Development Services. Rebecca Hammock is going to be handing out of the policy that's referenced, PO 5120. This is just information on the attendance zones. So item 22 is a request to approve and authorize the chairman to execute the the 2021 interlocal agreement for public school facility planning and school concurrency in Seminole County. A little bit of background. In 2005, the Florida legislature enacted legislation to mandate a comprehensive approach to school facility planning. The Board of County Commissioners has elected to apply school concurrency and is therefore required to enter into an interlocal agreement with Seminole County schools. In 2007 and amended in 2008, an interlocal agreement was adopted by the Board of County Commissioners, City Commissions, and the Seminole County School Board. This ILA is a version that the county, cities, and school board currently operates under. In 2009, the school district requested the ILA be amendment in order to align with the school board policy that was just distributed to you. On January 12th, 2021, a work session was held with the BCC. At that work session, the BCC asked for additional clarification and amendments to the agreement. A second work session was held on February 9th, 2021. Since that work session, a couple of items have occurred, activities. First, a clean and red line version of the draft 2021 ILA was sent to the PTAC and school board on February 18th. This draft was also distributed by Seminole County staff to stakeholders on February 9th. The comments were received and incorporated into a final draft ILA that included recommendations by Seminole County staff and other members of the PTAC and was distributed on March 2nd, 2021. This final draft was distributed to staff by Seminole County staff on March 5th, and a meeting was held with the Development Advisory Board on March 4th, and then staff also met with the GOBA and AAGO on March 19th. Included in your agenda packet is the final 2021 interlocal agreement, and it includes a red line version comparing the existing agreement with the 2028 agreement and the 2 amendments that were made. Amendment 1 is identified as the green highlights. Amendment 2 is the yellow highlights. The blue highlighted items are items that have been made since that work session. These amendments include, obviously, combining the document into one final 2021 document. Section 13.A was amended to identify and revise the responsibilities of the PS-FPC to review and evaluate the agreement every 3 years. Section 12.1D was amended to clarify that the existing SCALs are not required to be resubmitted and are not subject to the timeline deadlines. This was discussed at the February work session. And then Section 11.3 was amended at the PTAC's request to clarify the intent of the program was to establish the level of service maximums, not the desired level of service. That concludes my presentation. Staff recommends that the BCC adopt the 2021 interlocal agreement, and we have Seminole County staff here, and also staff from the school board is available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rinaldi, would you like to make any comments before we go to questions by the staff? by the commission. By the way, does the commission have any questions of Ms. Markowitz before we move on?
First, I'd like to thank county staff for working with us. It has definitely been a joint effort with the multiple groups that we've been coordinating with. They've been the point with some groups, we've been the point with other groups, so I really appreciate that. In addition to those meetings, I've probably answered about 21 questions through emails with the groups as well, and we appreciate working with the county to get those answers back to everybody who was asking the questions. And then finally, I think we really clarified the document by taking all of the amendments that we came last time that were amendments to the 2020 interlocal agreement by creating a 2021 interlocal agreement, and then we highlighted where the different elements were, whether they were previous amendments or whether they were comments from staff or other organizations. So first of all, thank you very much, and we're available for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rinaldi. I would now open it up to the public. Is there anyone from the public that has a comment here today? In the audience? Seeing none, I have no yellow cards. Clint, is there anybody in virtual world?
No, sir.
Okay, so no on phones or anything? All right, then let's go on to the board. Does the board have any questions of staff or Mr. Rinaldi? Questions first.
I do. And
Okay, question.
This is probably for our legal staff and probably Mr. Rinaldi, maybe a combination. I know there's been particular people on our legal team that have been looking at this. You know, I've still got an issue with an agreement, contractual agreement, that is in the fashion that it is. Can either parties point to any agreement contractually that does not have an out clause that we're currently in?
Well, again, this is statutory. so,
Understood.
yeah, so,
Understood.
99% of the agreements we always enter into have an out clause. But
So is there a way in this particular one, I fully understand why we want this. I fully support, doing what's right for the school system. But is there a vehicle that would allow the agreement to stay in place, but yet there could be a conversation in the event that there may be one or two or more parties that are having some difficulties, or maybe their scenarios changed in their city, that could allow it to stay intact, but yet conversation be happening about, we need to change this.
Well, and I know Mr. Rinaldi will speak to it, but there's always that review period that.
Right.
And I mean, we went more specific on what the PSFPC, which is the primary board of elected officials, would be reviewing on a regular basis at that 3-year milestone. But once again, within the document, any PSFPC member can identify they've got an issue, and we would bring the committee together and address the issue there.
Sure. So I want to make sure I understand that. I think I do. But under that scenario, and that member voices their concerns on behalf of their municipality or their board, that within itself does not allow them to get out of the agreement, correct? Unless all parties agree to it. Is that still?
That's correct. The only thing I can say when thinking about all this is I've been your county attorney almost 11 years now, and I may be the only county attorney in the state of Florida with a county with 7 or more cities where there hasn't been a lawsuit between a county and a city and the school board.
Right.
So I think, the no out clause is simply statutory.
Right.
So I think what Mr. Rinaldi is saying is it does open the door for a party to say, look, something has changed and we need to bring it back for discussion. That's probably the best we can do with that.
So is there not a way, and I agree, I mean, right now everybody plays well in the sandbox with our school board and our cities and all that. Looking to the future, there may be a time where somebody may want to get out of this. And basically what I'm interpreting is if 1 or 2 or 7 want to get out of it, you can't get out of it, plain and simple. If one party doesn't want anybody to get out of it, they can hold everybody to it. Is that a fair analogy?
That's a fair analogy, and it's a policy decision on how you want to
Is there not
address-
a way that we could put together a majority or multiple entities that may want to get out instead of having one party that can hold up the whole agreement, but yet still keep the agreement intact while that conversation is happening? So we're not in non-compliance statutorily, and it's still intact until that's resolved.
You can, if the parties agree, you can change it from a unanimous consensus to asking one party or a percentage that they want to have a discussion about reopening the agreement, but
So that can be done and still keep the agreement in force while that's happening?
I think there's, as long as there's a discussion, but not, there's simply not an out clause on this. And it's statutory, and as I said, I think that's where we are on it.
Okay.
Commissioner Lockhart.
Mr. Rinaldi, what would be the impact of the agreement as a whole if one entity were to decide they didn't want to participate at all anymore? Not that we don't want to tweak it, maybe there are some modifications that need to be made, certainly that discussion happens every so often. But what would happen if someone just said, I'm out?
Well, our CSAs, our concurrency service areas, are tied to the boundaries established for elementary school, middle school, and high schools. They are not aligned with the boundaries of any municipalities. So since we are a district-wide concurrent or a county-wide concurrency system, it would leave a huge hole somewhere in the county. We wouldn't be able to accommodate developers coming in that wanted to tap available capacity, because the actual calculation of that available capacity would be literally impossible. So it would stall us from being able to determine what the available capacity was within the CSA and any contiguous CSA associated with that as well.
So in a way, the interlocal agreement and the way that it's designed encourages the different agencies to work together to come to consensus to find the best solution for all parties involved. Because it sounds like by legislative design and intent, the interlocal agreement is intended for all parties to participate because of what you just explained.
Exactly, and I mean, when we go from the CSA and then to the contiguous CSAs as well, a lot of times we're passing boundaries of municipalities as well. So there's cooperation that needs to happen between those municipalities as we work through the approval of those developments that impact not only what's in their municipality, but ones that are outside their municipality as well.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner DeLore.
Thank you. Mr. Applegate? I understand what you're saying about legislatively, but just having a review sometimes is just not enough. There has to be a way of making sure that everyone is playing nice in the sandbox, so to speak. And there has to be something legally that we could recommend, because to have something for perpetuity purposes that can never be changed, I can see a city that's going to be reviewing this saying, why would I agree to this? And it would be nice so that everyone is playing at the same table, so that if 2 or more cities have issues, that we come back within a certain time frame and do something legally. How do you make something like that happen?
What I would recommend then, since time is not of the essence of this, why don't we come back next meeting with it, and we'll try and come up with a solution that everybody works with.
I appreciate that.
Commissioner Zimbauer.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear. I'm not advocating one party get out of the agreement.
I'm not
So
doing that
let's
either.
start there. I'm not.
Okay, that's what I heard.
No,
So
no,
glad you
I'm not,
clarified.
I'm not advocating one or two municipalities get out of it. I understand what that does to concurrency. 100% understand it. I understand it probably far better than I really care to, but I understand it inside and out. What I'm saying is, while an agreement stays intact, the way the current ILA is basically written, and I'm going to call it like it is, I can hold everybody else hostage if I don't want to do away with concurrency. The school board can hold everybody hostage if they don't want concurrency. Altamont Springs can hold everybody hostage if they don't want concurrency. So all I'm saying is, I'm not advocating one or more municipalities get out of it. I'm advocating a much more rational way for some majority thereof to decide they no longer want concurrency or want it totally changed at some future date, while yet it stays in effect. And so whether that's 3 parties can agree that it needs to be redone or withdrawn, or whether it's half or a majority, I'm just asking, why would we want to have a contractual agreement where one party holds everybody else hostage for what happens?
One
And
suggestion.
that's all I'm saying.
One suggestion would be amending a section of the agreement to allow for a discussion if a party wants to bring up an issue.
That's what the PSC
No, I mean, the
is
review
for.
process, I think, does that. All I'm saying is, maybe it's a majority.
That's what I'm saying.
Want to
and
get
if you
out of the
want- if-
contract 20 years from
Let's try to go through I had 3 people talking at once. Commissioner Hurd, we haven't heard from you. Did you want to say anything? I'm just making sure that everybody got a chance.
I actually think that the agreement is written in such a way that if one party had issue with the agreement, they bring it back and the discussion starts while the agreement is in place. So,
Right.
and we're using language that I think we need to be cautious about, and that is that this is going to go on. Well, the whole notion behind it is that we have aligned together with the idea that we will cooperate with each other for the benefit of the students in our school district, to make sure that there's alignment. So the document's written in such a way, quite frankly, we're hanging it up right now as the one party hanging it up. The document's written in such a way that it facilitates that discussion. So I'm not 100% clear on what the ask is, because the way I'm reading it, one party can say, bring it back to the table, and the groups convene and we go through this process again.
Okay. I did want to say from the discussion at the mayors and managers meeting last week that almost all of the cities, including Altamont Springs, who had already approved it, pulled it back, and they're all waiting for us. So I just wanted to make sure. So it's not, I don't want to think that we're the outlier here that's holding it back. But Commissioner Hur, you made a very good point that, we're the ones that are holding it up. I don't really want to come back again if we can get this done. Commissioner Zimbauer, did you want to say something first?
I can.
Mr. Applegate.
Just working through this, we could you could propose an amendment, it's a policy decision, to amend the agreement based upon and you take a percentage of the parties in the agreement to recommend that you all sit down to amend an agreement. So rather than unanimous, looking at language, you could say this agreement may be amended by written consent and no less than 75% of the parties to the agreement, or pick a percentage. And that opens the door to, if there is an issue, that the agreement is amended.
Can I ask, is that, I had a discussion with the attorney yesterday about this very subject, so I want to hold off and is there any other, we went through this 36 pages. Okay, we came up with the problems, we found solutions, or we found what we had. Mr. Rinaldi, you can just shake your head. You then went back and all this has been approved? Not, you really can't shake your head. Tell me, is what we've got right now all approved right now?
Well, yes, we've submitted to the PTAC, which is a technical advisory committee. There were one additional comment came back that we addressed, and we sent it to the PSFBC on March 2nd. No comments have been received at this point right now. So, yes, everyone has reviewed it. They understand the changes, and they're ready to go.
And if I recall, both from the attorney and yourself, there's not a deadline right now since this is the first one that we've changed since, what, 2004?
There's a deadline.
Deadline?
2008.
2008. What is the?
There is no deadline.
Thank you very
There
much.
is none.
But we want to get it done.
Yeah.
But we want to get it done. Okay.
Well, I know we want to get it
Okay.
done.
Okay, now Commissioner Zimbauer.
And I just want to be clear, again, I understand concurrency. I understand that it does not work if one party's out. I understand all of what my fellow commissioners have said and agree. All I'm saying is, if there comes a time, maybe that's 10 years from now, maybe it's 5 years from now, it could be next year, that there is an issue by any of the parties, for whatever reason, something changes and they want out, they cannot get out. I understand we can review and one party can say, hey, we don't like this. And you know what we can say? If we're the only party that does like it and the other 8 don't, too bad. We don't care that you 8 don't like it. It's staying in, we could care less. That is where lies the problem. There needs to be enough incentive by all the parties to make this work. I see no incentive in an agreement that if all but one party can't agree, that one party can hold up all the rest. So what is the harm in having some kind of clause? I understand the review process, everybody can voice their opinions, and those people in the PSC and PTAC can all weigh in and do their stuff. When that's all done, one party can say, hey, we've heard you, that's great, sorry, not interested. Still stands where it is. All I'm saying is, if there comes that time, we should not put anyone, whether it's us, the school board, or any other municipality in a position, if there are a majority of the partners that want out of this agreement, they can't get out. They're held up by one party.
Commissioner, I'm trying to get a consensus. Commissioner Dillard, do you feel the same way, or?
I do. I was going to ask Mr. Applegate, what is a fair percentage? I don't know.
Well, can I, let me, if I can do, I think we've got 2 folks right here, if I'm reading the consensus right, that are okay with what the language is right now. And we've got 2 that want to have some, percentage, as far as this. Now.
And I've got one other inquiry on a different matter.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And we got another inquiry. Let's talk about this one issue right now, though.
Right.
We have an agreement that if it's not agreed, we have a better agreement than we had in 2008. I think we all agree to that.
Absolutely.
Okay. And we want it to pass. And so therefore, we've got an agreement that anybody can veto the new agreement and we stay in the old agreement.
Correct.
Okay? So, but I agree that I don't like an outlier being able to, and when I say it, veto, one veto. So but at the same time, I think it needs, a simple majority is far too low of a bar. Far too low of a bar. So in discussion with the attorney yesterday, I asked them to make up a motion that it would take more than one to, stop or ask for a change. So that means, I'm not trying to put a percentage in it, I just said more than one. It would take 2. But if you do that, that would be 88%, more than one. And I would be supportive of that to take it back to the school board so there isn't one outlier that stops everybody else. It would take more than one. It would take, if we made the percentage 88%, it would take 2. And so that's where I'm going to throw out there, trying to build a consensus. I would be comfortable with that, because I'm not comfortable with just one entity being able to veto it. But if two, then I think that there is, there might be, there's a concern that we needed to really go back to the drawing board. I'm throwing that out, if somebody's going to make a motion later, as something that I could support. Commissioner Zimbauer, you had something else?
On different matter, same.
Same issue, but different matter. I got it.
The only other issue that I would have is that we did receive an email from the DAB, and I'd just like to know which issues of the DAB has been addressed, because I've not seen that.
Okay, well,
What?
go ahead. If Commissioner Delarey wants to go ahead, that's fine. I'll come after him.
Okay. No, go ahead. You've got the floor now. We're going to go back to Commissioner Zimbauer.
No, go ahead.
Can someone from staff address that?
I think, are you referring to the email that was sent? Okay, is Rebecca Hammock's going to
Okay.
They were all covered.
Good morning. For the record, Rebecca Hammock, Development Services Director. I believe the last issue that we received from the Development Advisory Board that hadn't been addressed through email correspondence between the school district and Chad Moorhead and Mike Tower was the idea of having it was this, I think this exact issue was that it takes 100% of the parties to the agreement to amend the agreement and to accept any changes to the agreement. And their recommendation was that perhaps a review board could be, they would have to make a like if an amendment or change needed to be made to the agreement, that some kind of citizens advisory committee or review board, third-party board be appointed that would review those and make recommendations on it. And the jurisdiction that requested the change wouldn't be a party to that or be part of that review board, and the school district wouldn't be part of that review board.
Commissioner, I think that right now in the agreement, anybody can ask for it to be reviewed. So I really don't see that as pertinent. I
don't see that.
Nothing against them, just don't see
I
it.
don't see that as an issue right now.
Yeah. Commissioner Zimbauer.
So mine's similar to a question I had previously, which the answer I received was it'd be litigated, and that was when it comes to entitlements or that a developer gets into a lack of agreement with the school board's position. And how are we going to handle that? Short of litigate. I know we changed the language from may to shall entertain and have discussion, but let's just say that fails.
Well, the Section 12.8 has an appeal process, which is tied to Florida Statute Chapter 120, the Administrative Procedures Act. So that's where the school board falls under 120 in that process. So that's the process that and it's only if it's relevant to a capacity determination. If it's a collection issue, then we go to Chapter 105 of the Land Development Code, which has a process where you have a staff member review, and then if they don't agree with that staff member's review, then it comes to the board for resolution. So we fall under 120.
Right.
So that's what and there are elements within 120 that have different methodologies, and I'm not an attorney, and unfortunately my attorney's plane got canceled last night, so we can't be here, but we talked with Mr. Chipok about that a little bit too, the difference between us being under 120, you being under 125, so
Sure.
we've got the hearing officer.
So how, from an administrative process, how do you see that functioning? What do you believe the process for that functioning, and who would sit on that review process?
Well, I mean, it would be, under 120 would be a hearing officer as a result of that. But if it's a capacity issue, it's basic math. I mean, there isn't much subjectivity at all in the process in identifying the numbers. So when it comes to a capacity determination, it's the math, it's tied to the impact fee, student generation, and all that. So, I mean, the language in regards to 120 goes back to the 2008 interlocal agreement as well. We really don't foresee any issues being associated with how we calculate the capacity, because it's pretty straightforward.
And the follow-up to that is, in the previous discussion we had and work session we had here, there was discussion about busing of the children. Does this, within itself, prevent busing the children past an existing school to another school?
Not past an existing school, but by decreasing the sizes of the CSAs, I'm talking at the elementary level, to the 2, and then looking at the contiguous ones, we've got a tighter grouping. So you still we may be giving capacity to a contiguous C, or from a contiguous CSA, in order to get approval for a developer. And eventually, we may have to do some type of administrative rezone to balance all of those CSAs. But it gets us away from that subjective piece where, I mean, we had one middle school CSA that included the entire county.
No, I got that.
I mean, so it helps us tighten it up from that standpoint.
And I agree completely.
Yeah.
100% agree with the whole theory and the modeling that you all have done. But for the public's understanding, you still have the scenario where a child's parents could buy a home and be bused past an existing school to go to a school with capacity, correct? So it's not going to stop,
Exactly. Yeah.
Parents from weighing in on, hey, why are we going to a school that's past 1 or 2 schools that my child could go to? I just want to be clear that within itself, I understand it helps manage that issue, but it does not prevent it, nor was it designed to totally prevent it.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes.
just wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you. That's all I have for now until we have discussion amongst the board.
Okay, our staff, yes, go ahead.
For the record, again, Rebecca Hammock, Development Services Director. I just wanted to correct the record because I did misspeak. I misspoke about the DAB was recommending the separate review board as if there was an issue or an appeal. So it was instead of having to go through the administrative review process or go through litigation, they were recommending if there was an appeal or an issue that it be reviewed by a separate volunteer-type board. So I just wanted to correct that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, Commissioners, we have no one from the audience. We've listened to the staff. We've listened to the questions and the answers. What is the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to adopt the 2021 interlocal agreement for public school facility planning and school concurrency.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Herr. Discussion. Commissioner Zimbow.
I will not be supporting the ILA under its current writing and reading for those purposes that I've already discussed amongst the board. I do not want to, I'm not interested in entering into an agreement where one party can hold up the others. I appreciate Commissioner Constantine's or Chairman Constantine's 88% majority. I think that's a good start. I don't know that 88% is the right one. Maybe it's 66%. Happy to have that discussion. And I'm not going to say a few things that could be said, but I think we need to be looking in the future. We get along with all of our partners right now, but there could come a time in this county where we may not get along with our partners in this county. That could be next year, could be 10 years, and why do we want to subject people to the brain damage if there are parties more than one, that want to get out of something, why are we throwing the anchor around their neck and making them live with it into perpetuity? There should be some, that when multiple parties want to get out, one can't hold it up. Otherwise, why have an agreement? I mean, it is what it is, and if you have an appeal process, all it takes is one to say, it is what it is, sorry, we hear you, we understand you, we love you, but we ain't doing that.
And Commissioner, did you have something? And Commissioner Zimbauer, that's why I suggested the motion.
Understood.
Because it would take more than one.
Understood, but I don't know
And I'm not
that
hearing
two is the
anybody,
right.
okay, you're right, it would take two, but at least that is more than one claiming a veto. Now, what happens here, let's just, well, you know, we got a motion in front of us. What happens is whatever we agree to goes back to get approved by the school board. Remember, everybody at this point, and I think everybody agrees that what we have in front of us is better than what we had. Everybody has to agree to this one. That's where we are right now. I think that the alternative that I gave would at least give pause so the school board can go back, look at it, see if they would accept that, and then could bring that back either yay or nay. But at least here, we're saying it cannot take just one. The validity of having more than one would be the, you know, stopping it would be the 88%. But I'm not hearing a motion to amend the motion.
And I'm okay,
Right.
except
But I'm thinking, yes.
I would prefer that 1/3 or 3 be the number. If we've got that many, I think 3 would be the right number. So I would move
To the friendly
to
amendment?
friendly amendment
Yeah, okay.
to move it to 3 individuals, or whatever the calculation is, 33 1/3.
33%.
Is majority, 66 and so forth would have to be the majority to keep it in effect or back out of it.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that. And, Mr. Chairman, if I may?
That would be in section 15.1.
Correct.
Okay, I'm just letting everyone know that that's what you're asking to make. Yes, Commissioner Deloria. Oh, we have an emotion, we have now an amendment to the motion, and we're discussing the amendment to the motion, not the motion. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with Commissioner Zimbauer as well as yourself. One person, I think, is too little. I think it needs to be a big enough threshold because it needs to be a big enough issue. I would definitely support 3 individuals that have an issue with this, that it needs to be redone. If it's a perfect agreement, which it could be close to it, then no one's going to be having any objections to it. But I think there needs to be a way to not only give the school board the ability to move forward, but also if anyone has an issue, to bring it up and make sure that it's not going to take another 8-10 years for us to be back here and to get everybody back on the same page.
Further discussion on the amendment. I'm going to give it to Commissioner Lockhart because you've said, Commissioner Lockhart.
So I have one question and, well, let me just ask the question first. Mr. Rinaldi, what type of impact do you think that change would have on the school district? How do you foresee that?
Well, I guess as a point of clarification, are we talking about amending the agreement, and it would be 2 votes to amend and unanimous to abolish? Or are we talking 2 votes to abolish and amend? I mean, there's 2 pieces
Rinaldi, I
that
think
Mr. Chippewa and I were talking about that, you know, in order to abolish and do away with it, unanimous makes sense. To amend, then maybe the 2 or 3 makes sense if we're modifying CSAs, adding CSA, things like that. So I'm not sure.
Mr. Rinaldi, if I can, I want to
Chairman,
clarify.
have the floor?
I'm going to try to, I'm sorry.
I think it might
have the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. So I guess I'm glad that you brought that up, because that was kind of where I was trying to get at, is that in order for us to get our partners to now have to go back and agree to this potential amendment, we have to be able to adequately explain what the consequences of it are. And I'm not real clear, because I'm hearing people using the phrase, "get out of it." And that language, I don't believe is really what the intent is, but those are the words that are being used. So I want to be really clear about what it is that's being proposed by this friendly amendment, because it's not clear to me.
If I could maybe direct you to the agreement to try to clarify, on page 26, there are two different sections that I think people might be talking about. There's section 15, which deals with amendment, 15.1 that deals with amendment, and 15.4 that deals with termination. They both require unanimous consent to amend the agreement, and for any party to get out of the agreement, it requires unanimous consent unless they meet some sort of exemption that none of the cities actually qualify
So
for.
where would this fall into?
Well, I think that's what needs to be clarified.
That's what you have to decide on your friendly
And I'm
amendment.
happy to clarify that.
Okay, and that's what I was going to say. I think that it was I was trying to, I'm sorry that I interrupted.
No, that's
I didn't
okay.
mean to do that. But I thought that the intent was for any action, whether it be amendment or to get in or out of. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But you're the seconder. Is that correct?
I'm the seconder.
You're the seconder.
That is correct.
Sorry, that is correct, and the seconder
That's under
agrees to that.
15.1 and
So it's
15.4.
15.1, and 15.1 and 15.4.
And I just want to follow up, again, and I guess I'll ask the school board. If this is such a great agreement that should last into perpetuity, what is the harm? If we get to a point where we can't amend it, somebody or multi-parties are not getting along with each other, and this agreement is so fantastic, what's the harm? I understand how the concurrency works. I don't need to hear all that.
No, but the PSFPC and the school board, we haven't addressed that. I mean, we did talk about the issue of it being unanimous.
Sure.
But we haven't discussed, if it's 2, if it's 3. We haven't had that in this process that I would have to go through. If there's amendment, I would then have to work with the PSFPC chair, and I think this is of a magnitude that we would probably bring the PSFPC back together. I would work first with the PTAC, then with the PSFPC, and then we would.
And I understand, and I agree, and I think maybe that's what has to happen. But again, I cannot support a majority. Again, if the agreement is that good and so perfect, and we're all going to work perfectly together until the end of the days, then what harm does it have to have a provision for us to amend and or get out of at such time that one party might just dig their heels in and say, we don't care. We don't care what y'all think. It's not a democratic discussion. It's our way. Don't care that y'all like it. You're in it. Sorry you agreed to it. Have a nice day. And that's probably 60 elected officials between the whole county and all the cities. So, again, my friendly amendment was for 15.1 and 15.4 vote.
For both.
Commissioner Hurd, did I see you raise your hand?
You did. I want to ask the question to Mr. Applegate. So I think at the time we were asking the question, it was relative to amending it where you were talking about a percentage. If it's statutory that we do this, should we be able to get out of it by a percentage?
Well, if you want concurrency, it has to be all the parties. You need an interlocal agreement. So if one gets out, then concurrency is history. So that's why there's the strong, and that's statutory. But, the recommendation would be to amend just 15.1, which I said earlier would be a possibility, if obviously the parties agree. But that would be a policy decision on your part.
Right, well,
And
that's
as to what number-
15.4, which is, we just get out.
Yeah, then terminate and not have
Frankly,
concurrency.
I don't know that we really know the ramifications of that. My perspective on this, just for whatever it's worth category, is that we are already in an agreement, as you described. This agreement, we have all agreed, is better than that agreement. And we are not willing to move forward with this agreement, even though we know it's better than that agreement, because we want the ability to get out. I'll use your terminology. From my perspective, and the reason why I seconded it, is because I think we should approve this agreement, and then I think we should oblige the agreement and debate the next question. Now, with no time constraints, with real, full, thorough thought and education around what are the implications of what we're asking. So I think taking a step forward with this agreement is the best decision for us today, and that we continue through Mr. Rinaldi's process to debate the next round, which is an adjustment by amendment or termination. I think those are two very long discussions.
Commissioner.
So with that thought process, I mean, we know that the PTAC and the PSFPC can be called together very quickly to discuss this and talk about ramifications. One of those questions that I would have before we would talk about, certainly about 15.4, is does this agreement go for review to DEO? Does our compliance regarding concurrency not get reviewed by a state agency?
No, and I hesitate to say this, but because it's going to muddy the waters a little bit more. The issue of a majority on the termination, 15.4, is going to be a little bit of a challenge, because in order to have concurrency, because concurrency is now optional, the only way that you can have concurrency under the existing statutes is for the county to agree to it and enough cities to agree to represent 80% of the county. So if you, I don't know how you terminate the agreement if one party has more, say if for some reason the county wanted to get out of it, nobody else could have concurrency then. So, like I said, I don't intend to muddy the waters, but it's not terminating and eliminating concurrency is not a simple matter of one entity gets to walk away.
Right.
Right.
So
Mr. Chairman?
For what that's worth.
And that's the reason why I believe that we talked about more than one entity. Right now, we're talking 3 entities, which is, what, 80-some-odd%, or 70-some-odd%, 77%.
66.
Is it 66?
66.
But we have to separate the conversation, as the county manager has pointed out and the county attorney has pointed out, 15.1 and 15.4. They are two very distinctly different issues. And what I'm hearing loud and clear is concurrency doesn't exist and the interlocal agreement itself does not exist if all of the parties do not agree to be in. Not that you need all of the parties to agree to amend. I think that's a different worthy conversation. But I am not comfortable with the idea of moving this forward with an amendment today that attaches anything to the termination piece.
Commissioner Zimbo.
So just, let's play out a scenario in that format. If you keep 15.1 intact, and let's say there are 4 cities or 3 cities in the county that want amendments, and their amendments that they desire are the same, what they would like considered by the rest of the group. And maybe during that discussion, they maybe bring along 1 or 2 others that say, yeah, that's not a bad idea, we never thought about it. We're not really having that impact in our city right now, but we could see where that could be a couple years from now. So we'll go along with that. One can say, yeah, we hear you, sorry. Have a nice day.
Right, and that's why I'm saying I agree with you that 15.1 is a worthy conversation, to have that conversation. But to Commissioner Herr's point, it is a much lengthier conversation than attaching it to this motion, I think, today.
And I believe that there's no harm having both the same. You could certainly massage 15.1. And I understand, again, how concurrency works. It doesn't work unless all parties are at the table willing to do their thing. I got all that, but still, we could find ourselves, not likely us, but future, and I understand this is better than what we originally had. We're amending it now. Why don't we amend everything that all parties want amended now before we adopt something that's not a finished product? And quite frankly, as far as I know, one city has adopted it so far. Is that?
They pulled it back.
So it may leave here and go to Winter Springs or somewhere else, and they may have something they want to weigh on. Then it's got to come back through us again. So I understand we don't want this revolving door of, well, somebody else wants this. But getting back to the point of, if we're going to amend the existing agreement, let's amend it. Let's be done and get a better product once and for all, and then we're good.
Mr. Applegate, did you want to say something?
I'm just going to try and sum up where I think we are, and I may actually go back. I know there's one or two commissioners may object to this, but
There's going to be one or two.
there's three provisions we're really talking about. 15.1, which is a recommendation not only from the county legal department, but I think from staff if need be, that it can be amended to allow for a percentage, whether it's 2 or 3, whatever number you all decide. 15.3 covers the repeal of the agreement, and that reads, if the Florida statute, as it pertains to school planning coordination and school concurrency, is repealed, the agreement may be terminated by written consent of all the parties of this agreement. Now, 15.4, termination of the agreement. No party to this agreement may terminate its participation in the agreement except through the exemption process, in which a municipality may not be required to participate in school concurrency when demonstrating that all the requirements are no longer having a significant impact of school attendance. So I think you're at two spots on this. One, you can amend 15.1 as we discussed earlier, which is, I believe, a motion pending. 2, you can approve the agreement as is. Or 3, and I know that this has been bounced back and forth how many times, to take a pause to make sure all of you are comfortable with the wording and come back the next meeting. But this is where we are, and you know, I can't speak for the other parties. I don't know if Mr. Rinaldi, can't, but at some point, if you want concurrency, there's going to have to be an agreement.
Well, we presently,
Yeah, we got that.
Mr. Chairman, we presently have an agreement, correct?
Not with
Well,
not
it's,
concurrency.
yes,
We
you do.
presently have an agreement.
If you want a better agreement.
We want a better agreement.
Right, and I think everyone agrees that this is a better agreement.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
And I just want to make sure that I'm clear, because,
Can I-
Mr. Rinaldi, if you could, sir, please. I'm sorry. I think we all desire to have this done in the quickest, most efficient fashion that we can. I realize this is becoming a burden on all of you in getting through this. But you indicated this is not time sensitive, correct? I mean, And then I'm hearing Commissioner Lockhart that it is time sensitive, and I think we all agree we'd like to have it done as soon as possible, and we want it to move on. We got that. But explain to me your statement about it's not time sensitive.
The only other issue that we're working on right now is the update of the impact fee.
Sure.
So we've commenced that. We're getting our committees together. I believe at your next meeting, you're going to identify who your representatives are.
Right.
It would be beneficial to have the ILA in place so that I can work the committee through the ILA so that they understand that there is some interweaving of that impact fee. And I mean, our first meeting with that committee is right now tentatively scheduled probably the end of April.
Okay. So with that said, since we apparently will be the first to maybe consider adopting this, where are the 7 cities on this? I mean, I think we've heard where Altamont is, but...
Well, I wasn't aware that Altamont had stepped back away from it, but the school board has approved it with amendment number 1. We're on the agenda for the 23rd to approve it, the new 2021 version. And then at that point, the other municipalities, I'm going to be coordinating with them where they're going to approve in their process.
So, to your knowledge, have the 7 cities, notwithstanding Altamont, because I know they've done one thing and then something different, but let's say the other 6 cities, it's your belief or not belief or no understanding whatsoever what their position is on this?
No, I mean, since they did approve I communicate through the PSFPC members primarily,
Sure.
so that then they work with their governing bodies. But at this point right now, nothing significant has been changed changed against what they approved back in November. So it's my belief that they're just kind of waiting to see if there are other issues that are going to come up.
You're speaking about their representative on that board.
Excuse me?
You're speaking about your understanding from their representative on that board.
Yeah, on that board, approved in November.
So you believe that those cities reviewed and approved their representative to tell or represent to the school board that up until that point in November, everything was good? You all agreed with it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they approved it unanimously.
Okay.
Commissioner Zimbauer, can I just, I'm going to ask, well, I'm not going to support the amendment. Okay, so that puts 3 votes that are not going to support the amendment, so we can move this a little bit along, okay? I will support, if we want to do it today, I would support both 15.1, 15.3, and 15.4 being more than 1. Would have to either, to make any changes, which would be amendment, to rescind or to accept. I would do that. This document is better than the document we have. I don't know how much more time we can spend on this and make it any better. I'm trying to say that I think that 66% is too low of a bar. I think that, but I do not want an outlier to be able to change everything or stop anybody from doing anything as far as concurrency or anything else in this agreement. And that's why I'm saying it would take more than 1.
But I don't think 15.2 you can do that with.
There is no 15.2 that I just said.
Or 15.3, whatever it was.
15.3?
We're talking about 1 and 4.
Are you saying 15.3 you could not do that? I'm asking the attorney.
So on 15.3 talks about repeal of the entire agreement, and
it takes unanimous right now.
Yeah, and we are required to have an agreement with the school board, a coordination agreement. We're not required to have concurrency, that's optional, and this kind of rolls both of them into that. I don't think anybody ever contemplated that the that the legislature would bifurcate those requirements, but we are required to have an interlocal agreement with the school board. Concurrency is something we've elected to put in there and keep in there. When you start moving the pieces around, as I said, on concurrency and participation in concurrency, that's a calculus that has to be considered for people opting out. 15.1, I think that's just like any other agreement. And you could do 15.3, you could do a majority on repealing it, but you'd have to replace it with another interlocal agreement.
Right. That's why I say 15, my position is 15.1 and 15.4, not 3.
Like Obamacare, repeal and replace.
Exactly.
But read it first.
Okay. So now I'm going to give us,
But if you're going to have, just another editorial, if you're going to have an agreement, you have to have an agreement, so I don't know why you wouldn't just amend this agreement instead of repealing it and
Right.
replacing it entirely. So
Absolutely.
I don't even know that 15.3, depending on what you do with 15.1, matters.
okay, Mr. Rinaldi, I guess Mr. Applegate, I'm going to revise, I think we're in two places because of the votes. Number one, we can approve it with 15.1 and 15.4 being changed to 88% or more than one.
There's a motion
Or
already
we're
on
going to
the
go
table.
back to the drawing board here, and I don't think we need to go back to the drawing board. So right now, we are on the motion to amend. Let's get that off of the agenda. All in favor of that motion, which was to be 66% for 4 and 1, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Aye.
Nay?
Nay.
Commissioner, okay, nay. All right, so I have to make
No.
sure that I've got Commissioner Herr there. Okay, it's 3-2. Now we're back on the main motion. And
Mr.
once again, I'm going to say that I'm going to reflect back to Benjamin Franklin when he said, you know, the perfect should not, paraphrase, the perfect should not mess up the good, okay? And everybody wants perfect in their own category, but I'm saying that I feel that it needs to be more, that the threshold needs to be more than 1, but I think that the majority or even the supermajority, or 66% is too low of a
Mr.
bar.
Chairman, then I'll make a friendly motion to approve that same motion, but with 2 people required. 2 entities.
So 15.1 and 15.2 would be 88%.
15.1, 15.4.
8 out of 9,
No,
okay.
he just said 15.4 again.
No, it's
Yeah.
15.1 and 15.4.
Yeah, he is.
Not
Okay, well,
15.3.
no, guys, are you listening to what the attorney's saying? We can't do that.
Can you do 15.4 with this?
15.4 is kind of a separate agreement, a separate provision altogether. I don't see how you can do 15.4.
And you're also saying you can't do 15.3?
I think you can do 15.1, as I said
So
a
Brian,
half hour
if you did
ago.
15.1, okay, would that majority then amend the agreement as is?
What?
Say that
it
again.
So in other words, if we did it just for 15.1, what does that do?
It allows for the agreement to be amended, and if it doesn't, then the agreement stays in place. It allows for that discussion.
The discussion or the amendment?
Right. The parties would have to agree to an amendment.
Well, the discussion provision is already there.
I'm sorry?
The discussion provision is already there in 15.1.
It would, as written, it would take the consent of all the parties.
To actually amend it,
Correct.
not have the discussion,
Right.
but actually physically amend it.
The agreement, I'll read it again. The agreement may be amended by written consent of all parties to this agreement.
Right.
So by doing 15.1, and we allow...
What I recommended a half hour ago was that...
You recommended a lot of things.
This agreement may be amended by written consent of no less, and then pick a number.
Then the motion...
But you're saying only 1, not 3, not 4.
Right.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion for a 15.1 amendment for 2 parties.
To be 88% is what they're basically saying. Okay. Is there a second to that?
Okay.
I will second it for discussion purposes, not that we want to discuss it a whole lot more, but
Good.
the thing that troubles me is we've heard Mr. Rinaldi say on this consideration, we've been talking about 1, 2, or all, that there really hasn't even been any discussion regarding that with the PFSPC and PTAC, which then begs the question to me is this thing really fully cooked? And again, I know I'm going to have people say, well, it's better than what we had. I got all that. But if we're going to amend it, let's amend it once and for all and be done with it.
If I may.
Please.
So the PSFPC did discuss whether unanimity was required for this agreement. It was a point of discussion. It did come up, and every member sitting around that table with the support staff that was there concurred that unanimous participation and moving forward unanimously was important, not only for the details of the agreement, but for us as a community to continue to support a countywide school district. And so I think it's a little unfair to say that the PSFPC never talked about it and we didn't review it. We did. It was discussed, and it was determined differently by that group than you would like, clearly, and that's okay. But I think it would be appropriate to allow the PSFPC and the PTAC to go back through the process that's established in the agreement to review that and talk about whether it's 30% or 80% or whatever percent you want to make it, so that we are still consistent and abiding by the terms of the agreement, that we do have a process in place for how this works. I think for us as one party of the agreement to spitball specific numbers when we really don't have a rationale for what number we would be picking or not is really kind of disingenuous in terms of like the spirit of the agreement being an interlocal agreement that everybody's supposed to be united. So that's my only hesitation, is that I think that there is a process that we can go through to discuss your very valid point about 15.1, and I just don't think it's us shooting from the hip here from this dais.
And I concur 100%, and that's why I believe we ought to get a tone in what the 7 cities want to do.
Let's
because it sounds like to me we're going to keep revisiting this.
Yeah. Let's all go through the chair, please, and I will just say this, and let me tell you, 15.1 is just saying that more than one needs to amend it, okay? Putting that in there guarantees that it's going to be discussed by the school board, because they've got to go back and approve it, or not approve it. And if they don't approve that, then they're going to come back, because we need 100%. Am I wrong by that? That is correct. So I'm just saying that I can support that amendment that Commissioner Delory has put out, but because it is going to be, the school board and others are going to have to discuss that we are now looking at 15.1, only, the agreement can only be amended by more, no one, basically what it's saying is no one entity can veto anything, is what it's basically saying. It has to take more than one. Commissioner Zimbauer, I just wanted to get that out now.
No, I just wanted to, including the school board, to your point. The school board may want to amend this.
Yes, they may.
And they may come back in 5 years and want to amend it.
And that's
But if there's not a provision that all agree, you
Well,
can
now
tell
there
the
is.
school board. So I just want to make sure, this isn't about, it's the school board or the 7 cities or the county, it's the whole community. And there may arrive a time, so.
All right, the amendment is on 15.1, which is the ability to amend it. And it's essentially saying that no less than 88%, or in other ways, takes more than one to amend it. More than one to stop an amendment, okay?
Correct.
All right. Just wanted to make sure that everybody understood where we were. That is the motion. It's an amendment to the main motion, not the motion, not the full motion. So all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Commissioner Herr, I didn't know what you said.
I said no.
No, thank you very much. Okay, so it's 3-2 in favor of that amendment to the main motion. We are now on the main motion as amended. Commissioner Lockhart, you made the main motion, so I will let you say, I'll give you the floor first.
I'm just going to read it again. I'd like to make a motion to adopt the 2021 interlocal agreement for public school facility planning and school concurrency, amending section 15.1 to be more than one entity to modify the agreement, only because the majority of my board just voted for it.
Okay, that is the motion. Commissioner Hurd.
Do you want to send it back to the school board?
I don't necessarily know, and this is why I was probably a little bit slow to the vote on the last one. I don't know that we want language in this that says more than one. That's not descriptive. What is more than one?
Right.
It says, the amendment would say the agreement will be amended by written consent of no less than 88% of all parties to this agreement.
Okay, so that's the motion then.
Yes,
What he said.
what I said. That's the motion. The agreement will remain in effect until amended in accordance with Florida statutes. That's the
And is there a
continuation
second?
of that amendment that was made by Commissioner Delory and seconded for discussion by Commissioner Zimbauer. And we have discussed it ad infinitum. And this agreement ad infinitum. So now we're on the main motion as amended. Anybody have any further discussion of that? Seeing none.
Before we vote on this, Mr. Chairman, do we want to send it back to the school board to get their input, or the PTAC? Or?
Well, because it takes unanimous, clearly it will. It has to.
I mean, now we're the ones that are hijacking the process for the record.
Now, to that point,
Don't try.
to that point, Mr. Rinaldi?
I'm not
If this goes to the city of Winter Springs or Altamont
That's what's happening.
or whoever, one of our other community partners, and they decide they don't like this at this juncture, tell us what happens.
It goes back to the standing 2007, 2008 interlocal agreement.
Okay, so basically what I'm hearing is that's the same thing that's going to happen here today regardless of what we do?
Correct.
Could be.
No, wait a minute, because we got a motion. So let me cut through, let me cut the chase. Are you assuming since the county approves or whatever we approve today, that the rest of the cities are just going to buy in?
I'm not assuming that at all.
Okay.
I need to bring the
So
PSFPC.
to the commissioner's point, worried about we're the ones holding it up, we may get through this today and somebody else hold it up. So I'm not so worried about that. I think we all want this to go through as quick as possible, but we're not the only partner in this.
Right.
There are 8 others, of which one has agreed, and a second one apparently agreed and now has backed away. The rest have to agree. Or we go back to where we were.
Commissioner
Okay,
Lockhart.
so I really feel like I'm struggling with communicating these days, but I feel like I am the one who is saying, yes, we are one of a party, and there is an agreement, there is a process established in our current agreement for how we amend the agreement, and it's to have Mr. Rinaldi and the school board pull together the PTAC and the PSFPC and have them review whatever the issues are. This has gone through the process. What is being proposed to happen right now takes the amending of this agreement out of that process. It now puts it on this dais as if we are somehow not going to abide by the process that we had agreed to abide by, and then says to the others, you either take it or leave it. And it puts us in that position of making a statement to our partners that we don't really care about what the process was that we had agreed to with the PTAC and the PSFPC. We're now going to throw out an amendment to an agreement, and we're going to hope that y'all like it or you don't like it, and you may approve it and you may not. And then we wind up in this perpetual situation where everybody is waiting to see what the county is going to do. And that's not how this process is supposed to work.
Okay, I got that. So why are we here talking about it at all? If it's the PTAC and PFSPC makes all the decisions, why are we even having this discussion?
No, it's not that they make the decisions. It's that they discuss it and they air out some of the concerns.
I got all that.
Okay,
All right.
well, I don't understand.
Okay, well,
But it's the
please,
board
please.
that has to make that policy decision.
Commissioner Zimbauer, Commissioner Lockhart, look at, whatever happens today, it is agreed that all of the parties, the remaining parties, will have to look at this and decide, again, whether they agree with what we're doing here today. So regardless of what we do here today, all of the parties are going to be discussing this. What is put forth as an amendment right now is in 15.1, it says, and I'm going to repeat it, the agreement may be amended by written consent of no less than 88%, which means that it takes more than one to veto any amendment, okay? That's the only difference that we're talking about today. And, you know, it is a high standard, but it is not a unanimous standard where one person can hold up everything as an amendment. And that's why I felt it was, I'm comfortable with it in that one particular case where it takes more than one to stop an amendment. It would, and so, yes, the school board is going to have to agree to this. All of them are going to have to agree to this. And they may come back and say, no, we don't agree, and we'll be back in the position that we are right now. I agree with you on that. Okay? That's why I'm saying I was trying to find the sweet spot as far as the standard. And I think this one person stopping anything is wrong. That's why I was looking at more than one. Okay, we are at that point. We have discussed this. I think we had public here, but we're going to let the public do again because we've changed this. Is there anybody here in the public that wishes to speak on this issue? Clint, anybody in the virtual world?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Chairman, I don't think there was a second to Commissioner Lockhart's.
Yes, there was.
Oh, there was?
There was a second
Who was that?
by Commissioner Herr.
Oh, okay.
On the main motion.
Oh,
On the main motion.
Yes, yes.
Then the main motion was amended.
Right.
And the main motion was amended by Commissioner Delory, seconded by Commissioner Zimbauer.
Yes, sir.
So now we're back on the main motion, which is still Commissioner Lockhart and Commissioner Herr, first and second.
Okay.
Okay, so we're on the main motion as amended. Everybody got that?
Keep us
Okay,
honest.
okay, everybody's got that. All right, now, we've discussed this. Does anybody have any further for the good? Good, they don't. All right, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed, and this motion means the main motion. All opposed? Passes, unanimous. Thank you very much.
See y'all next month.
Maybe. Okay, we are now, let me just go back here. Folks, do you want to just keep going? We've had a long morning.
I need some water.
We have to do, we have the 1:30, okay.
I have a
We have
bunch.
We have a 1:30 public hearing. So, you know, where we are right now is I think that there was something else, and I think we have people here to discuss that. So I think we're going to have to keep on going to, at least to that. So does I'm going to go to does the county manager have anything more this morning?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. We are now going, I think, Scott, are you in and around Scott McIntyre?
Yes, sir, we have them and can bring them in whenever you're ready.
Okay, Scott, I think that your request is going to be that we do nothing, so please be very brief if you would. So Scott, you are recognized.
Is he here?
He was there. I
Yes,
saw
he's
him.
on the line. Scott, are we working on him right now? Okay, it's by phone. Tim, when you all are ready.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think I was muted there for a second. I will keep it really short. I do want to just mention on the events driving the market right now that one of the primary issues is that there is a big supply-demand imbalance with treasuries, which seems kind of counterintuitive given how much borrowing has gone on. But what's happened right now is there's so much demand relative to supplies that treasury yields are falling below zero now. So bills and treasury notes out, 3, 4, 5 months even are negative. There's continues to be a massive amount of cash chasing very few securities. Oddly enough, the economic growth projections have increased from an expected 4.2% this year to 6.5%, so a lot of growth. I'm going to bypass the employment slide on slide 2, just let you know that there are still a lot of jobs that need to come back. They are service sector jobs. They will come back later this year because it's expected to be a strong second half. The retail sales report, the only thing I really want to mention here is there is a lot of volatility from month to month because spending has been shown to increase significantly along with government checks. There were none in February. There will be some in March, obviously, and they'll be much bigger. So we expect a bounce back in retail sales. The next slide is available investment options. I just want you to kind of look, and this is from a few days ago, so it's gotten a little bit worse. But, going out 3 months on a treasury gets you 0. And going out 6 months would just about get you a 2. The banks don't want money. We've talked about that. They're willing to keep the money that they have. The county has parked there, which is good. Some of them have stepped up and lowered the rates they're willing to offer, which is not good. Investment pools, they will continue to fall. Florida Prime is where the majority of the pool money that the county has is parked, managed by Federated, AAAM managed, lowest fees of all the pools, which allows them to have the higher net yield, which is, positive, and we feel good about all of that. Going to the recommendations, I do want to mention there are a couple of there's one maturity coming up in April. There were none in March. There is one expected call in April. There are no maturities in May, which is good. We did roll over a CD at 20 basis points last month, during the month of March, actually, earlier this month, and we added $5 million to that. The bank was willing to take an additional $5 million, so instead of investing at 0, you got 20 basis points, which is a plus. Palm, which is a pool in the state of Florida, the Florida Palm Pool, also offers some term rates. They're special rates. They offered just the other day when the clerk's office, Grant and Jenny, had called them and asked them. They did dangle a couple of special term rates for a small amount of money, $3 million and $7 million, that they were willing to do out to November of this year at 15. We jumped on that and got that done. So I don't have recommendations going forward, but I would like to keep our ears open for opportunities that may come along. So the motion that exists here is to basically adopt the recommendations that I've mentioned here, which is not to buy in this market, but also to ratify the investment actions taken since the last board meeting, which include these 2 Palm purchases, and direct the clerk to implement these recommendations. So I do need a motion on that from all of you.
Move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, the motion is to adopt the recommendations of our financial advisor based on the report submitted today, ratify all investment actions taken since the last board meeting, and direct the clerk to implement said board recommendations. Motioned and second. Discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Anything else, Scott?
The only thing I want to mention here, the only thing is that your portfolio is yielding 55 at this point, which is beats the heck out of a single basis point. So I hope to see you guys soon. Stay safe, and we appreciate it.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you for all your help, and thank you for your waiting around. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you. Bye-bye.
We are now on County Attorney Briefing, Discussion 32. County Attorney, would you set the stage, please?
And I'm going to set the stage very quickly. I'm going to turn it over to Terry McHugh, our Environmental Service Manager, to talk about the proposed settlement in the Central Florida Water Initiative Rule Challenge. Terry?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Board. As you know, based on individual briefings as well as a memo that I prepared for your offices from December 23, it was staff's recommendation that Seminole County petition to challenge the CFWI rulemaking. And at its core, the rationale behind Seminole County's challenge is this. Protecting the environment comes first, but it must be cost efficient and it must be equitable. After we filed the petition, we've been in negotiations with FDEP and with the water management districts. And for your consideration today, before you is the result of those negotiations, which is a settlement that we believe is in the best interest of all parties. Ed Delapart can give additional information, but my understanding is that OUC, Polk County, Winter Haven, Mulberry, and closer to home, Castleberry and Sanford have all agreed to and signed this settlement. With that, I'd like to have Ed Delapart come up to give you a brief discussion of his interpretation of the settlement. Ed Delapart was our legal representative in this matter, and he'll be followed briefly by Mary Ellen Winkler, who represents the legal representative from the St. Johns River Water Management District, to share her thoughts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Delapart, the man behind the telephone.
Good afternoon. Hopefully this won't take as long as your prior issue that I was here before, but the legal process here worked out. When you're involved in litigation and a dispute with another party, the solution you always look for is one where you can resolve it with the other party and do it in a way that is equitable and accomplishes the goals of both parties. And in this case, I think we've accomplished that in the proposed amendments to the rule that were developed through this process. These amendments will allow the rule to go forward to protect the environment and at the same time address the concerns that Seminole and other had regarding this matter. Before I get into the specifics of the amendment, let me just talk to you about the structure of the settlement agreement. So there were approximately 10 petitioners, including Seminole County, who challenged the proposed rule. There were 5 interveners, so there's 15 parties that were involved in this case. The agreement that's before you assumes that at the very minimum that the 10 original petitioners, including Seminole County, will sign the agreement. Once that is done, the department will publish a notice of rule change. And once that notice of rule change is published, then all of the petitioners and interveners have agreed to withdraw their petition and voluntarily dismiss their petition, and the case would be over. The public would still have input regarding the notice of change because there's a 20-day period during which public can have input regarding that matter. If nobody challenges that matter, then the matter is over, and then the rule will become effective once it's ratified by the legislature. So I just wanted to be clear about the structure of the settlement. So what were the 2 issues that the county was most concerned about? One was the cutback in the Upper Florida and aquifer allocations to a 2025 demonstrated demand, and the other one was a per capita goals that were set that had to be met by all public water suppliers above 100,000 gallons. So let me address the first one, the Upper Florida and aquifer allocation cutback, because that's the one that I think the county was most concerned about. So the rule has language now that says that there will not be a presumption with regards to modification of existing permits, consumptive use permits. There is no limitation to the 2025 demonstrated demand unless the district demonstrates impact on water resources either individually or cumulatively. So that allows people who believe that maybe the 2025 one haircut for all situation doesn't fit their situation. It would give them an opportunity to discuss it with the district to see if they can come up with a different number. New groundwater withdrawals will only be granted above that demonstrated 2025 demand or whatever limit is approved if there is demonstrated offsets. And, you know, the county was very concerned because there was language in the original rule that says you could not take into account any offset projects or AWS projects that were constructed before December 31, 2015. And that is one of the provisions that was changed, and now you can take credit for those projects to the extent they were not fully utilized. So if the county had built a project but only had utilized 10% of that project, they could still take credit for the other 90% of that project. A public water supplier will only be required to address, when it's developing an offset, its relative contribution to the environment. So you're not being responsible for anybody else's impact. They're going to have to be responsible for their own impact. You're only going to be responsible for offsetting your impact to the environment. The other provisions that are important deals with temporary allocations. The proposed rule said that you can get a temporary allocation for up to 5 years. If not, it could be longer if approved by the governing board. And that has been dramatically broadened under the proposed rule. So now a temporary allocation can be granted if you're developing projects that are a single-phase project. You're just going to build one project, then the users are going to have up to 7 years from the date of the effective date of the rule to complete that project, and they can get a temporary allocation for that period of time. But if you're working on a more complicated multi-phase project that's going to take decades to implement, then there's a provision where you can come up with a plan on how you're going to use your allocation over that period of time. And if approved by the Water Management District, then you can keep your allocation to be used kind of as a standby during those times when you're building the phases. Also, one that's very important to you all deals with minimum flows and levels. You know, the St. Johns River Water Management District is going to go forward and very soon adopt prevention and recovery strategies for minimum flows and levels in your areas involving critical springs and the Wekiva River. And there is language now that the district can grant temporary allocations to a public water supplier if that permittee participates, or if that permittee provides a plan on how to mitigate its impacts on the MFL or in connection with a prevention or recovery strategy. On the public water conservation goals side of it, the districts realized that certain communities like maybe Altamont, who had a very large commercial component to their water use, those limits that they had come up were really not appropriate or feasible for them. So for those communities who have a commercial use that's 30% or greater, they will be required to submit a conservation plan and provide annual updates. The other users would still have to comply with the conservation goals. So let me finish this with a quote from Winston Churchill. This is not the beginning of the end, it's the end of the beginning. Because there's still a lot more work that needs to be done regarding not only this rule, but minimum flows and levels that are going to be considered by the Water Management District in the near future. And that's where the heavy lifting is going to take place in terms of protecting your environment and also dealing with your future water supply. I would be happy to answer any questions. Mary Ellen Winkler, who's the General Counsel of St. Johns River Water Management District, is here today, and you might want to wait until she says her say, and then we can answer your questions together.
Thank you, Mr. Delaparte. Mary Ellen, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me today at your board meeting. My name is Mary Ellen Winkler. I'm the General Counsel for the St. Johns River Water Management District, and I am pleased to be here, as Ed mentioned, to discuss a settlement. I wanted to first address, I know we are often all aware of what is in the news about this, the Central Florida Water Initiative, and I did want to address a couple of concerns that have been raised. Our district and Southwest Florida Water Management District and our friends at South Florida Water Management District working with the Department of Environmental Protection, worked long and hard on these rules, and it really was the culmination of our regional water supply planning effort that was finally approved in the fall. And that plan concluded that current and future water demands can be met in this area while sustaining water resources and natural systems if alternative water supplies and conservation are developed. The plan determined that the sustainable yield of the aquifer in this area is around 760 million gallons per day if we implement management strategies like well field optimization. And just to give you a sense of what 760 MGD means, our 2017 use for this region, the Central Florida Water Initiative area, was 659 million gallons per day. In 2020, we were close to 700. So we're rapidly approaching that 760 number. In 2040, we project that we will need close to 900 million gallons per day of water. So we are trying to plan for the future, and these rules are, we hope, going to help us do that. If we do nothing, we anticipate, according to the plan, that outstanding Florida springs, like the ones in your county, Rock Spring, Wekiwa Springs, the Wekiwa River, Lake Sylvan, could be negatively impacted. In this area today, we estimated that there's 36,000 acres of stressed wetlands and 11 MFLs that are not being achieved. 9 of those are in Southwest Florida Water Management District and 2 are in St. John's. So with that situation, we felt that it was important, and the legislature also recognized that, and in 2016 directed rulemaking. We're at the culmination, and we hope with your support today to move forward and get those rules implemented. Ed did a great job summarizing the settlement and the changes that we made to the rule. We really wanted to work with our local governments to facilitate solutions to move the ball forward. But what remains, very clear is that for those entities, utilities, and other water users that are causing detrimental impacts, we are going to move forward with reaching out to them and dealing with those problems. I would also say that in addition to the public supply use class, which you all would be part of, industrial, commercial, institutional, and mining use classes are also limited to their 2025 demand, which would be for them, because they don't grow like local government or governments, they will be limited to their current allocations. We're also new uses, again, similarly will be limited to their 2025 unless they can demonstrate, as Mr. Delapart mentioned, that they've implemented offsets and other things. But we are pleased to be able to work with you to create tools like temporary allocations and other things so that to give people time to meet these water needs. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but appreciate your support in the settlement agreement and helping us to achieve protection of the water resources.
Mary Ellen, if you would, thank
Yes,
you
sir.
very much. First of all, I want to thank you for being here today. I probably will have a question or two after we go through public hearings, so if you can hold on, I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, let's go to the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that wish to speak on this issue? Seeing none, Clint, I see that there's a hand raised in the in cyberspace.
Yes, sir, I'm bringing him in.
Mr. Lee, Charles Lee, are you? And since he represents Audubon, give him 6 minutes, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission representing Audubon, Florida, address 1101 Audubon Way, Maitland, Florida. I'm going to state at the outset what we are asking you to do today, and then I'm going to explain it. The first option that I believe you should consider is that the commission should vote not to should not vote to approve the settlement, and instead we recommend you vote to direct the county attorney to simply file a motion for voluntary dismissal in the matter in front of the Division of Administrative Hearings in this case. The second option that we would recommend is if the first option is not viable for you, that you defer action on approving the settlement pending a public meeting, which we would characterize as a fairness hearing, to be held by the Department of Environmental Protection and the Water Management Districts to allow detailed public comment on the proposed settlement. This case has been placed in abeyance by the administrative law judge until April 19th. There's no reason that that date, if necessary, could not be extended. For that reason, we would see no real risk in you taking this course of action. Let me explain the level of our concerns. Mr. McHugh, I think, gave an accurate portrayal of how you got into a decision to sue the Department of Environmental Protection and the 3 water management districts. When we see an agency like Seminole County that overall has such a fine environmental record, filing a lawsuit against the Department of Environmental Protection and the water management districts, it's a pretty big jump. And to consider that that action was taken by Seminole County without the matter first having been exposed to an agenda item on your county commission agenda and the opportunity for public input and public comment is, to me, something that is hard to imagine. And yet that is specifically what has happened in this case. There was a memo that was circulated by Mr. McHugh on the 23rd of December, 2 days before Christmas, that recommended this action. And then on the 5th of January, a notice in the form of a request for legal services, which is more or less a purchase order, was sent to the Delapart law firm to initiate their activity on this action. Nowhere in the interim did this matter come to the agenda of a Seminole County Commission meeting. It did go on the agenda as a noticed item on your first meeting in February, but then only to approve a thing called a common interest agreement, which in the legal profession is usually called a joint representation agreement. But if you look at the backup on that item, and if you look at the cover sheet for that item, it was opaque as to what was actually being discussed. Then finally, this item did in fact appear on a county commission agenda on the 23rd of February, but then not as a noticed item. It was essentially a walk-on that happened during the county manager's report. And it was stated that the rule challenge is going to be filed on March 1. It was more or less an informational item, at which point commissioners jumped forward and said, I move we support the rule challenge. There is a motion and a second, and you voted, a non-noticed item. Our concern here is that the effect of the stipulation from our point of view, from the point of view of Audubon, Florida's analysis, is monumental. If you compare the operational effects of the rule that was noticed by the Department of Environmental Protection in Virginia in November to the rule that will come out of your settlement, there are large changes. Fundamental to what is the architecture of the Central Florida Water Initiative, which is something that's been worked on as a consensus effort since 2011. You need go no further than the first page of the draft rule that's attached to the stipulation to see the gravamen of these changes, where it is stated language is added saying, "Nothing in these rules shall create a presumption with regard to the modification of any existing consumptive use permit within the CFWI pursuant to Section 1.2 of the Supplemental Applicant's Handbook." The concept of creating that presumption was the heart of CFWI. And then on the very next line, you have strike-throughs. And I'll read the words that your stipulation proposes to strike out of the rule. Across the CWFI area, cumulative harm to the water resources exists and is expected to increase because of groundwater withdrawals from the upper Floridan aquifer. The cumulative uses of the upper Floridan aquifer across the CFWI area has caused detrimental effects to other users and the water resources of the state. There are several other strike-throughs like that of fundamental language in this rule that are made throughout the document. And there are a number of other changes that basically follow on to the idea that we are no longer going to look in a regional context at the question of the impact of water withdrawals from municipal well fields and county well fields and public water supply well fields. We're no longer going to look at those in an architecture that is region-wide. We're going to go back to the old days of fighting battle by battle and giving each CUP permit applicant a freestanding ability to come in and make their case outside of the architecture of CFWI. And unfortunately, that defeats the largest part of the intent of the whole CFWI exercise. So
Go ahead.
we ask you to take alternate action to approving this stipulation today. And in the future, if something like this is coming up where the county is being encouraged by one department, I'm speaking today not to the Seminole County Utilities Commission, I'm speaking to the County Commission. And while the utilities functions of Seminole County certainly are an important part of the county's operations, they are not overarching. Certainly concerns about the Wekiva River and the environment are things that should be in the ambit of the overall commission's interest. I'm
Charles,
afraid
please
they never
wrap
got their
up.
day because this was not publicly discussed before the button was pressed and you hired lawyers at $300 plus per hour to file this lawsuit.
Okay.
Let's not do this again, and let's avert a problem here by taking one of the alternate actions we suggested.
Charles, I think we got the point about both, your concern about the agenda and your concern about the agreement. So let's go into both of them right now, if I could. Mr. Attorney or County Manager, which of you would like to address the agenda matter?
I'll address both points.
Well, I'm going to also ask the St. John's to address the other
Sure.
point.
Okay. And, you have to excuse me 1 minute, so I can hear you. So, it was a question of timing when the petition had to be filed. Terry provided all of you publicly with the memo at a board meeting to talk about these issues. Actually, nothing has to be on the agenda. The decision that you made did not have to be publicly noticed in a newspaper of any kind. As Mr. Delapart has pointed out, if you agree to the settlement stipulation, there will be a 20-day period for anyone to object to the rule, the proposed rule. So I think based on all the circumstances, everything's been done in a proper manner and as expeditiously as possible. Secondly, Mr. Delapart has been under contract with Seminole County for a great number of years as our outside expert counsel on these matters. The agreement that was approved months ago, the renewal of his agreement months ago, covers, which you all approved, covers the exact services that he provided in this manner. And just on a side, he took a lot of abuse from some folks on the outside, but worked very hard, along with Mary Ellen and others, to reach what is a settlement that's, in our experts' view, a good settlement for the county. And I'll leave it up to Ed or Mary Ellen if they want to add any comment to that.
Mary Ellen, okay, Mr. Delaport, did you want to?
I'll let Mary Ellen address the question about the presumption, that language that Mr. Lee was referring to. But I want to address the other two things. One of them was if you simply just don't sign the agreement and withdraw your petition. The way that the situation is now set up to be is that if everybody signs and approves this, which it appears is going to be the case, by Thursday, the department is going to publish their notice of change on Friday, and then by next Monday, all of the petitions will be withdrawn. So we will have accomplished exactly what that first item is if you sign the agreement. As to the second one, the judge, when he put the case in abeyance, was because 8 or 9 of the people that were petitioners are local governments, and they had to schedule hearings like this one in order to approve it. And so the order is very clear that the abeyance was only to allow those local governments to hold the hearings. There's also a detriment if you try to keep the case pending to April 19th, because this has to be ratified by the legislature. And the change that's being proposed by the department has to be part of that legislative ratification. And there is a vehicle that is now in the Senate that just got passed out of their first committee. And so when it goes to the second committee, the thought is that this amendment will then be added on to that so that we have an opportunity this session to ratify it. Any delay is going to jeopardize the ratification of this, and then we'll be back to square one. I'll let Mary Ellen address the question about the presumption.
And Mary Ellen,
Yes, sir.
when we had our meeting in January, I believe it was January or February, early February, between our county manager, our attorney, Mr. Delaport, Terry McHugh, yourself, Ann Shortell, and your staff, the one thing that I, was talking about is, I didn't want our tax dollar suing our tax dollar, and I wanted no harm when it came to the environment. I wanted an agreement that everybody could say this is the right thing to do. So I'm asking you that. Where are we now, and what is the St. John's opinion of this agreement?
Right. Thank you, Chairman Constantine. I would not be here if our agency didn't support the settlement agreement. We would not put forward rules that we thought would be harmful to the environment. We've worked, as Mr. Delaport noted, since 2006, beginning with the Central Florida Coordination Area. That was the precursor to CFWI. We've been at this for a very long time, and so we wouldn't be here if we didn't believe in the rule that has been presented to you. As far as the cumulative, Mr. Lee's concern, and I spoke with him, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with him yesterday, and I just respectfully disagree. He's right in the sense that the CFWI, we did focus on cumulative impacts. We now, one of the things that we've faced in the CFWI is that, as I mentioned before, we think there's a limit of 760 MGD on the aquifer. We've permitted 1.1 billion. Obviously, those numbers don't add up. And we have, over the past 10 years, developed now a computer model that allows us to better look at impacts across boundaries. What was happening is each of the 3 different districts were issuing their permits, and going along. And by having this initiative, we now have a groundwater model, very complicated, takes 30-plus hours to run, just one run, but now allows us to see what those cumulative impacts are. So to address Mr. Lee's concern, yes, we are going to look at cumulative impacts. That's part of how we got to where we are. And in fact, the language makes it clear, and I think Mr. Delapert also covered that if we find that a use is detrimental, and we added this language, part of the underlying language is individually or cumulatively with other uses, detrimental to the water resource, we can modify the permit. So that's very important. So we have not ignored cumulative impacts, but in fact, that is part of this rule, and we will do what we need to do to protect the resource.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Members, I just want to say, personally, I respect Charles Lee as much as anybody I know in the environmental field. I have worked with him since the 80s. He was on the original and continues to be on the Wekiva Parkway and Protection Commission that I chair and have chaired since 2003. And there's no one that I admire more for his dedication to the environment. When we took this on, I think all of us were concerned about the environment, but we were also concerned about putting Seminole County in a spot in which we could not dig a hole out of. I think our attorneys and the St. John's, in good faith, negotiated this on the basis of, number one, finding a solution that was beneficial to both Seminole County and St. John's, and number two, not just do no harm, but ensure that we are going to move the bar forward when it comes to the environment. Is that not right, Mary Ellen? And I think that this is done. Now, so I graciously disagree with Mr. Lee at this time. I hope that we can continue to improve this, and as Terry has indicated to me that he's going to do everything he can to continue to move forward the opportunity for us to conserve. I will also, and conserve even more than we're talking about right now. I've also just so you know, the city of Altamont Springs, unlike the other 10, have already made an agreement on consumptive use, I believe, Mary Ellen, before us. And so another city in our county, along with the others that have joined the petition with us, has come to an agreement with the St. John's. So with that, as much as I feel that we can do no better, I think we've done, what we can do for both sides. And I just hope moving forward that this initiative continues to gain momentum, strength, and does what we hope and intend it to do, which is to preserve the water resources and improve the water resources of the state of Florida, and specifically the Central Florida area. With that, I think you all have a motion in front of you. Does somebody want to make that motion?
Happy to do that. I'd like to move to approve the settlement stipulation that resolves the administrative challenges filed by Seminole County and other local governments to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection CFWI rules, which among other things requires Seminole County and the other challengers to voluntarily withdraw or dismiss their respective petitions immediately following publication of the notice of change by the department.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. Commissioner DeLore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm not too sure who to ask this question, so I'm just going to throw it out there. The model that you were talking about, Mary Ellen, is Mary Ellen or Mary Ellis?
Mary Ellen.
Oh, yeah. Does it address the upper as well as the lower aquifer?
Yes, sir, it does. It has multiple layers representing the upper, and then many layers also representing the lower. So it's so that way we can tell,
Great.
what the effects are.
As you very well know, that's just as important, but with the way the rule is presently, it only really addressed the rule of the upper aquifer, which is, in my opinion, a problem.
Well, so we have, in addition to this, we're addressing the upper Florida aquifer, but overlaying this, we have our standard conditions for issuance that any permittee has to meet. And those conditions for issuance provide that any use must not be harmful to the water resource. So
Right there, that's important to me.
right, so what that means is, even if a permittee or an applicant comes in and says, I'm not going to use the upper, I'm going to go all lower, we could then say, okay, well, you might meet this part, but you still have to meet the condition for issuance. So even if somebody had all lower in the Central Florida Water Initiative area, we would still be able to deny that permit if we found that through the model. Usually it's through modeling, but if there's other data.
I get that.
Yeah.
And
So
to me, that's critical.
Yes, sir.
Because looking at both of them, the whole system, it's a holistic approach, because we all want to protect not just the groundwater, the springs and all the streams. That's what's important to do.
Right.
And
And
just going after the upper doesn't really do that.
No, we focused in on this, in this rulemaking, the upper, but our general overlay of the conditions, we have to look at lower as well.
And the other thing that I'm glad that we're addressing with this is that in looking at the calculations on how many gallons per person per day, the 115 didn't really account for the commercial aspect of it being transient, where it's not living in this area, but we're looking at the population base locally. And I really think that's a fallacy, so I'm glad we're addressing that as well.
Right. We've added language. There's language in the rules for those that needed deductions for things like that. But for those that are utilities that are so heavily skewed towards commercials and
Exactly.
they happen to be in this area, we've adjusted the rule to account for that as well.
The reason why I'm bringing this up is because it has to be a holistic approach. I think this agreement makes it better. I don't think it harms the aquifer. I think it's actually looking at a true holistic approach, and that's what I'm hearing here today from you, correct?
Yes, sir. We've got multiple layers to protect the environment.
And I wanted to thank you and your
Thank you,
whole
sir.
entire staff and your department for working with us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Delory. Is there any other comments before we vote? I believe that there was nobody else. I did not see any hands raised, but Clint, is there anybody else in the virtual?
No, sir.
Thank you, Clint. Okay, we have a motion in front of us. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, here's the choices, ladies and gentlemen. We could take a half an hour break, or we could take a 10-minute break. But either way, we're already past the 1:30. So what do you think, everyone?
Can we do a 30-minute break?
30-minute break. Everyone, sorry if you're here for the 1:30. We had some tough things to go over today, and we will see you at 2:35. Thank you very much. reconvene this meeting. And this is a public hearing agenda, proof of publication.
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes for the acceptance of the proof of publication. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I'm going to...
If I knew that by making you the chair, you'd be so punctual, we would have made you chair long ago.
Well, thank you. Okay, we got our staff will present each item for consideration with staff recommendation. The board will have an opportunity to ask questions of staff when the presentation is finished. The applicant will have an opportunity to make a presentation. The board will have a chance to ask them a question as they finish. The people interested in speaking either for or against the project issue may speak in person, or if virtual, they should register at the Seminole County website by going to the Board of County Commissioners page and clicking on the webinar registration link. If you are unable to join us via computer or online, you're not listening to this. Interested parties should call 407-665-0808 for additional information. If you would like to make a comment and are attending the meeting using a computer or iPad, click on the raise hand feature. If you have called in on a telephone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. You will be called in on order that you have raised your hand. You will only be allowed to give comment once per issue. Speakers should state their name and address clearly for the record and whether you are for or against the item. Speakers will be given 3 minutes to speak unless they are an official spokesperson for HOA or a legally organized group, and they will be given 6 minutes. If a board member has questions regarding the speaker's comments, an opportunity will be given once the speaker's time has expired. Speakers should limit their comments to pertinent information regarding agenda item under discussion, keeping your comments brief. Once all the speakers are heard, the applicant will have an opportunity for rebuttal if necessary. We will close the public hearing and put the matter in the hands of the commission for discussion, recommendation, or motion. Following the motion and second, there will be board discussion and a vote will be taken. We will begin the legislative public hearings, item 24. Item 24 is a public hearing to consider the adoption of Chapter 65 of the Seminole County Land Development Code. Mr. Hooper will make the presentation.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm Jeff Hopper of the Planning and Development Division. That's all right. This is item 24, proposed amendments to the Seminole County Land Development Code to provide additional regulations for borrow pits within unincorporated areas of the county. Under the code, a borrow pit is defined as an excavation of 500 cubic yards or more where excavated material is transported off the property or deposited on the same property but moved using public roads. Chapter 65 currently requires borrow pit approval by the Board of County Commissioners if the excavation exceeds 10,000 cubic yards, with staff approval possible for lesser amounts. Exemptions from this requirement include installation of utilities, building foundations, ditches and canals, and excavations that are part of a subdivision development. The proposed amendments address the latter exemption where the excavation is part of an approved subdivision. Currently, there is no specific time limit on the volume or to the volume of material that may be, currently there is no specific limit to the volume of material that may be excavated in such a development without borrow pit approval by the board. One proposed revision to Chapter 65 would limit this to 200% of the minimum required stormwater retention volume. A greater amount would require board approval. Another revision would limit all exemptions to 5,000 cubic yards, requiring a borrow pit approval for any excavation exceeding that amount. This limit would be measured in net cubic yards and would not include muck or contaminated soils or other substandard soils not suitable for construction purposes. Staff approval of excavations up to 5,000 cubic yards could be granted by joint agreement of the Development Services and Public Works Directors. Approval criteria would include potential impacts on plant and animal species and groundwater conditions, including wells, springs, and aquifer recharge areas. A decision by the directors to issue or not issue a borrow pit permit could be appealed to the Board of County Commissioners under Section 20.12 of the Land Development Code. We have Bill White of our Development Review staff here to answer any technical questions. Staff recommends approval of the proposed amendments to the Land Development Code addressing borrow pits as presented in your staff report.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there any questions of Mr. Hopper? God, now I got it in my mind. I'm sorry, Jeff. Mr. Hopper, any questions? Seeing none, do we have anyone in the public that wishes to make any comments on item number 24? And I have 3 so far. If anybody has any in the audience, would you please just bring it over to the county attorney? I would appreciate it very much. But I have one green card, which is, does not wish to speak, but wants to just say it's from Nancy Harmon of the Geneva, and she says, I fully support the revisions to the borrow pit amendment. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Harmon. Then I have Cindy Holler. Cindy? And Cindy is in support. Hi, Cindy.
Chairman, other commissioners, Cindy Holler, 1731 Beacon Drive in Sanford. So regarding the borrow pit legislation, I just want to make 4 points. Number 1, what's being proposed will not harm legitimate developers, so there's no negative impacts. Number 2, this is a great example of citizens and county staff working for good legislation. Number 3, protects staff from having to make decisions that should be at the board level, so like over 5,000 net cubic yards. And number 4, besides a landfill or cement plant, nothing is worse than a borrow pit. It only benefits the borrow pit owner. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. And next we have Richard Creedon. Put 1 minute on the time, please. Because Mr. Creedon is in support of this.
You said 16 minutes late?
Yes, did I say 16? I think I made a mistake.
Mr. Chairman and fellow commissioners, my name is Richard Creedon. I live at 1172 Apache Drive in Geneva, and I'm the Vice President of the Geneva Citizens Association. It is so nice to be able to stand here and advocate for something instead of against something. We'd like to thank your commissioners and our county manager for your directions to staff, and for staff for working collaboratively with the citizens to craft a new and hopefully much improved borrow pit ordinance. Again, we thank you all and look forward to working proactively with staff on future projects. 16 minutes.
No, I told you, 1 minute or less. There you go. Thank you very much, Richard. That is the shortest amount of time you've ever spoken. Congratulations. And commissioners, you have, is there any questions of anyone as Richard leaves?
Mr. Chairman?
But, yes.
I would like to submit my ex parte communications for this issue.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes.
Could I get clarification on ex parte for this item? Is this an item for which there would be ex parte?
This is a legislative item.
Could you take off your mask? I'm sorry, it's hard to hear.
For the record, Paul Chipok, Deputy County Attorney. This is a legislative item, so specifically under the rules, ex parte is not required, but if you do have any documents that you want to submit into the record, it's
Okay. It's causing some confusion when we refer to it as ex parte, and it's a legislative item and not a quasi-judicial. Thank you.
I have one, so I'm just, even though we don't have to do it, but I'll just pass it down. Okay. With that, I'm going to, is there anybody, Clint, in the virtual world on this?
No, sir.
All right, we have no one in the virtual world. We are on 24, Borough Pit Amendment. And does anybody have any questions of staff?
I have a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I would just like to thank staff for them working with the citizens and getting to what we, I think, all agree was a problematic area of our code. And, not to mirror what Mr. Creedon said and what Ms. Holler said, but certainly appreciate staff taking the time and engaging the citizenry and making sure that this gets vetted out and brought before us before, all the stakeholders have had their say. So we appreciate it.
I don't think there's any question that this is a lot better than having to go that, what was it, 9 o'clock at night?
Yeah, it's sort of like a half-hour lunch break.
And
Make the motion.
And with that, is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved approval by Commissioner Zimbauer, second by Commissioner Delory. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. 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 5-0, passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We are now on item 25, accessory dwelling units, comprehensive plan text amendment, and land development code amendment. Cooper?
Yes, hello again. I'm Jeff Hopper of the Planning and Development Division. This is item 25, proposed amendments to the Seminole County Land Development Code and a comprehensive plan to establish regulations for accessory dwelling units within unincorporated areas of the county. Today is the second reading for an ordinance amending the Land Development Code and an adoption hearing for text amendments to the comprehensive plan. Go to the next slide, please. An accessory dwelling unit, or as we refer to it, ADU, is an independent living unit that can be part of a larger home or freestanding structure on the same property. Accessory units are recognized as a way of creating affordable housing for smaller households, single parents, and seniors. ADUs may be configured in a variety of ways, as you can see on that diagram. It could be an attic or garage apartment, an area within the principal building, attached to the principal structure. It could even be a basement if you had a basement in Florida, or a detached structure. In all cases, it has cooking facilities and independent access from the main home. Next slide, please. The benefits of ADUs include allowing residents to age in place, giving homeowners an opportunity for additional income, providing new affordable housing options, and increasing the availability of housing while making use of existing public services such as roads, water, and sewer. Next slide. Proposed amendments to the plan, the comprehensive plan, include a new policy stating that public facility impacts of ADUs are considered as de minimis and that ADUs will not count toward allowable densities under the future land use plan. Currently, the code allows ADUs only in the A3, A5, and A10 zoning districts in the East Rural area. The proposed amendments would allow them with administrative approval by the planning manager in the A1, RC1, and single-family residential districts R1 through R1 quadruple A. ADUs also could be approved in existing single-family residential plan developments. The proposed regulations would permit an ADU to have a full-service kitchen, would set requirements for setbacks and parking. An ADU would have to be architecturally compatible with the principal dwelling unit. The property owner would be required to occupy either the principal unit or the accessory unit. ADUs would not be permitted on lots of less than 5,000 square feet in size and 50 feet in width. An accessory unit would be limited to 35% of the size of the principal unit up to 1,000 square feet, with an additional 10% potentially allowed by administrative adjustment. In no case would an ADU exceed 1,100 square feet in size. Next slide, please. Okay. I think my slides are out of order, but that's all right. A topic I wanted to bring up, since it was discussed at the previous hearing, is about variances. Part of the ordinance says size variances would not be allowed in an accessory dwelling unit. The intent is that the ADU remains an accessory building, secondary and incidental to the main structure. As you see in these comparative shots, you see an ADU. On the left, it meets the rear setback. On the right, it doesn't meet the rear setback, but either way, it's still an accessory dwelling unit. Next slide, please. In this picture, you see the issue of size. On the left, that is consistent with the proportional requirements that it be smaller. On the right, with the size variance, it can be something somewhat equal to the main house, which is not the intent of the ordinance. Next slide, please. So revisions since the last hearing. Lot coverage limits have been added to address potential drainage issues associated with ADUs. The statement has been added that impact fees shall be waived or reduced for ADUs that are used for affordable rental purposes. The proposed comprehensive plan text amendment has been revised to require 2-year rather than 5-year intervals for periodic evaluation of the impacts on levels of service. And with that, staff recommends approval of the proposed amendments to the Seminole County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan to permit accessory dwelling units in the county's urban areas. I'll try and answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hooper. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Apologize to sometimes your name got in my mind and everything.
It's nothing new. That's all right, sir.
We're just going to change your name officially. Your next set of business cards are just going to be Hooper.
Are there any questions? Yes, Commissioner.
Would you mind going back to your 2 slides that showed the variance? So it says size variance granted.
Well, hypothetically, if the Board of Adjustment granted a variance to go beyond the 35% limit, and
Okay.
it has happened,
Yes.
and the result can be a home equal in size to the principal building.
Right.
And that is really a different concept than the idea of an accessory building.
Right. If you go one more slide back for me.
Okay.
So this is one home that doesn't have a pool. If someone had this, and I'm playing like hypothetical here, but this is a hypothetical. So if that home were built with a pool and then mom needed to move in with me and I needed to put the accessory dwelling unit there to not be, in the middle of the pool, if I needed to put it back in that back corner, you're saying that I would have the ability to request that variance.
Correct.
And it may or may not be granted, and then it may or may not be appealed to this board.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
But it's a possibility.
Okay, I just wanted to,
Right.
thanks.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Stay close. I have no cards for any comments from folks in the audience. Is there anybody that wants to speak on this issue? Seeing none, Clint, is there anybody out there that wants to speak on this issue?
No, sir.
Okay. Just one question real quick, if I could, please. I'm going to close the public hearing then. I saw in the Board of Adjustment already this past week that there was a request for a variance for this. Are we starting to get an uptick on requests for these types of accessory dwellings?
Mary would know better than I would.
All right, thank you.
For the record, Mary Moskowitz, Planning and Development. So that Board of Adjustment item was actually a code enforcement issue, and that was in the RM1 zoning district. So they would not have been permitted. They're not permitted to have the accessory dwelling units. So that is now a shed that they are constructing.
So somebody's going to live in a shed, okay.
Your mom.
Real quick, just for the sake, because RM.
RM is the manufactured home zoning district.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you
sorry.
very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anybody else have any questions on this issue?
Chairman, I'd just like to submit my meetings that I've had on this issue.
Okay.
Thank you for not saying ex parte. It just causes more drama than you know.
It's just a habit.
All right, any further discussion? If not, a motion is in order. Commissioner?
I move to adopt a proposed ordinance enacting a comprehensive plan text amendment to permit accessory dwelling units in the county's urban area and subject to final approval and adoption of the comprehensive plan text amendments, adopt the associated ordinance enacting corresponding revisions to the Land Development Code.
Second.
Motion and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, we're now going to item 26, public notice, comprehensive plan text amendment and land use development. And I would ask help me out here.
Yeah, I can imagine if you had problems with Jeff's name.
Yeah, I know.
Dag Marie Segara with Development and Planning and Development Services.
Thank you, Dag.
Good afternoon. I'm going to take this off. Excited, my first presentation.
Welcome.
Yes,
Thank you.
good to have you.
You will do well.
I hope so.
You will.
Good afternoon, members of the board. This is item 26, and it's a request to consider the transmittal of the proposed ordinance amending the implementation element of the Seminole County Comprehensive Plan, and consider an ordinance amending Chapter 30 of the Land Development Code to revise regulations applicable to the public participation and public notice for public hearings. So a little bit of background. As you know, we discussed this at the January 12th workshop, and we talked about a little bit of what the county wanted to achieve with this amendment. As previously discussed at that workshop, we know that our comprehensive plan has a requirement that the county provides the 300-foot notifications for complaint amendments and rezonings and variances and special exceptions. And the notifications are to be sent 15 days prior to the scheduled meeting. The Land Development Code states that a placard shall be placed no less than 10 days prior to the public hearing for rezonings and variances and special exceptions. Next slide. Okay, so as previously discussed at the workshop, we recognize that the county has two unique areas, an urban area and a rural boundary area. They have each unique characteristics, and the reach to the communities is differ due to parcel size. A project notification within the urban area has the potential to reach more parcels with smaller notification radius. With that being said, while the land amendments and rezones are rare in the rural boundary, the county also receives applications for variances and special exceptions in this area. Therefore, it's important to provide a larger notification radius within the rural area to provide adequate notification. With this in mind, the proposed notification criteria is divided into standards: properties within the urban area and properties within the rural boundary area. The buffer radius will be determined according to the project location and acreage size. Also, to maximize the number of people notified, staff has included a minimum number of parcels to be notified. If the notice standard is not met, the notice distance is increased in 100 intervals until the notice standard is reached. And in addition, there is a clause provision in the ordinance that the division manager has the authority to increase that notice area as deemed necessary. Next slide. So the notifications for future land use and zoning map amendments and non-residential variances and special exceptions will be provided by the county at least 15 days prior to the scheduled meeting. And additional properties may be given notice at the discretion at the division manager. Next slide. As we discussed at the workshop, we did some presentations of how the buffer will work, and I'm just going to go through it fairly quickly. So as you can see in this example, is in the urban area, and this property falls into the category from 0 to 5 acreage in size. And under our 300 radius, a total of 12 parcels are notified. With the amendment, a total of 31 parcels will be notified. Next slide. This example is also in the urban buffer area. This property is in the 5 to 10 size. Under the current notification standards, 9 parcels are notified. On the proposed buffer standard, 124 parcels will be notified. And the last example in the urban area, this is parcels greater than 10 acres. This one, under our current standards, 25 parcels will be reached. And under the proposed standards, 294 parcels will be reached. So for the rural area, this example, under the 300-foot radius, 14 parcels would have been reached. Under the proposed, 88 parcels will be reached. The next example on the rural buffer, this is a parcel that is 5 to 10 acres in size. Under the 300 buffer, 4 parcels will only be notified. Under the proposed, 11 parcels will be notified. And the last example, for the rural area, we did 2 comparisons in this situation. We know that there are some parcels within the rural area that are closer to our urban areas. So the first example, they are about it's over 10 acres inside. Under our current regulation, it would have reached 600 on the first example. 619 parcels will be reached under the new proposed amendment. And on the second example, the total parcels will be 28 under the new buffer standard criteria. As you can see, that's why it's important to create a greater buffer in the urban and the rural area, because you got areas such as example 2 that are very isolated. And in this case, if the parcel notification number of parcels had not been reached, then it would have been increased as well. Next slide. Now, the amendment also include amendments to the placard side. There was some discussion here at the workshop that we had previously increased the placard size, and the board members wanted to have it increase it, and so we did so. This is our current, Mary here, our model, Vanna White. This is the current notification placard. Under the new amendment, the size is increased to 24 by 36. So that will be the new size of the placard. The amendment includes that a minimum of 2 placards to be placed on a property with a minimum of 15 days prior to the public hearing, and it must be visible from a street, preferably Collector Street or arterial whenever possible. Next. Also, the new amendment includes provisions for a community meeting. The amendment will make it a requirement for applications for future land use or zoning amendments, non-residential variances, and special exceptions to have a community meeting. There's also a provision in this ordinance that the division manager can waive this requirement as deemed necessary. The applicant will be responsible for conducting and recording the community meeting, but the county staff will be responsible for sending such notifications. The community meeting has to be done at least 20 days prior to the scheduled public hearing. Next slide. After the Plan and Zoning Commission meeting on March 3rd, staff made some additional changes to the proposed ordinance. In the comprehensive plan, the previous sentence that stated that the requirement for community meeting is extended to encourage applicants to be good neighbors and to allow to form decision-making to maximize to the extent practicable public participation in the planning and land use processes of the county and is not intended to produce consensus and application. Now, it is important to mention that the above sentence, even though it was deleted from the comp plan, it is existed in the Land Development Code. But since then, it has also been edited, it's been revised, and now it reads, encourage applicant and community members to engage in collaborative dialogue to allow for informed decision-making to maximize public participation in the planning and land use processes of the county. It is not intended to produce consensus on application. This change came about feedback from members of the community. Next slide. In the Land Development Code, the following changes were made. A compliance subsection was added to establish compliance with notice requirement. The minimum days, required days to send public notifications was changed from 10 days to 15 days to be inconsistent with the placard placement. A plus sign symbol was added to the notification buffer table to clarify properties greater than 5 acres in size must follow the 1,000-foot notification radius requirements for properties located within the urban area and 2,500-foot notification radius requirements for properties within the rural area. Next slide. Also, language was added to clearly state that the requirements for the community meeting is four amendments to the future land use map, zoning map, non-residential variances, and special exception. Language was also added to indicate that only one community meeting will be held at least 20 days prior to the scheduled public hearing or meeting, and a new subsection was added to establish the compliance with recording of community meetings. Next slide. So lastly, I would like to address some comments that were brought up by citizens at the Planning and Zoning, just for the record and for information purposes. The county, currently, we do post public hearing. Let me clarify by saying that the Development Service staff publishes their public hearing items on Nextdoor for the community, the nextdoor.com. Also on the county website, the development has a development project map that the citizen can look applications for site plan, rezone, comp plan amendments, and subdivisions that are under review or approved. And additionally, Development Service staff posts any special projects in the news section of the county website. This morning, we received an email from Rebecca Wilson. I'll have, if you can, there's copies of the email from Rebecca Wilson that was received this morning. She stated concerns in regards to the notification buffer table criteria, and also concerns about the community meeting requirement criteria. Also, at the Planning and Zoning Board Commission on March 3rd, the regular meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended the transmitter of the proposed ordinance. And to conclude this presentation, it is a staff recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners recommended the Board of County Commissioners to transmit the proposed ordinance enacting comprehensive plan text amendment to amend regulations to the public participation and public notice for public hearing, and subject to the approval and adoption of the comprehensive plan text amendment, adopt the associated ordinance enacting corresponding revisions to the Land Development Code. And I am available to answer any questions. I hope you understand all of that.
Yes, we did.
You did a great job. You did a wonderful job.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Any questions?
Well,
Please.
I would ask the attorney, having just looking at this letter from an attorney just now, have you had a minute to look at this? Because I would like to see if this is something that you think requires us to make any modifications to. And if you need time to read it, please take the time, but it's
And if I may, this is a transmittal, so whatever, we can still make changes between now and the adoption. So if there are some changes required due to the email or further feedback that we might make, we can do so as well.
So as a commissioner who has been the one on the other end of the Zoom, I hope someone has sent this to Commissioner Herr, because she has no way to be handed this piece of paper.
I see that's a big no.
Okay, Rebecca's sending it to her.
Can you read that, Commissioner Herr?
But I do have email up right here, so if somebody wants to send it, I'm ready.
I think that Rebecca is sending it as we speak.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay. Any questions? Any other questions before we start? Yes, Paul?
Yes, I did have a chance to review the correspondence from Rebecca Wilson. Again, you're dealing here with legislative policies and changes. Again, it's within your discretion. It's a policy matter. It's her viewpoint, and to take into consideration during your deliberations. So.
That was such a lawyer answer. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So I quickly read it myself. Is there a rationale to her argument that somehow that property owners in the rural area are being treated somehow differently or inequitably?
I don't believe so. You've heard the arguments from the citizenry coming before this board on various items. Where out in the rural area, if you leave it at the same standard, you're notifying the next door neighbor, and that's about it.
Right.
The parcels are larger. If your intent is to notify more people, then this accomplishes that. And as Dagmarie said in her presentation, when you apply the standards that we have in the urban area, although the standards and distances are smaller, you are notifying more people.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Zimbauer?
Yeah. Has staff run any cost analysis to determine additional cost to product for housing? Cost to the property owner and developer on what this extra layer may add to the cost of a single-family home?
Yes, we did, and as the same analysis that we conducted at the workshop, Rebecca has additional copies. It is, I don't know if you want to go over the, okay. Yeah, we ran some of the numbers, and yeah, there's going to be some additional changes and percentages, percentage-wide, it all depends on how many notifications, because in some cases, you're going to double the amount of notifications that they're going to be sent.
Well, and you also have a community meeting that has to be run by property owner, quote, developer.
Yes, yeah. Though the cost of the community meeting is going to be done by the developer, but the notices are going to be sent by the county staff.
I understand. Let me make sure I asked the question right. So when a property owner owns a piece of property and a developer is going to consider building something upon that, they have to take into consideration all the costs involved as to what they market and ultimately sell the product for. So has any analysis been done? What, if any, impact this has on the cost of a single-family home above and beyond what we already have?
For the record, Rebecca Hammock, Development Services Director. We have not done that calculation. However, I will say that the community meetings have been happening sort of as a de facto requirement, probably for several years now. It's something that Planning and Zoning Commission has been requesting. And then a lot of times if there's a controversial project, I know this board has encourage developers to have those community meetings and that dialogue. So it is something that a lot of applicants have already incorporated into their processes. cost additional for the postings, for the mailings, or for the notices that they have to send out for the community meeting. If they have to do a rental for a location, however, I mean, there are locations probably that would have no cost. A lot of times they could be at churches or community buildings.
And we're requiring them to record it, correct?
Yes.
So there's going to be some kind of cost associated with an AV expert or somebody to, I mean, I hope, if our expectation is to video it for the purpose of our benefit to review it, or staff's benefit to review it, that it's done in some kind of professional format, so we don't end up with a product that is by somebody's iPhone and someone's going, well, I really can't understand what that person was saying, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, I think there's some importance there.
In the way that staff is proposing it now, they could just provide the minutes and the summary. And even now, we do, if they do have a community meeting, we ask them for a summary of the community meeting, just so we know what occurred and what questions were asked. So they could provide us something in writing, or, you know, based on discussion here, if there's an alternative process that you want us to consider, we can
Sure. Okay.
incorporate that.
Commissioner Lockhart, then Commissioner Delory.
Well, I just wanted to clarify, because I did not read that we were requiring it to be recorded. I read that we were requiring that minutes or a summary of the meeting be provided. Can you confirm that we are not requiring it that it be recorded?
I drafted that provision. Paul Chipok, Deputy County Attorney. In discussion, in order to avoid the situation where, regarding the veracity of the recording and the technical difficulties of, one, creating it, and two, having to store it. And since we are requiring the applicant to hold the meeting and to take, although the staff is not involved, the applicant is seeking a permit from us. So in order to avoid the arguments that somehow they are the instrumentality of the county and that minutes need to be taken, because of for a sunshine meeting, minutes have to be taken. So I just put down the bare minimum standards for what is required for minutes to be taken of a meeting. And that obligation and duty falls upon the applicant to take the minutes and then give us a copy of the minutes.
Okay. So I didn't miss something. We're not requiring them to audibly or visually record. We are requiring that they take a summary of minutes that you have outlined what is required in those minutes.
Last time we discussed this at the board level, you were leaning towards recording, thinking it would be easier, but then doing research in there, it creates a lot of legal problems.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Make the ordinance challengeable.
Thank you.
Commissioner Delory?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Lockhart asked my question, and it was addressed, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there any other questions before I go to public? All right, I have two cards, one green by, again, Miss Nancy Harmon, Geneva, Florida, in support. I support the ordinance amending the public notice procedure. Thank you, Nancy. We also have, again, Cindy Holler. Cindy?
Mr. Chairman, as Ms. Holler is coming up, I'd like to submit my correspondence and my meetings that I've had with various individuals.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Good to see you again, Cindy.
Yes, thank you. Cindy Holler, 1731 Beacon Drive, Sanford. So I attended the Planning and Zoning meeting when Ms. Dagmarie, presented the public notice procedure, comprehensive plan text amendment. And I thought it was really good. I think it's important to notify more residents and in better ways, and so I'm in support of it. And I also mentioned an online mapping function, and I'm not like super technical, but I think it would be cool to go online and put in your address and see like what's going on around you. You know, am I able to be heard? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, someone was just reminding me that I forgot to start your time.
Oh, okay.
I got this.
Oh, no.
I forgot.
Oh, no worries. And I understand that some citizens were working with county staff on like a, what do you call, like a web page for some changes for the web page. Right. Yeah, and that's all I have. Thank you.
You'll be happy to know, Cindy, that that was one of the long topics of discussion at our retreat, that we needed to have a more consumer-friendly website, and that actually was one of the top priorities that the commission put in also. But I wanted to say, not just to you, but to everybody, this is really refreshing that we're seeing citizens come in, and we all know that this issue has been one of the hot topics every single time we have a public hearing, and so that they feel we're moving in the right direction. That's great. Does anybody have anything to say? I don't see any hand. Yes, Andrea? Oh, Commissioner Herr, I'm sorry.
That's okay. My mom called me Andrea. That's the most important name I'll ever have. I just wanted to say thank you to the staff for the taking a lot of the suggestions during briefing and incorporating them brilliantly. It's pretty awesome to be part of the process from the beginning to the end. So that's now starting to happen for me in this term, and I appreciate the work you did on that.
Thank you very much. Anyone else have any comments or questions of the staff? I do have one question. Ms. Hammack? I have one question, Ms. Hammack.
For the record, Rebecca Hammack, Development Services Director.
Ms. Hammack, couldn't you think of a better way to celebrate your birthday? Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So,
And good job on this, by the way.
Was that legitimately your question?
Yeah, that was my question. And good job on this, the Borough Pit and everything else. We know we've been throwing a lot of stuff at you lately, and also on the accessory dwelling. I know that all of this is under your purview. I want to thank the county manager and yourself. This is wonderful to see.
No, thank you very much. It was definitely a team effort.
And the county attorney's office.
Yeah, but it's not their birthday.
But, and one thing I did just want to clarify on Rebecca Wilson's email, if I could, just because I want to fully represent what she was writing, just to be fair. One of the things that she was objecting to was the number of parcels that have to be, the minimum number of parcels that have to be notified in the rural area is different than the minimum number of parcels in the urban area. And she was saying that they should be equal. They shouldn't be different.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Andrea, I want you to know that your dogs made their first presentation of the day. I saw both of them in the background running around.
Well, I can train everyone in the household except the big guy not to pull into the garage while I'm on one of these. So the garage door just went up.
Fantastic. Okay, everyone, we have we have this before us. Is there any further questions, or do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to transmit the proposed ordinance enacting comprehensive plan text amendments on public participation and public notice for public hearings to state and regional review agencies and subject to final approval and adoption of the comprehensive plan text amendment, adopt the associated ordinance enacting corresponding revisions to the Land Development Code.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. All right, item number 27 is public hearing creating Seminole County General Housing Trust Fund. Allison Thal will be presenting this item. Allison?
I will. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Allison Thal, Community Services Director. And item 27 is being presented for adoption of an ordinance on the Seminole County Code creating the Seminole County General Housing Trust Fund. The General Housing Trust Fund is being established for the express purpose of being able to receive funds that are not required to be placed in our existing housing trust fund that currently receives all of our CDBG and SHIP funds. This ordinance shall allow for funds to be received and maintained in the new General Housing Trust Fund for use at the discretion of the Board of County Commissioners to assist in the production of affordable housing by for-profit and not-for-profit developers and organizations, for emergency transition housing, for regulatory barrier easement, as well as providing for regulations and codification in the Seminole County Code. Following a year-long regional affordable housing initiative in collaboration with other Central Florida governments, including Orange County, the City of Orlando, and Osceola County, it was concluded that the need for the production of affordable housing for both rental and home ownership in Seminole County was absolutely just immense. To implement the recommendations set forth in the regional initiative, the board directed staff to prepare an attainable housing strategic plan specifically for Seminole County. The attainable housing plan identified housing needs and proposed strategies to address regulatory and other barriers for affordable housing. The strategic plan was approved by the board in November of 2020. A key recommendation made in the Attainable Housing Strategic Plan was to establish a local trust fund for affordable housing to serve as a permanent and renewable source of revenue to meet in part the attainable housing needs. In anticipation of the General Housing Trust Fund, the board actually approved an initial allocation of $500,000 in fiscal year 2021 to serve as working capital to foster and encourage the private sector to join with the public and the nonprofit sectors to further the goals of attainable housing. So moving forward, the Department of Community Services and the County Attorney's Office, in conjunction with Resource Management, shall establish guidelines and procedures for implementation of the General Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And that concludes our report.
Thank you, Allison. Very good report. Is there any questions? Commissioner.
Would like to submit my emails and meetings for the public. And then I have a couple questions for staff, if I may. First of all, I support the Housing Trust Fund. But on line items 66 and 68, it talks about the revenue or expenditures of transitional housing and permanent housing. It's 10% and 80%. That equals 90. Where's the other 10%?
I think the other 10% is sitting in reserve.
Right. And we should identify that somehow.
All righty.
Another way to look at it is in those provisions, those are not to exceed.
Paul
Chipock, Deputy County Attorney. Those are ceilings that the expenditures cannot exceed those percentages. They're not meant to be a specific allocation of the funding.
It doesn't say it shall not exceed. It just
says no more
says
than
no
10.
more than, but I just want to make sure that we're allocating all the funds, however you want to do it. But it's only 90%. What?
Commissioner, what that indicates to me is there are other things we can do with these funds outside of these two listed items. So there may be some other activities that the board would like to fund through this that's not specific, that falls into either one of those categories.
Okay.
And for the record, that was Nicole Guillet speaking.
Then my last question that I would have would be, I see the percentages here, and I just want to make sure that there's proper equity on the lower housing. Because if you look at this, people who make 140% of the median income qualify just as much as people who make 30% of the income. And I just want to make sure that there's proper equity, and I'm hoping that the guidelines that are going to be written actually talks about equity shares. Because if you do 40%, 140%, a family of four can make $100,000. And if you have a family of four of 30%, that's $26,000. There's a big difference in between there. And I just want to make sure that there's equity. And that should be defined somehow in the guidelines and the procedures of the policy book. So that's my other comment. Because the people in the lower pay bands will not be able to qualify for a loan, and the people in the upper pay bands could potentially.
Does staff want to comment on that at all?
I would say because we will be working in conjunction with the County Attorney's Office to draft those guidelines. Those guidelines do need to come to the board for approval. So you will see and be aware of all the guidelines so that we could certainly address that percentage-wise to a satisfactory amount for all of you.
Thank you, Allison. I appreciate it. I need to make sure that, since we don't have a clerk here, that everybody continues to say their name.
Well,
and
we have
everything.
one remote that's listening.
Okay, good. Well, but they may not be able to tell who it is, but that's okay. Good, thank you very much. Anybody else have any comments, further comments or questions?
Well,
Commissioner.
I'll just ask, and I know we're not at the place yet where we're talking about the funding of this. I know that's the next steps, but one of the things that we may want to think about since we started talking about some of the federal funds this morning, and I forget what are these called again?
American Rescue.
American Rescue. Those funds might be able to be utilized, some of them, to help augment this, and then it wouldn't be coming out of our general fund, and certainly would have a rational nexus to the COVID, so something to think about. But thank you for doing this, because this has been many, many months in the workings, and thank you to all of the staff, both your team and the county attorney's office, and everyone for pulling it together. It's nice to have the framework in place.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner?
I'm good. I was just going to ask staff to make sure that we share this with my colleagues across the region once we get it in place on the attainable and affordable housing conferences we're having. They want to know what all we're doing in detail. So let's make sure we reach out to those folks and make sure they have a copy of it as well.
Michelle.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? We'll open the public hearing. I see no one here. Does anybody, no, I have no cards. Does anybody want to speak on this issue? Yes, ma'am. Please bring your, do you have a yellow sheet with you?
I have a very long green sheet with many items. Can I hand it over at the end?
Okay.
All
We're-
right.
Yes, ma'am.
When this will come...
Ma'am, you name and address for the record,
Yeah.
please.
Wafa Esposito, 5040 Hawks Hammock Way. I was wondering if, when you come up with the criteria, are you going to be having a public input? For example, where I lived, there was 2 towns and they handled the issue differently. In one town, they made priority to make a list where they can have the resident extended family relatives, if they qualify and meet the criteria, to go on a list so you can bring kind of, people together. It helps strengthen the community, grandparents or someone in the family who might be financially not as good as their other family members could be around. There can be a lot of support between families. So I was just wondering, this is something down the road, and I just wanted to bring my experience between the 2 neighboring towns where, the criteria was well sought after and brought very good results to the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And anybody that, you're looking at the young lady that was up here speaking, that would be the person to talk to.
And I would just add to that is, these are SHIP and CDBGs, and there's certain criteria already burned into these equations.
That is true, yes.
So we're sort of governed by those criteria to a certain extent.
To a certain extent.
Those are already outlined statutorily for us to even get the funding. So maybe, I don't know, maybe it makes sense to have just like maybe a little conversation with Ms. Esposito to help her understand what those funds, how we get those funds,
Sure.
the criteria that typically comes along with those, the Sadowski issues and so forth, may be helpful in her understanding. It's not something that we can just arbitrarily say, this is what we're going to say we're going to do, because we could be in violation of the requirements federally and state-wise as far as what we're allowed to do.
The new ones.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anybody else wish to speak on this issue? See none. Clint, do we have anybody?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you very
Mr.
much.
Chairman?
We're going to close the public hearing.
I move the motion, adopt the ordinance creating the Seminole County General Housing Trust Fund for the purpose of receiving funds that are not required to be placed in the existing Affordable House Trust Fund established for the purpose of receiving CDBG and SHIP funds, and to provide regulations and codification in the Seminole County Code, and to provide for severability and an effective date.
Second.
Motion is second, discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. You can just stay right there because the next one, item 28, public hearing, create public land trust procedures. Allison?
Allison Thal, Community Services Director. Item 28 is being presented for adoption of an ordinance of the Seminole County Code for the purpose of creating a community land trust procedures, certification of an application process, all of which are subject to approval by the Board of County Commissioners, whereby also providing for county staff to assist community land trusts in the application process as it serves as a valid public purpose in creating affordable housing options, and finally providing for codification in the Seminole County Code. This ordinance allows for the Community Trust Fund model to serve as a tool to ensure the availability of affordable housing units for the long term. Community land trusts may be used for home ownership and rental units. As a part of the year-long Regional Affordable Housing Initiative, the Community Services and Development Services Departments partnered to review the current land development codes and local incentives conducive to the development of affordable housing. A regional report was prepared outlining strategies and recommendations to further the development of affordable housing. To implement the recommendations set forth in this regional initiative, the board did direct staff to prepare an attainable housing strategic plan that was specific for Seminole County. A key recommendation made in the strategic plan was to implement the community land trust model. The proposed ordinance provides the necessary procedures, processes, and guidelines to begin coordination and partnership with community land trust organizations. This ordinance is applicable to county-owned property in all urban service infill areas in Seminole County. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Allison. Any questions? The staff? Seeing none, I'm going to open public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak on this issue? Seeing none, Clint, do you have anybody?
No, sir.
Thank you very much, Clint. Close public hearing. Discussion, motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to submit all correspondence and meetings for the public record.
Move a motion to adopt the ordinance creating the community land trust procedures for the purpose of creating a long-term affordable housing options for Seminole County residents in partnership with a qualified nonprofit agency.
Second.
Motion is seconded. Discussion.
I'll just say thank you again on this one.
Amen.
Because this was the culmination of a lot of work sessions and bringing in some subject matter experts, and a lot of conversation and research was done. So it seems kind of weird to be passing all of these so quickly.
A lot of stuff. Yes.
Because we did the work. We did.
Yes.
Don't jinx it.
We planted the seeds, and now it's our time to harvest the fruit.
Nice to see.
Yeah.
A lot of good things happening today. All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the quasi-judicial public hearings, which are items 29 and 30. While the board welcomes comment, please forgive me for having to repeat this all the time, but it is necessary. While the board welcomes comments from all persons with an interest in proceedings, Florida law requires that the board decisions in a quasi-judicial action be supported by the competent, substantial evidence presented to the board during the hearing on the application. Competent, substantial evidence is such evidence as a reasonable mind would accept as adequate to support a conclusion. There must be a factual basis in the record to support the opinion testimony from both expert and non-expert witnesses. And it says, explain that this means that those providing public hearing need to provide comments that are based in fact and not just opinion in order for the board to consider it as a basis for the decision. Persons presenting testimony rely on factual information that they present, that is presented by a county staff, that the applicant presented, or on factual information included in the county staff report to support their testimony. All persons who present written materials to board for consideration must ensure that a copy of such materials is provided to the clerk for inclusion in the board's record of proceedings and official minutes. has any commissioner received any oral or written communication regarding the quasi-judicial items?
Not either.
If so, please disclose the substance of the communication and identify the person.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit my ex parte communication. I've had several meetings with staff to discuss this, and I'd like to submit that today.
Thank you very much. Item 29 is a small-scale land use map amendment and rezone for Seminole County Fire Station 39. Ann Silloway will make the presentation. A lot of new faces making presentations today. Good to see you, Ann.
Good to see you, too. Good afternoon. I'm Annie Silloway. I'm with Development Services, and I'm a planner. I will be presenting the small-scale future land use and rezone for Fire Station 39. This is a request for a rezone from A1 Agriculture and R1AA Single Family to PLI Public Lands and Institutions, and a future land use amendment from Low Density Residential, LDR, on approximately 2.0 acres located on the south side of First Street, 1/10 of a mile east of Orange Boulevard, to allow the construction of Fire Station 39. The applicant is requesting a rezone to Public Lands and Institutions, PLI, and a future land use amendment to Public Quasi-Public, PUB, in order to develop the subject property in compliance with the Seminole County Land Development Code and the Seminole County Comprehensive Plan. Staff finds the request to be a necessity for the fire station in the area to support the new developments in the area. The character of the surrounding area is stable and will not be affected by the proposed change in land use designation. The Planning and Zoning Commission met on March 3rd, 2021, and voted unanimously to recommend approval of the request. Staff recommends adoption of the proposed ordinance enacting a small-scale future land use map amendment from low-density residential, LDR, to public quasi-public, PUB, and adopt the ordinance enacting a rezone from A1 Agriculture and R1AA single-family dwelling to PLI Public Lands and Institutions for approximately 2.0 acres located on the south side of First Street, 1/10 of a mile east of Orange Boulevard, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Annie. Any questions? Seeing none, could I have the board back, please? Thank you very much. All right. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to speak? I have no cards. Seeing none, is anybody out there, Clint?
No, sir.
Nobody's out there. Okay. Any comments from any of the commissioners? This is in Commissioner Herr's district. Would you like to make the motion, Commissioner Herr?
I'd be happy to make the motion, and we'll hope for silence while I'm doing this. I heard about this loud and clear on the campaign trail, and I am certain that we have community support to adopt the proposed ordinance enacting a small-scale future land use map amendment from low-density residential to public quasi-public, and adopt the ordinance enacting a rezone from A1 agricultural to R-1AA single-family dwelling to PLI Public Lands and Institutions on approximately 2.08 acres located on the south side of First Street, 0.1 miles east of Orange Boulevard.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and seconded. Discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Dory.
I fully support this action that the commission made a motion for, but I would like for staff at a later date look at the possibility of extending First Street or somehow extending access from this fire station from First Street to International. It would save literally minutes for access, not just for the Wekiva Parkway, but all up and down International. And I think it would be...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need you guys to speak into your microphones.
I can't get closer to the microphone. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay. What I said was I fully support this action of rezoning this that the commission made the motion for, but I also believe that this fire station that's on First Street, it is literally less than a stone's throw away from International Parkway, and it would save very valuable time, not just getting to International, but also to the Wekiva Parkway, instead of going all the way around using Orange Avenue. And I'd like the staff bring back at a later date looking at that to see how we could grant that.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Further discussion?
So is this one of those silences consent things that we talked about last Friday?
Okay, does anybody have any problem with that?
Well, I'm not sure. I've never looked at it. I don't know if it's something I support or not. I don't know if it's something that the district commissioner is
I'm
aware
not
of or
saying
has
we
looked
should
at.
support it. I'm just asking staff to look at it and bring it back to us. If
I
there's a way to
certainly
do it.
consider bringing more information back and maybe doing it in briefing, but I had no knowledge of the request up until now. No.
Yeah, I thought there was, when we did this property, wasn't there there was something with the surrounding properties we had who knows most about that? I mean, we had this big discussion about the surrounding properties and some of the maneuvers we had to make to get what we were able to put there now.
I think John Dredge could speak on that.
Okay.
What I can tell you is why you have silence here is because we are already looking at that issue. So we've already started looking at that on a staff level. We haven't made any decisions, but I just want to, it's something that as part of the
For
development.
the
of the
record,
site-
John Dredge, Public Works Director. What we have the trail in that area. Also, we have the one of the utility plant in that area as well. That's why, probably that's what we discussed. And we look into it if there is a possibility to extend it, but we did not go in detail and to see what it costs or what is the feasibility and what alternative we can consider, but we talk about it before at the staff level.
Thank you. I knew there was, and I support that, by the way, having staff look, sounds like they might already be doing that. I just recall when we first did this, there was conversations about adjoining properties and some concerns or access issues we had to deal with. And so it sounds like Mr. Dredge is aware of that.
On the staff level.
Great, thank you. So I'm happy to support.
Well,
staff to look at it.
Clearly, the staff seems to already look at it because it makes sense to try to open up to save time.
We can't discuss things unless we have it in a public meeting.
Correct.
That's why I'm discussing it here.
So, Commissioner Herb, being your district, did you want to say something about this?
Any other questions?
Well, most of your conversations I can't hear because when you lean back in the chairs, you're not speaking into the microphone, so I'm a little bit at a disadvantage. I stand by my motion. We need to move forward with this. If there's additional information that we're requesting, I would support that as well. I have full confidence that staff has done what they were supposed to do with regard to building the station.
Yeah, and this is not part, I think it was mainly just a comment, and the staff have already said that they're doing it, but this was not part of the motion. It was not an amendment or anything like that. It was just, if you didn't hear, it was just, see if they connect First Street with International to save time for the fire station and the trucks and in emergencies. I think that's what the request was. And the staff had indicated that they were already looking at it. It boils down to what you said, Mr. Dredge and our county manager, correct? Okay. With that, we have a motion by the district commissioner and a second. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Aye, opposed, passes unanimously. We are now on 30. 30 is an appeal to the Board of Adjustment decision. Kathy Hamill will present this item. Kathy, good to see you today.
Good afternoon. Kathy Hamill, Development Services. Item number 30 is an appeal of a Board of Adjustments decision. This decision was made on January 25th to deny a variance from a side street setback from 15 feet to 5 feet for a privacy fence at 2125 Laurel Wood Way in the Hawks Crest Plan Development. The Hawks Crest Plan Development was platted in 2018, and the single-family home that was constructed at 2129 was completed in 2020. The homeowner, Frank Garcia, on February 4th, appealed the decision of the Board of Adjustment to be heard before the Board of County Commissioners, hence the agenda item that we have this afternoon. This concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions, Commissioner?
This, if I remember, Hawks Crest, this is part of a HOA. There's an HOA governing body there, is that correct?
Yes, sir, there is.
Do we have any letters or any indication what the HOA position has been?
The HOA in their documents state that they allow a fence 5 feet from the property line on corner lots.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Ms. Kathy, are there other situations in this subdivision that have allowed this?
Yes, sir. We had 2 variances that were approved in 2020 for the same setback to 5 feet that were approved.
So
by the board.
is this consistent with those locations?
It is consistent with the requests that they have made, and it is in the same development.
Has staff reviewed this, and has staff seen any obstacles that we should not approve this?
We did receive approval from traffic engineering that there are no safety issues with the location of the proposed fence.
Thank you.
Just, that brings up the question, was there any extenuating circumstances that made this one different than the others that they would have voted against this appeal? As opposed to approving the others? Or not the appeal, but the
size of the
request.
lots and the request are all similar.
Thank you, Kathy.
Are you sure you're not a lawyer? Because that was very similar to the answer we got earlier.
And just to be clear, the HOAs is 5 feet from the street side sidewalk, not the street.
That's correct.
Just so we're clear.
Okay. Is the applicant here? Sir, you have the opportunity to speak if you'd like. And I'm assuming this is Frank Garcia?
Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you, Commissioners, for hearing me today. I appreciate it greatly. One thing I want to add just on the last question, which is what makes this one different from others that were approved. I was unable to attend in person for the Board of Adjustments meeting. My mother was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, and I was visiting her in Colorado at the time. So I think that was part of the reason it did not get approved, and I'm not going to hold that against the Board of Adjustment. They have to show up physically. I think they would expect us to show up physically for that as well. 4 things I wanted to add to the presentation today, one of which is on March 12th of 2021. I did get architectural approval from the Homeowners Association for the fence at 5 feet from the sidewalk. So I have a copy of that if anybody would like it for the record.
I would like that in the record.
You could submit that to the clerk.
You have to submit that to us, so just put it on the table right next to you. We'll take care of it later. Thank you, sir.
Secondary piece I'll add is from the planning side. I actually am in support of all of the signage updates that you did today. Those actually help my cause. With the submission, I had 7 letters from my neighbors in support of it. I'm now up to 11 letters from them because they saw the sign and understood what we were doing and were in support of it. So I have 4 more letters to add.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Hold on. And I'm happy to answer any questions that any of the commissioners have today.
Thank you very much. You've been very thorough. Is there any questions of Mr. Garcia?
No.
No.
We're waiting for the paper to come around, but thank you very much, Mr. Garcia. Seeing that there's no other questions, you can, if you'd like, you can sit down. Thank you. Is there anybody else here to speak on behalf or for or against this? Good. Please bring that paper up to the attorney. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
James Flask?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon, Commissioner. So I'm actually Mr. Garcia's neighbor, so I live 2 houses down.
For the record.
For the record.
Address.
Oh, address. 2117 Laurelwood Way, so I would be 2 down from him on the site map. I won't take much of your time. I just wanted to come here in person and say that every neighbor I've talked to, we all support Mr. Garcia's requests. Our lots are not big like a rural area. They're very small, and he's got a young family, and we absolutely will all support. Everyone I've talked to, and myself and my wife, I would support them being able to have a little more privacy and get to enjoy their property. That's all I have.
You want to keep his children fenced in, is what you're saying?
She can't move yet. She can't move yet, so but someday it'll probably be good for everybody.
Thank you very much. All right, anyone else here to speak on behalf or against? Anybody out there, Clint?
No, sir.
Thank you very much, Clint. So we're going to close public record. This is in Commissioner Delory's district. Commissioner Delory?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion to overturn the Board of Adjustments' decision to deny the request for the side street south setback variance from 15 feet to 5 feet for a privacy fence in the PD Plan Development District as presented here today.
Second.
Motion and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Mr. Garcia, Glenn, thank you very much.
Be well.
Congratulations. Okay. We are now to the item 31, which we already took care of one thing, which was the Deer Run, but we are now at the county manager. Do you wish me to bring up Tricia right now?
Sure.
Okay, Tricia, tell us how many wonderful things are happening in the legislature.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. For the record, Tricia Johnson, Deputy County Manager. Yes, this would be the season of preemptions, I would say. We have seen more movement with respect to preemption bills than in previous years. So although about the same amount have been filed, about 50 or so, they're moving faster through committees. And we can speculate that that's because most of us, for example, have not been to Tallahassee, neither have the special interest groups or large groups of community members, so it's a little bit easier to move some of these types of things through. A little good news, though, the vacation rental bill, the majority of the preemptions have been removed, so that is positive for us. It still impacts South Florida, so that language is up in the Senate right now, and the House is watching to see what the Senate does, but at this point, it doesn't impact Seminole County, so that is positive for us. We do have an impact fee bill that is going to be heard tomorrow morning at 8:30 that does impact a number of components related to impact fees, essentially narrowing the definition of infrastructure, so limiting how those fees can be spent, and as Chairman Constantine and I were talking about earlier, setting a precedent for that continuing narrowing of the language. So Florida Association of Counties is very involved with that particular bill and working closely with the Senate. They have an amendment that benefits us, and of course then the House will be watching to see what they do. We also have, I believe this may have came up at a previous meeting, but the Emergency Powers of Political Subdivisions bill, which is another great concern to Florida Association of Counties, basically saying that any emergency order put in place will expire after 10 days and cannot be put back into a place until the majority of the county commission votes to approve it. So imagine doing that for the last year. So there are a number of other components to that bill that are concerning. So we are watching those. The civil liability for damages related to COVID-19, which is positive for local governments, did pass the Senate floor, and it is in messages in the House, so they'll be taking a look at the Senate language and probably visiting that bill by early next week. So that is a positive bill for the county. Our appropriations requests are our appropriations requests are in the Appropriations Subcommittee on the House side and moving forward, but as we know, even if they end up in the legislative budget, that doesn't mean that the governor will keep them there. So there's still a long road till we find out if we got either of those funding requests. So I did send out an update on Sunday with all the play-by-play. I was speaking with Chairman earlier. The Regional Planning Council's bill has not seen much movement in the past few weeks. Certainly doesn't mean that it's dead. It just means that it's not moving for the time being, but it could be tacked onto something else. So we are continuing to watch that one as well. The agritourism bill did pass the Senate floor late last week, and now on the House side is our opportunity to amend it. I've been talking with our representatives in Tallahassee about that opportunity as well, since we do have the amendment language drafted. So it's kind of where we stand with that one. It was never one that we were going to be as successful with on the Senate side to amend, but possibly on the House side. So with that, I will answer any questions.
Just the 88, which is, as you so politely called it, the agritourism bill, the farm bill that we've talked about, they've now, it's now been revealed that that is a U.S. sugar bill. It's there are a litany of requests that they want to make so that they can do certain things down in the Everglades. I did want to tell you that we're out of the ports. We talked about the ports once. The counties have now been eliminated from the ports, so they're actually showing what they're really affected. They were upset with Key West because Key West, wanted to reduce the number of visitors at any particular time, and because of just the impact of that island, and so they've eliminated the counties, only have the cities now, and so it kind of shows what they really do with these preemptions. It's not really good public policy. It's going after certain people that they don't like the policy that they've made. So unfortunately. But thank you very much. I know that you were on one phone call after another all week, with various things with the county association, and I know that they appreciate the fact that you're on there. Commissioner Lockhart and I were both up in Tallahassee last week, and it was quite interesting to see how you can no longer go to the Capitol. Everybody watches from the Civic Center. And whatever they call it, Convention Center, Civic Center, the basketball arena. And, the only time you can find legislators is when you go out on Adams Street.
I was going to say when you go out drinking.
Yes. Go Adams Street and you can find them.
Well, and I noticed they opened up registration for their annual conference in Orlando. I believe it's in June. So
End
for
of
those
June
you
to
that are
July
interested in
2nd, I believe. So I
And I think
welcome
most
all
of
of
that
you to
is in
go.
person, rather. A couple of virtual components, but I believe the majority of it is in person.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Any
thank you.
questions of Ms. Johnson?
Nope. Good job.
Great job.
Thank you very much. Keep getting us good news. The closer it gets to the end, the more stuff gets off, hopefully. Okay, County Manager, I know that you have a few other things that you want to discuss today.
I do have a few quick things, most of which I have touched base with you on already individually. The first item is related to our contract with District 5 for medical examiner services. As you know, we've been engaged with District 5 for these services for about 2 years now, and it's turned out to be a really great relationship. District 5 includes Lake, Marion, Sumter, Citrus, and Hernando counties. Very good feedback from our law enforcement community, and I think also very good feedback from a customer service standpoint, particularly in relation to where we were in our prior arrangement. There is a governing board from the 5 counties that manages a contract with a third-party medical examiner, and we are a part of that. We have joined in on that contract. Marion County is the county that administers it. And that governing board met in February, and they revised their bylaws to allow Seminole County to have a seat on that governing board. So I would recommend that we go ahead and take advantage of that opportunity to have a seat.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioners, yes.
I'd like to appoint Commissioner Zimbow to that position.
Okay, I did want to say, and I will accept that motion. Is there a second?
I don't even know what.
Okay, let me tell you a little bit.
What does it entail?
First of all, let me just say, this is
Not saying that I don't want it to be you. I'm just curious. What is
How much
it?
time is involved?
No, this is a board. When we had a problem, and Commissioner Deloria and I were here, I don't think that the two of you were there, or Commissioner Herr, when we were having a great deal of, we were working with Volusia County. It was on their.
I know it well.
Okay, all right. And we were not getting death certificates, or, a lot of things were being held up, concerns from many of our citizens. So the county manager reached out, found this other agency, or, of a conglomeration, if you will, of counties in District 5 that was doing this. They graciously allowed us to be part of it. And it's worked out very well. Now they're happy with us being in, vice versa. And it's Citrus, Hernando, Lake, Marion, and Sumter County. The 5 county commissioners, it's all county commissioner appointed. The 5 county commissioners are all great individuals. I know them all. And Commissioner Zimbauer would work in very well with his boots and cowboy hat.
What are you trying to say?
But no, I believe, and I believe that that would be a good choice.
So this board manages the contract with.
Yeah, I really don't care what their attire is, as much as I care about what their responsibilities
They
are.
manage the contract with the medical examiner. It's a private provider, medical examiner, and they manage the contract, and we've been allowed to be part of that. They talk about levels of service, they talk about budget. There may need to be some capital investments in the coming years, which I suspect is probably part of why they've invited us to join the governing board. But it is, we make up about 25% of the volume of the total coverage by that medical examiner. Us, we're District 24 and District 5 together. Of those together, we make up about 25% of the volume. I think it's been a good arrangement for us. I would encourage, it sounds like there's support for us to pursue the seat. We have been talking to, some of you may remember Guy Mentner. He is the county attorney in Marion County who administers the contract. So we've been talking with him about how, if we have to amend any of our agreements to take advantage of this seat. But I just wanted, before we went any further, anybody did any more work on it, they only meet quarterly. And they've been moving around through the 5 counties. They tend to move the meeting around, and maybe they'll move one down to Seminole if we're on the board, although it would be kind of a long haul for everybody else. So I think it was very gracious of them to offer that to us, and they have been they're lovely people, and they've been lovely partners, and so I would encourage us to take advantage of that. And I don't know that we need an appointment just yet, but we can do that as well and be prepared for that. But I just wanted the head nod on the seat before we got too deep into it.
I mean, I think it's wise we have a position on the seat. I mean, I remember what we dealt with previously.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Delory has the floor.
Whole better deal.
I will tell you, thank you, Mr. Chairman, when we were using Volusia County, we had to spend quite a bit of time traveling to the other side of Volusia County, number one. And number two, we were looking at, they were telling us that in order for us to continue with them, we would have to spend millions of dollars to help build a facility. And the good thing about this arrangement is that there's no capital yet, and that they actually have people placed in this area to cut down the time. And they have done us very well. And if they think that we should be having a seat at the board, I think we should jump at it. And I just think that with Commissioner Zimbauer's background of forensic automobile stuff, as well as his business acumen, I think he'd be a natural choice for it. That's why I made the motion.
So thank you, Commissioner Delory. I can tell you the previous arrangements we have with Volusia County had a lot of our families up in arms because they couldn't get death certificates, couldn't get information they need to even move forward with the ceremonies they desired to perform for their loved ones. So this one has been much better, I know that, but much more professional. Of course, we don't have our own ME, so.
Since it only meets one every quarter, County Manager, do we know if they need an alternate or anything of that nature?
I'm not sure how that's structured. I don't know if they have alternate members or not.
All right. Well, we do have a motion. Can Commissioner Lockhart, do you have any interest in being the alternate if they have one?
I do not. I was actually thinking Commissioner Hurd, we could get her some cowboy boots.
Commissioner Hurd is shaking her head.
Shaking her head. No.
Her owns cowboy boots, she just doesn't wear them.
We'll just leave Commissioner Zimbauer. If we need an alternate, we'll worry about that later, unless Commissioner Zimbauer doesn't get voted in right now.
Right.
No, I'm not opposed to it at all. I just, usually when we have appointments like this, like we kind of know what the terms are. Is it for a 1 year? Is it a board appointment? Is it a chairman's discretion?
This is a board appointment, as I understand it.
I'm not sure what it is.
Okay.
It's an element of their bylaws that said Seminole County will be offered a seat. And that came out of the meeting at the end of February.
And I think it's great that we have a seat.
Yes, but I just wanted to make sure there was an interest in doing that before we got a little deeper into the structure and the,
There's no sense in beating this thing literally to death.
I mean, our alternative is what?
I believe
That was
it.
bad.
Well, we'll find out the term. Find out the term, please.
Sure.
I'll be
So to answer
happy
your
to make it
question-
if it's a chair appointment. I'll be happy to make that appointment. If it's a board appointment, we've already got a motion for Commissioner
Great.
Zimbauer. Is there any objection to that?
No.
Seeing no objection, that's where we go. Please find out. We don't want him to have a lifetime seat on this board.
Nor would I want to.
No, of course not. Okay,
Because that
Commissioner.
means I'd be showing up at that place if it was lifetime. And, you know.
County Manager, do you have any other items?
I do have a few more quick things. One of the things we talked about at the recent retreat was the sales tax, and starting discussions on where we want to go with that next. And I just wanted to report to you that we had a mayors and managers meeting last week, I think it was, and I did raise the issue. The managers and I are going to, there was support to start those conversations, and we're going to meet, we're trying to find a meeting date in April so that we can talk about that and also talk about the American Rescue Plan direct assistance. So just wanted you to know that we are moving forward. We did mention it, mayors and managers, as you requested, and we're going to start that discussion. Any questions on that? Let's see. I wanted to just make sure everybody saw an email that Rebecca sent out yesterday regarding the Impact Fee Advisory Committee for the school board. They have asked us to, they put together the composition of that board, and they've given Seminole County 2 seats. That's in addition to the staff representation that we will have on that committee. We will be asking you to name those 2 folks at your next meeting. So I know that Commissioner Lockhart has already suggested somebody. Last go-around, we had 1 seat, and it was the chairman of the Planning Commission, interestingly enough.
Which was me.
Commissioner Zimbauer. It is not, our understanding is it's not elected officials, it's other representatives. So if you could be thinking about that, and we'll touch base with you between now and April, but I just wanted to get that on everybody's radar before the next meeting.
So that you know, I recommended Sean Barth, who currently sits on our Value Adjustment Board. He's been in this community for forever and would be a wonderful addition to that conversation, I believe. He's already agreed to serve if we want him to serve.
And quite frankly, I'm sorry, Commissioner, quite frankly, if it worked out well that the Planning and Zoning Board Chairman last time, then I would recommend the Planning Board Chairman. I believe it's Carissa Lawhon, if she has the time. I don't know, she may not want to do it, but yes, Commissioner Delory.
Well, if she doesn't have the time, I think there's another person on the P&Z. His name is Tim Smith. Would also be another good person to.
So somebody from the P&Z would make a good choice.
I've not spoken to him about it, but he'd be a good person.
I would concur that it probably would be wise to consider somebody with experience from our planning and zoning, because they understand some of the conversation, how that all will fit in with that impact fee.
Commissioners, would that be something that we would ask the county manager, just to let the planning board, through the staff, let the planning board know that we would like them to make a recommendation as to who that they would like to have on there? Or would we just
We could do that if the board asks
Either way,
us to do that.
That's rolling the dice on which one they might.
Well, that's true. That is true. That's why I asked.
Yeah.
I think the
Well, we all
commissioner
have
that.
appointments to that. We can all throw names on the table. And
Yeah,
we can
good
all
idea.
vote.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, and like I said, I guess willingness to serve, maybe that
Yeah.
would be the right
Yeah, maybe you
thing.
could just inquire there. That's probably okay.
Okay,
So
anything?
we'll chat with you about that at the next meeting. I just wanted y'all to be thinking about that. And then speaking of the next meeting, I wanted to remind you that we talked about a new protocol for meetings, and we're going to start that new protocol on April 13th, where we will have a work session in the morning, and then regular meeting in the afternoon. So the actual BCC meeting will start at 1:30. Consent agenda, all of that. And in the morning, we'll have work sessions. We do have the impact fee work session scheduled, and we'll give you an update on mobility fee as well. I can't remember, Melanie, what else we might have. And she tells me we have some land development code items to discuss with you as well at that work session. So I'll get with Rebecca and we understand we'll have a shorter time period, but we'll make it work.
Maybe that'll help us get through it, though. Thank you. Further, anything else?
That's all I have.
County Attorney?
No report at this time.
Okay. Is there any, County Manager, have you heard of any commissioners that have asked for any future agenda items?
I have not been notified of any requests.
Members, any future agenda items? Right now? Okay. Including work sessions? Commissioner Delord.
I do have a request for a work session, not an agenda item, but a work session.
Okay.
I'd like to have a work session about Sunrail. We're getting to a point now where some decisions have to be made about terms, and I just want to make sure that the board is giving me proper direction so that I am representing them correctly, and I'd rather discuss that in a work session.
And I think the next meeting of that board is the 29th of April, so let's put that on the April 13th meeting also.
That's fine.
Okay?
And that way staff can brief us individually.
Commissioner Hurd, I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Did you have anything?
Let me see what I think I know based on that conversation that I really can't hear very well. We're doing a work session on Sunrail, and we're putting it on the 13th. What I would tell you is that we continue to follow our protocol of shoving way more things into an agenda, and so if that can't happen at that time frame and we can better manage our agenda by another time frame, I would certainly be open to that.
Okay. And that will be the case, because I think this is time-sensitive on the Sunrail, and I think that the issues can be laid out rather quick. Yes?
And Mr. Chairman, the only reason I'm bringing it up now, because I got an email about a week ago that I want to make sure that everyone's aware of.
All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
The only thing I would say, also following up on Commissioner Hur's comment, I would concur, we've got to find a way to efficiently get through these meetings and get breaks, lunch breaks specifically. Some of us have for me, there's certain things I got to respond and reply to law firms and court inquiries and so forth. I use that break time that's in our schedule for me to respond to those. But it's also not fair to our staff, who has been sitting here all morning or all afternoon, whatever it is, and they know they're going to get a break, and we're telling them, hey, you're going to work through it or get back here in 30 minutes. I know there's exceptions to that. It happens from time to time. I got that. But I think it happens more often than we should, and we're going to have to find a path to deal with that.
And you're absolutely right. I'm not making any excuses, but we've had some interesting issues that have come up that all of us have had conversation and important discussion about. And also, we had 2 hours on the, on emergency management this morning also.
So I'll consider that the work session that we had already voted to have that we didn't have.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Delord.
About the emergency management update, it may be to an advantage that unless there is something that is earth-shattering, something that's happening, either pro or negative, we may not need to get an emergency management update at every meeting.
I concur with that.
Or to that, certainly to that extent.
Well, Alan does a great job. I mean, wherever you are, Alan, you do a great job. The staff does a great job.
He's probably already
We
back.
get inundated with emails throughout the week where there's video things that we participate with, there's Zoom meetings. I don't think we need a meeting update every meeting.
Well, on that note, for me, I mean, I will trust the chair, I will trust our staff, that if there's something that we need to be informed with, it's not on our daily briefings, our daily sit reps, those types of things, I don't need to hear about it. I mean, I try to attend every morning at the 9 o'clock call, But I mean, if there's something that's a big issue, something's fallen off the rails or some new events happen, sure, we want to know. I want to know. But outside of that, I mean, I trust that Alan and his folks, our staff is dealing with it. We all get emails that they don't like this, they don't like that, that we could do this way or do vaccines this way or that way. We need to be courteous and understand that, but at the same time, we have professionals running that.
And I think
We don't need to be second guessing.
And I think the staff was reacting to, they feel, people were asking questions and they want to do it, but I think that you're getting direction right now. Commissioner Hurd, do you concur with what everybody else is saying about, only if, I mean, we can have very short reports if we need to, but also we don't need a great deal of information that we aren't already getting on a daily basis.
Well, to be quite honest with you, I don't think it's the staff that takes up the majority of the time in the room. I think we all feel compelled to speak to whatever they speak to. So I would certainly be a fan of hearing what's new directly from EOC at every meeting. If there's nothing new, I don't need to hear. But I also don't feel compelled to weigh in on every single thing that they talk about. And I think we have to change that dynamic if we want this meeting to run more smoothly. I'm just going to be as honest as I can be as the new guy in observation. Love you guys, but we got to tune ourselves up as much as we got to tune the staffing of the agenda up, et cetera. We are wasting a lot of time.
Valid point, Commissioner. Thank you very much. And with that, we have district reports, and you're up first.
I'm sorry, before we move off of that, I just want to make sure I have clear direction on this. We want to, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to take up more time, but I really do want to understand what the board's expectation is.
If I might read it, and you can all correct me if I'm wrong, but it just seems that what we would have to have either, definitely new information and either, and much shorter reports coming from the staff, and I think all of us got the message that we don't have to repeat ourselves over and over again.
So, Mr. Chairman, my takeaway was that at every meeting, we don't need an update unless there's something that's happened.
Okay.
Agreed.
So you take that and in putting together the agenda, use that as a guide.
All right.
Okay?
Thank you.
Anybody disagree with that?
If I did, I'd tell you.
Yes, I know. Okay.
I think we all would.
Yes, you all would. Commissioner Hurd.
District 5 report, as briefly as I can give it to you. First, a shout out to Terry McHugh and the Utilities Business Office team. We identified through a citizen a process that had opportunity for improvement, and they jumped into the mix, let us engaged, and we actually did improve the process. So there will be better customer service in the future. So I appreciate that teamwork. The next one is a shout out to Alan Harris for something different than everything that we shout out to him regularly. And this was also identified by a citizen that our education around 911 texting was not robust enough. And we brought it to their attention, and it's already been addressed. So our website is now more robust in giving citizens information about how you do that, when, why, et cetera. Very briefly on the rescue outreach mission, and I will continue to report to you on this because I think it has a significant impact on our community. Progress is continuing to be made. New officers were elected at the last meeting, and we did bring in the consultant who's visited a couple of times this week. So we're excited about the forward progress with that. Also doing a collaborative discussion with the Sharing Center, because we think there's opportunities there that are worth exploring. And then the last thing that we accomplished this past, in the past month or so, is that there was a request by a citizen, actually Katrina Shaddix, around getting the realtors to educate the citizens about bears. And the idea of education about bears resonated with me because I could have used education about bears when I moved into bear country and had my first encounter. But I don't think the placement on the realtors is appropriate. The opportunity for government to step in and provide education is real, though. And so through a combination of David Johnson, who has stepped up and offered to assist because he's got the data, et cetera, and the Realtors Association, who's offered to lend us their creative people to build what we send. We are going to do a Bear Aware initiative where we are mailing to new residents in the bear-sensitive locations. So it's in the works, very little time and effort on our part initially, and some free services from Aura, and I can't be more grateful to everybody who's helped. That's it.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Herr. District 2?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple quick things. Of course, the grand opening of the Boys and Girls Club in my district in Oviedo, which is right on the border with Commissioner Delari's. Well attended, a lot of people there, good things going on, good things happening, so we're very happy and proud of that.
Yep.
Also, understand that staff is working in my district, which I think Commissioner Delari's also touches, and Commissioner Lockhart's, with the JPA with Castleberry. I'm hearing good things, that staff is interacting good with their staff, so I'm very thrilled with that. Also, Castleberry has asked about some discussion about the possibility of some trail connectivities, and they also are inquiring again about the property where the new cell phone tower is going, or is...
Water tower.
Yeah, the water tower coming down, the cell phone high-rise going up.
Water tower's still there.
If there's any interest, so that we're aware of that. Also, attended the commercial property owners Zoom meeting for the Geneva folks on the overlay consideration to adopt the Chuleota design standards. It was pretty well attended. It was good conversation. I would say that I would paraphrase it as for the most part, they were cordial, and I think they went away from that initial meeting saying they thought they might be able to find some agreeable areas or common ground. So staff, I guess, is going to be working with them, and I appreciate them working with all those stakeholders and trying to find what they all want, and if they can find common ground, that's great. Airport report, just some quick numbers. Sanford Airport numbers January to January. Compared to January of 2020, passenger count is down by 101,000 passengers. From 2020 to 2021, of course, the pandemic kicked off just after January of 2020, so we're seeing a pretty good downtick. In comparison, full year 2019, we had 2.6 million passengers who flew domestic and 295,000 international, and that is down almost 50% for 2021. And it is also the lowest since 2012 passenger count for the month of January. Also, the discussion has been happening with Red Cleveland Lake Mary Boulevard. As many of us know, there was some interest by the airport in that property. They've been having discussions. They've reached out to some of our staff to understand what's going on there, and apparently when they make any kind of decisions, they're going to have that discussion and bring it before us for consideration. So that should happen maybe in the near future. Outside of that, everything at the zoo is for the most part good. They are canceling or not able to fulfill some of the previous fundraisers at the zoo because of the COVID and because of the impact and being able to do some of those evening type fundraising events. Right now they seem pretty good shape. Attendance has been up the last several months, which is good. They had some issues with COVID restrictions and people wanting to abide by them. And in fact, they had one occasion where the sheriff had to come because there were threats made to the animals at the zoo by an individual who was not a resident of this county to harm those animals. So, it just shows you some of the things that, everybody's dealing with. Also would like to ask staff and get agreement from my fellow commissioners. A good time ago, we decided to enter an agreement with a company on a prescription management review process with the interest of saving the county money. I would like to be able to get some kind of update on where we stand with that. If I could get support from my fellow commissioners, that's been sitting out there, and I don't know how much money we've saved, and that was the big selling point, was we're going to save the county money. I'd like to get some kind of update on that and share it with our commissioners and as well as the public. Also would like to
So
get...
this is the point where we would all look at him and nod our heads and acknowledge, yes, that we would agree or not, and then look at
Yes.
the county manager and say, yes, that sounds like a great idea, right?
Well, it is something we already agreed to, so it makes sense that we would get a report on it.
Yeah, I know, but I think this is part of that communication thing. Like,
Yeah.
we got to
So
you
is
know.
everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank
Got
you.
it? Cool.
The next thing that I would like is to have some discussion about benchmarking updates on the energy management audit
Yes.
award we just gave. I would like to get support from my fellow commissioners that and I don't know what those dates are going to be or intervals, but I'd like to keep us updated on what kind of work product or recommendations we're going to be getting on that RFQ before it gets all the way down to the end line and we look at it and go, yeah, that's not what we
Yeah,
were
that's
talking
not-
about.
They did give us a time frame.
Oh, I understand that.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, I think that it would be appropriate if we get at least a quarterly report. Is that okay with everyone?
I would like a quicker report than that because
Every
of
2
what-
months?
Because of what's happening at 5 Points.
Every 2 months?
We have to have some information
Every
to
2
correct
months?
5 Points if they're going to consider it.
Every 2 months? I'm trying to move this
Why
along.
don't you ask,
there,
why
Jay.
don't we have staff reach
Yeah,
out to the individual firm and ask them what they think is appropriate?
That's fine. Yes, Commissioner.
So do we have a contract with that firm, and is that reporting outlined in that contract?
I'm not sure of the status of the contract. Frank Consoli is managing that.
Anyway, I mean, if we can find out.
So it might be important, if the contract hasn't already been signed and negotiated, to work in whatever type of reporting it is that we want in the contract so that the expectation is set at the front end.
Great idea.
Right?
Mr.
Maybe?
Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Delory.
Both Commissioners, Zimbal and Lockhart, have an excellent point. And if they get too far down the road and 5 Points is moving far ahead, we won't be able to implement any of their suggestions.
So, County Manager, can you give us an update on that and when you think it's appropriate for our meeting, for our work session on the 13th?
I will, I'll get you some information, and I will email all of you and let you know what the status is. And if I could give you, is an email update on the PCM contract sufficient? Is that, or you want a report out?
That's okay with me, yeah.
that-
I'm fine with that.
Some of these are, if we can just
Yes.
communicate with you via email about some of these updates,
Wonderful.
those are easy to do.
That would
That's
be
fantastic.
that'd be my preference.
No, I'm good with that, but I would also, and I can do it under my district report if that, or anybody can. But I think it's important on these kind of taxpayers' dollars saving measures that we have endeavored upon to at least share that with the public. So we could just do it on, report or the county manager's report, just a quick blip or whatever. So, okay. I think finally, I would like to make a motion to appoint Daniel Priest to the citizen for the Seminole County Contractors Board for 1 year, starting January 2021.
Second.
Motion second, discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, passes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
District 4?
Commissioner Zembauer just reminded me that I have appointments to make, and I don't have the list of them in front of me, but I'm going to see if I can do it from memory.
You want to wait till the end to do it, or you want to do it now?
I can come back to you.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Just a
Okay.
thought?
Commissioner, District 1?
Okay, thank you. Just trying to help.
No, thank you.
Or you could make a motion, we'll just trust you. I'm good with that, too.
Point whoever I say.
Susie Q and Whoosie Watson.
Mr. Chairman, on our agenda today, we did a proclamation recognizing Miss Mary Ellen Stokehacker's birthday. She is 105, April the 7th, and I just wanted to wish her from the dais, happy birthday.
Amen. Happy
Wonderful.
birthday.
That is amazing.
Wow.
It's a good accomplishment.
I don't know
Also,
if you all saw, but that gentleman that we gave, the Veteran of the Month, that was also 104 years old and was shot down on Pearl Harbor, was out there getting an award from the group helicopter. I don't know the exact thing, but he was, he was having a day out there, and he was out there in his uniform, 104 years old, citizen of
bless him.
Seminole County.
It's
Amazing.
amazing. A lot of great people here. Mr. Chairman, I was also received a request from the Florida Department of Agricultural and Consumer Services for the Florida Forest Services and the Charles H. Bronson State Forest Management Plan Advisory Group. They'd like me to participate in a virtual public meeting on March 29th. It's not the same group that you're a part of. It's a different group.
Okay.
So just want to make sure you're aware of that.
Perfect.
We
I'm
already
on a
checked.
little big econ.
We already checked into it, because I know you're involved in one of them out there, and I wanted to make sure everyone's aware of that. And then I'd also like to have consensus from the board to not be involved, but keep us abreast of what's going on in Orange County with Lake Pickett North, which is now subsidy, I think it is. And I think it's important for our staff to keep us up to speed on that, and for them to have our direction for that. Is that?
I would support that.
I would support that. In fact, I think that Ms. Hammock has been doing that.
She's been doing that,
sent
but
us-
she hasn't had direction from this board, and I just wanted to make sure that she has direction through the county manager.
And as county manager knows, this board has taken a number of stands against that particular, both individually and collectively, against that
Well,
that
until we know
project in Orange.
until we know what's
East Orange
happening, we
County.
really can't take a
Yep,
stance.
yep, yep. I'm talking about in the
I understand
previous.
that, but I just want to make sure that we haven't taken a stance until we know what's happening. And then, I know at one point, we did talk about 5 points post-COVID or post-pandemic. I just wanted to make sure that they look at that, to make sure that whatever changes need to be made because of what's happening with the pandemic or COVID-19, that those changes, and they actually take a look at it instead of waiting till after it's built. So,
I'm okay with that.
I really wish you weren't wearing a mask, because all I can see is your eyes, and I'd love to see your facial expression.
So, and you're talking about the annex, the design of the annex?
we're doing a project out there now,
Right.
okay? And I want to make sure that as they move forward with us and us with them, post-pandemic, COVID-19, that after we start building this thing, whatever it is, that we don't look at this, say, because of the pandemic, we should have done this. And because there's a lot of new things that have changed because of all the circumstances in the world.
Okay, so the request is that the county manager provide us with updates on that.
No?
No?
I asked county manager and her staff to get with the professionals, the architect and the construction people, to see all the things that's happening in the world with the COVID-19, the pandemic, to make sure that post-pandemic, that whatever changes need to be made, we're addressing those. Because the rest of the world's doing it.
And I think it almost sounds like we're going to ask for a scope of service change to the
I
contract.
don't know. Unless you know what they are, you can't make scope of change.
No, I understand, but if we're asking the contractor to do a scope of work that's outside their original...
I know, that's a different issue.
So are you asking us to consider having...
So staff would talk to the consultants.
Sure.
The architect and the construction people, to say, hey, now that the pandemic is here, what things have changed that we should be addressing? They'll give them a list. They'll report back to us, and then we'd have to ask for a scope of services. There may not be anything, but there may be some.
Okay, I'd like to know what the cost associated with that inquiry might be. I guess if we ask them, hey, can you do this? What's the cost associated with it? I guess they would tell us.
I'm sure they would tell us. We can certainly ask them what would be involved with that. What would be involved, how about we pose the question then, what would be involved with you doing a post-COVID?
Just a cursory review.
Does anybody have a problem with the county manager asking what would be involved?
No, not at all.
Okay. Commissioner Herr? Okay, Commissioner Herr, did you also hear the other one? Because you were not around when we originally did this, but on just across our border in Orange County, there is a major development up against our rural boundary. Its name is Sustony. And the request is that our staff, who has been giving us updates, but give us we wanted to give them direction to keep us informed of that particular thing. This board, in the past, has both made inquiries as well has actually formally been against some of the projects that were coming right up against, especially when they had to cross the econ. And one of the reasons why they were, that they would have to add another road to cross the econ. So we've always been sensitive to what was happening right up against our border in Orange County with some of these mega projects that I'm sure you've seen, heard, and read about. So Commissioner Delory has asked for a continued progression of what's going on so that we can be aware and, if appropriate, make action. Okay?
Okay with me.
Commissioner, I'm just trying to keep Commissioner informed because she is having a problem hearing. I can see her ear is right up against the, okay.
That's the end of my report,
No
Commissioner.
problem this morning, I heard everything clearly, but this afternoon, particularly Bob, I can't hear Nicole, and nothing's changed on my side. I have it maxed out, so.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, especially being specific, then it helps us know that we're doing, that what we have to do. Okay, want me to go back to you? Or
I'm
you want me to
good.
do my report? Okay,
No,
go.
Shaney saved the day.
Yay.
Yay, Shaney. So I would like to make several reappointments. The first one is David Evans for a 2-year term on the Agricultural Advisory Committee. The second one is Imogene Yarborough for a 2-year term on the Historical Commission. Barbara Hildebrand for a 2-year term on the Library Advisory Board, and Dana McBroom for a 4-year term on the Seminole County Port Authority.
Second.
Motion second for one big motion for all of them?
Yes, all four
All
together.
4 of them. Is there any objection? Without objection, it passes unanimously. Did you want to give any certificates or anything to anybody that had served, or are they all?
They're all reappointments.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Well, I will just say, I'll be spending the better part of my day tomorrow down at the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council. And I don't want to say enjoyed my time in Tallahassee because, but it was it's always good to interact with commissioners from other counties and to have an opportunity to share some of the same challenges and how they're overcoming certain things. It was fascinating to me that and Commissioner Constantine kind of pointed this out, the Senate and the House have very different rules for how they are taking public comment. So if you want to testify before the Senate, you have to show up at the Tucker Center, and there's no way, like we have Zoom where we can see the people and they can see us. It is a one-way communication to the Senate, so you don't know if the senator that you're trying to communicate with has just gotten up to take a coffee break, or it would be very, very frustrating, I think, to testify before the Senate right now. And the House, I understand, is allowing people at limited capacity. But it is a different world up there than what all of us are used to in terms of visiting. So
It's an easy way not to listen to their constituents.
Right.
it is, but I'll tell you what, it really was. We joked about the fact that you could catch your legislators out and about. That is where I was able to really make some connections with some folks that I was hoping to get a hold of. So it worked out very, very well to have the bars be open.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time out on Adams Street on Governor's Club on Wednesday and Thursday. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
I did want to go, before we went to the last thing, I wanted to go through that. I've got a few things, but is there anybody in the public that wishes to talk about anything? Mr. Hyde, do you want me to go first, and then I'll let you be the last person? How's that sound? Okay, just wanted to do a couple of things. Number one of the interesting things that we've done with the Florida Association of Counties this year is that we're starting to have meetings with executive boards of other organizations, some of which we get along with, some of which sometimes we don't. One of the groups that we did just recently in late February was the Home Builders Association. We got their board of directors, their executive director, our board of directors, our executive director. One of the things we were talking about, Tricia, was the impact fees. They were the push to get that legislation started this year. And one of the things we pointed out was the unintended consequences by forcing counties that are looking at only a 3% increase to look at their, to speed up their process, as our own county manager has talked about, being on the schedule. And it's interesting that just recently, they were one of the groups that were supporting taking out the number of the limit on how much it could increase and only it goes through. So I think that had a great impact in a positive way. On March 11th, the Central Florida Expressway Authority, we had the Brightline folks come in. And I think most of you probably read, there was numerous reports on it, but one of the things that was interesting is that we are now looking at, from the airport to Disney, 5 years. And then on to Tampa. Yes, I know, it's longer than you expected, Commissioner Doyle.
The MOU doesn't do that.
I'm sorry?
The MOU doesn't do that.
I'm telling you what they're suggesting that they were going to do. There's a lot of questions still. I'm telling you what their time frame, what they were trying to do. Okay. We've talked enough about the mayors and managers meeting. I think we covered it all. And we also, Commissioner Lockhart talked about the meeting with the Florida Association of Counties. I will tell you that at the time we were there, with all the preemptions, the one that really concerned the staff the most is the amendment, the late filed amendment on 1924, which basically says that to take away the local government's right to do anything on emergency preparedness, essentially, and referring that back to the legislature and or the governor. And that just, as I said, if they can do that, they can pretty much tell us to do anything. It's very, very difficult to work within the parameters of home rule when we don't know what we're going to wake up tomorrow and the legislature is going to try to take away from us. On March 22nd, yesterday, I was at Castleberry to be part of Castleberry City Hall and their meeting to be part of the presentation of the flag on behalf of Tony Tizio from Governor Scott's office. And it was a very nice ceremony. A lot of folks were very pleased with that. Commissioner Lockhart mentioned that she and I will be spending a lot of time together tomorrow at the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council. On the 25th, the Links Board will be meeting with not a lot of, not much of anything that would be that is not just mundane in the normal sense. On March 27th, in Commissioner Delorey's district, there's going to be the Taste of Oviedo. Always a wonderful event, and they're really working hard to make sure that they do it in a very COVID-oriented manner, but they are still going to have that, and that's wonderful. On the, let me see, and that's it. That's all I'm going to say today. On the chairman's report, I have just a couple of things. Number one, I want to once again, I know we all spent a full day, and it was, I think, a very productive day last Friday at the retreat with setting of priorities, and I really think that we added a couple of very important priorities that we mentioned earlier about healthy families and about water, and with the others that we have been working on, I think that we've really set the priorities for our county manager, and I believe that we are going to have a follow-up. When is that, what's the date that you're planning on doing that follow-up?
We are looking at a week, a date later in April. I think it's the 22nd, but no, it's not the 22nd.
May 6th, I'm not going to let you come up here. May 6th.
Melanie's got the latest and greatest.
Also, the county manager mentioned about the mayor's manager. It was there was a positive reception on the sales tax, the initiative that that they needed to start putting together their projects. I do have a request from CareerSource, submitted nomination letters for leadership Seminole for David Sprinkle from Seminole State College, John Gillen to serve on a new term for the CareerSource Central Florida. Is there that is a motion?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Zimbauer, second by Commissioner Delory. Any discussion? No? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes. And then we have an appointment of an alternative, since I was the alternative, the Metro Plan, now an alternative for the, since I am now an Expressway Authority's member of the Metro Plan. And I'm just going to, Commissioner Herr, Commissioner Lockhart, you're one of the two. Which one would like to do it? Who wants to volunteer? It's an alternative. I will tell you this, Commissioner Delory and Commissioner Zimbauer will rarely miss the MPO meeting.
I would suggest, regardless of which of you decide, there is training that's coming up that is fantastic training for transportation related, from federal funding all the way down to the local level, that even if you weren't on the board is fantastic information to have
So is this the backup for MPO or the backup?
Yes,
Okay.
backup for MPO.
Okay.
MPO or Alliance? It's the MPO, right?
It's the MPO.
Yeah.
Backup for MPO. They've asked for a backup.
Well, Commissioner Herr would have the shortest learning curve because she served on the Expressway Authority, so that would make the most sense to
And
me.
I was being sensitive to Commissioner Herr's timeframe because, she was, she wants us to be sensitive to her business. But if she's saying yes, then I will appoint Commissioner Herr as the alternative to the MPO. Without objection? Without objection.
And I will have, I'll have Deborah in my office find out at least the information on the training. If Commissioner Herr would like that information, I'll get it over to their office.
And other than if I've forgotten something, County Manager, that is the end of the report of the chairman. And now, I can't wait. We're going to let you finish the meeting. Mr. Hyde, it's always a pleasure to see you here. I'm trying to say that so you'll be nice to us today.
It may not be. No. Members of the commission, my name is Bill Hyde, live at 2379 Audley Street in Oviedo. I listened to the meeting this morning on Zoom. There are audio problems, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. I would like to hopefully bring you something positive on the COVID front. One thing I haven't heard in any of the meetings, hint, hint, goalpost. No, one of the things I haven't heard for any of the meetings is a resource that I think is kind of being overlooked, and that is the Orlando VA medical system. We have 35,000 veterans or so in this county, many of which are enrolled in the system. They may or may not know that as an email, literally, when the meeting finished this morning, I got the email reminding us that the VA will take veterans of any age. So that will contribute, at least in some way, to knocking down those numbers and hopefully, bringing this thing to an end so we don't have to run around en masse. So somehow, if we can pass the word through Rusty or whatever, get the word out to our veterans, and those who are not enrolled in the system are not eligible, but they should contact the service officers at their American Legion and VFWs, because they can get great assistance on getting into that program. I'll forward this email to you guys if you'd like to get it.
Yes, please.
The VA is taking you on a walk-in, no age limit. Come on, veterans, we need to do our part too. Thank you very much.
Great point, Bill.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Hyde.
you very much. Thank you.
And we all know that Hope is really the one we're excited to see.
Anyone else?
Actually, I think if we're not posting that information on our site, if it's possible to post that with a link out to the VA, we should do that.
Good point.
Yes.
Good point, if we could. Yes, ma'am.
So, thank you so much.
Can I just ask a question? Green is for, those that don't want to speak, and yellow is for those to speak. I just want to make sure that we have yellows out there.
Oh, this is wrong?
No, we know yellows out there? Okay, we'll have to take, we do have yellows out there? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Don't worry, please, come on up. I just wanted to make sure we were getting the right sheets of paper out there.
Okay, well, this is to thank you, basically. I am not going to go point by point.
Ms.
going
Esposito.
From, yes, 5040 Hawks Hammock Way. So thank you for item 24, 26, 29, all the item basically, up to 32. And for the consent agenda, item 14 and 11, special thank you for getting to the point where the county is having a plan to work on the issues at Astor Farms, the drainage issues. They have an action plan, and we really appreciate that. We would like to see what the outcome is going to be. It's definitely going to be somewhere much better than where we are right now. It will make our summer a good one with the storm. Thank you for the county employees for engaging at the Environmental Advisory Board, attending the meetings. And thank you for Ms. Herr for the bear awareness. Yes, that's, everyone should know coming to a neighborhood what to expect. So we really appreciate that. And that's it, basically.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Appreciate it. It's nice to hear citizens come up and thank us. It really.
Yeah, sorry, we had so many issues in the past.
No.
And you always had so many agenda items, and we a lot of time felt guilty
Thank
to
you.
come and say, how your service is impacting us. So thank you again.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Anybody else for the good of the order? Seeing none, we are adjourning at 5 o'clock. Oh, wait a minute.
Online. What about online? Did you ask online?
I'm sorry?
I didn't hear you ask Clint about online.
Clint, anybody online?
No, sir.
All right, meeting adjourned. Thank you.